Yet another year, and another time for me to speak about different random topics like usual. Sometimes I wonder, how often am I going to speak about these things? How long will this go on for? How many topics can I possibly even fit into a video for it to be deemed proper? Why do they call it oven? When you of in the cold of out odd eat the food. More importantly, how will I get it across to people that that window of time that this Xenoverse 2 video was coming out from January to March is now going to be moved over from April to May? Yeah, in case you were wondering, I do actually have to delay that video a little bit. Sorry, things got a little bit more busy than I expected. So now the window on that is April to May. Once again, apologies. I really did not intend for that to happen. But that's just how it's going to be. So, again, a Xenoverse video soon, April to May. Just that time frame. Truly, a wondrous mystery indeed. But I suppose that's how these videos go. Took a while to get to this, huh? You know, it's been a few months since the end of 2025, and we're only doing this video now. But that's fine, you know. Been busy with all sorts of stuff, with videos, with ADT, everything else that life has to offer, of course. But we're here, and that's what matters. And I know I've essentially stated that twice. Okay. Anyways, hello everybody. Me, NIAB, Okami, whatever you really want me to call myself. Hi, that's me. Welcome to the NIAB Talks About 2025 video. It's the same thing as the Talks About Festa video, but this time it's focused entirely on last year. And the Festa video would have also been like that, but that was also like 2 years worth of content that I had to talk about. So, technically speaking, I had to change it up a little bit. So that's why that video is like that. As for this though, I mean, this is the new way we're doing this. I kind of made it clear with that video. This is the easiest way to kind of talk about everything that I've gone through in the year without doing the constant seasonal sort of stuff of like fall 2025, winter 2025. It gets a little redundant after a while. It just becomes very excessive and there's just a lot of it and everything. It's a lot easier to just take it all and put it in one video. I mean, I know what I'm going to say, really, for a lot of this stuff. So it's just easy to list it down and then there we go from there, right? But regardless, as always, video's very unscripted. It's just me talking about my thoughts on all these things because that's what I love to do, right? I love to give my sincere, genuine thoughts with this sort of stuff. So, that out of the way, let's just start, why don't we? So, technically speaking, last year's video about the whole, talked about Festa and everything, this entry should be on that, but it isn't. And there's a very simple explanation for that. Okami. I have had this game for a while. I mean, really, I've had it like on the Wii. I still have it on the Wii. It exists, right, within my home. But, big thing to note with it is that I didn't really sit down and properly play through it. I played it as a kid, got to the start of the drawing tutorial of the game, and then was lost as to what to do because I thought that the motion from the Wii remote was just not working well with it. Turns out I was a stupid kid. Also, I've heard it's not like exactly perfect, but it's a Wii remote, right? So I'm not surprised. But more so, I was a stupid kid, right? Didn't touch the game after that. But I did like the concept of Okami. And I mean, shit, I mained Amaterasu in Marvel vs. Capcom, right? One of my favorite fighting games out there, right? Played a shit ton of her, came free and everything. It was great, right? I wanted to really like Okami, and I couldn't get into it as a kid. So, some time passes, right? It's on PC in HD. I get it bought for me. Cool. And now I'm playing it again. Now, I might sound like I'm rambling here, right? Because the main point of this was me talking about why it's not on the Festa video and instead it's here, right? But I just wanted to note all this because it's some very important details to take into account. Anyways, by December of 2024, I start playing, the game again. I mean, I'm going through it a whole ton. Honestly, the last month of 2024, like December, I spent a lot of time just playing the game, right? I played it around, I think, the same week of my birthday or something like that, right? And that was fun. But end of the year is where I really spent a lot of time with it. I actually, might not have even been my birthday. It might have been earlier than that. It might have been around like January or something. I don't fully remember. There was just a point in time where I started playing it, had fun. Could have been the previous Christmas, could have been something, right? I actually don't even remember when I got it, but I got it at some point, played a little bit, put it down, then picked it back up December of 2024, right? Went through a ton of it. And the only reason I'm including it in this video is for two things. One, I wasn't done yet in the Festa video. And two, I am done as of like literally New Year's Day. Like it was perfectly timed where it was just like, yeah, I was already busy recording stuff on the Festa video. And then there was that, right? So, oopsies, but while it could have been included, I kind of felt like it would just be better to have here. Just works nicer, right? It's technically part of this year, even if a little weird. And I know in this list of stuff I'm going to talk about, there's going to be a weird exception in there. I know, we'll get to that. Just bear with me for now. However, Okami. Let me actually talk about this properly. Now that I've sat down, and I'm not a dumb kid anymore, and I understand what to do, and also PC controls on it, fantastic, I just want to say, right? Like, I know it also came out on the PlayStation 2, so therefore it was also built for a controller. And I did play with controller occasionally, but I played both with keyboard and controller. It's really good, right? Either way, it's really good. But now that I've sat down and played it, yeah, this is a real nice game. First off, I actually want to just talk about the aesthetic of the game, right? I knew this going in, right? I knew this as a kid and everything. I was going to vibe with this shit a lot, right? This traditional ink brush sort of style is something that's very huge on me, right? That's an easy way to grip at me, right? If you want to have that in your game, you're going to get me. Not even just game, just any sort of media in general. That'll probably get me, right? That'll probably hook me pretty well. But going in, I already knew that was going to be fantastic, right? That was going to look great. All these designs are great, right? Very simplistic, but very nice, right? Simplistic is not a bad thing. That is not what I'm like kind of trying to say with that. It's just more so broken down into simple pieces, I guess, is the best way to look at it. That works well, right? So overall, design of the game, right? The art direction, everything, phenomenal, right? That part I liked a lot. Let me talk about the game itself, though. I did really enjoy this, right? However, I'm almost a little disappointed by how far that enjoyment goes. Because I don't think that there was too much that necessarily frustrated me. I do remember there was one point, I don't remember the exact area or whatever it may have been, but there was one point where I did feel a little bored because of what they had me doing, and it was a little bit frustrating, but that was only because, it slowed down the pace of what was otherwise a pretty decently paced game, right? And feeling that slowdown out of nowhere and not in a good way, it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough to feel. But other than that, great overall. However, I have a few critiques, and I kind of want to just get them out of the way first, right? Before I talk about the stuff with the gameplay that I did really enjoy. I think that's fair, right? Number one, and this is something I had actually discussed with someone who had also played it. This game is kind of piss easy. I'm going to be so for real. it never felt like there was a struggle against bosses, right? When I got to my first boss in the game, I assumed, ooh, okay, this is gonna be tough, right? Oof. This is gonna hit me with some shit and I'm not gonna be ready for it, and I just gotta adapt to whatever the boss is doing. No, not really. It's actually pretty easy to fight that first boss. But you know what? It's the first boss. Shouldn't be that bad. Except for the fact that every boss that I fought after that point, I beat first try, right? There were some that, yeah, definitely were more difficult, right? Some that provided more of a challenge, but nothing that necessarily couldn't be beaten first try. And I'm not saying a boss has to give me a game over for them to be good. I just like something that does really challenge me in that regard. So when it's only like I'm losing a little bit of health in a boss versus, you know, that, there's kind of a big difference there, right? It feels like, no, this feels pretty damn easy if all that happened was I lost some health and that's it. Like I can go kill some basic enemies and get my health back or something, or I could search around the area and get my health back, right? It's a little rough in that regard, right? I'm hoping that the sequel is definitely a little bit more challenging, right? I mean, this is going to be coming from Hideki Kamiya, so technically speaking, it could be pretty difficult, right? I mean, Bayonetta games were pretty difficult at times. Other Platinum games, I'm trying to think of like what else would be included in that I've actually sat down and played, and I'm like, I guess there was like Revengeance, like fucking almost over a decade ago. Shit, right? That's scary to think about that it's been that long. Whew. But like, you know, it comes from someone who helped out a lot with like the ventures of Platinum Games. So maybe. My other critique is one that I've seen a couple people bring up at times, which is the whole thing of there's a lot of weird fake out sort of credit stuff in this game. I know that's a bit of a spoiler to say in a sense, but there's a lot of times where this game makes you think you've hit the end, and it's like, no, not really, right? There's more to do from here. And then they do it again, and you're like, huh, right? It does feel a little bit strange, but it's not necessarily like the worst thing ever. It's just odd. And then this one is going to be a bit of an actual spoiler, so I will give a thumbs up when you can unmute this, right? I mean, you can mute it for now, and then when I'm done, I'll provide a thumbs up so that you can unmute it, or alternatively, you'll see a timestamp on screen. I mainly worry about that because the editing software can be a little bit tricky with that at times, so hopefully there's a timestamp on screen, and if not, thumbs up, right? That'll be when that ends. Anyways, the other point I want to make about this whole thing is the actual final boss, right? Well, let me talk about that. Really, really disappointing, right? I'm not gonna lie. Soundtrack on it is phenomenal, right? The start to that fight and that almost dreadful sort of like tone it takes, where it just feels like you're fucked, right? That you have no chance here, right? And then Amaterasu's theme plays at the actual finale. Like, I have a video I want to do on final boss sort of stuff. I won't go too much into the details of it, but this game I'm definitely going to include in that regard, because, whew, that sends chills down my fucking spine to hear. It's so damn good. But the actual fight itself, it's a pushover. I'm gonna be so for real. Every previous boss you fight in the game feels harder than this. Maybe not the first one, but like every boss after feels like they provide more of a challenge than this. This was not a very challenging final boss at all. It was pretty fucking easy, and that's one of my biggest disappointments with it is, damn, I was hoping for a lot when I got here, and this really wasn't, right? Maybe I should play on a harder difficulty? I don't know, I played on hard, I'm pretty sure, so it's like, I don't know what to say. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I completely forgot to click that or some shit. I usually pick hard for action games, right? So it's like, I don't know. Maybe there is a means to make this a stronger final boss, but I just didn't feel it, right? I just didn't feel that. And even on normal modes, Anyways, if there wasn't a timestamp, we're good to go. It's all good. Anyway, let's talk about the game, right? I think this game is really damn nice. Because now I want to talk about the positives, right? This game feels great, right? Something I actually enjoyed, random example, but this fits, of course. Something I enjoyed with Twilight Princess, right? I'm not a big Zelda guy at all. I enjoyed Breath of the Wild a lot. I thought Skyward Sword was fun. And Twilight Princess was fun when they didn't have me doing some insane chores, right? But something I enjoyed with that game is this difference in combat where it's like, you know, you're playing as Link and then you're playing as Wolf Link, right? And the Wolf Link gameplay is pretty damn fun, right? You just tackle people, you bite them, all this. You know, if they're on the floor, you can do the execute where you like just like tear them apart and all that. It's fun, right? This game is the antithesis of that, but even more so, because it's like, hey, we give you that sort of gameplay, but then you also have different weapons you can choose from. So there's all sorts of different attacks. You can swap the weapons out because there's a sub weapon and there's a main weapon, right? And if you swap them out, you get different attacks for both, right? And there's just a shit ton of combinations in that regard. And that's not even accounting for your like ink brush techniques, right? Throughout the game, you learn techniques that you can use, right? You know, either you can like slash an enemy very early on, or you can like slow down time, right? And just having so many of those is so damn nice because it spices up gameplay a lot, right? It's the one unfortunate thing about this game not being that hard is that, wow, a lot of this gameplay could flow well into something that's really challenging, right? They throw maybe a mob of enemies at you, right, that are really powerful, but it doesn't matter because you have all these tools at hand, right? You can just easily do a technique that maybe hits a shit ton of them, and then, well, your weapon can hit multiple enemies as well, so you can also take care of like even more, right? Whatever it may be. There is a lot of really fun gameplay, I guess, techniques here to essentially make some insane combos or just have some real fun. And it's what I'm hoping for with the sequel, right? I'm hoping for something that is really challenging, and then boom, you get all this gameplay, right? That's what I'm really hoping for. Also characters, right? I like the characters in this game a lot. I know I'm forgetting his name. Is it, I almost want to say Ishin. I don't remember if that was his name. I'm forgetting it. The characters of this game also are really damn good. I mean, I know Isun is... He's a bit of a character that doesn't really age well in terms of how he's written. But the characters of this game are very endearing. I like a lot of them. I think a lot of them really do work well. There's one much later in the game that shows up that I think is really cool for adding this difference in perspective between Amaterasu and them, right? There's a lot here to like about these characters, and that's great, right? Again, having this nice gameplay, this interesting world that you're building, which, I mean, I didn't even mention that. I really like the locations of this game, right? I think they all look absurdly unique. The soundtrack of them is phenomenal. I didn't even bring that up outside of a few details earlier, right? The soundtrack to all these locations and these fights and whatever it may be, phenomenal, right? Ryoshima Coast is like easily one of my favorite game OSTs now. It is so damn good, and I know the HD version removes the insert song out of the credits and all that. And listen, I like that song too, right? By all means, you know, I would have loved to have it still in those credits, but the fact that they make this great remix of Ryoshima Coast for the credits, and then it just becomes like drums beating afterwards, it's awesome, right? I like it a lot. This game as a whole, with just its characters, its gameplay, its soundtrack, its look, everything is really damn good, right? For me, it earns roughly, I think, a 7.5 out of 10 is what I gave it, maybe an 8. Something in that range. I don't actually fully remember what I gave it. Okay, I legitimately could not find it, but when I ranked it on backlogged. I gave it 4 out of 5 stars, which, yeah, I would say leans closer to 8. Like 8 out of 10. This game's great, right? This game is really damn good, and I can highly suggest it to a lot of people, despite, you know, the fact that it's not very challenging, like I brought up multiple times. But still, in general, it's done really well, right? It has this interesting story, which both having something that's compelling and new, and then also delving into some Japanese mythology that I wasn't fully familiar with. That's always fun, right? Love that. Soundtrack, amazing. Areas look amazing. The gameplay is really fucking fun, even if it lacks that kick, right? It's just good. It's overall, if you just want a really good time for an action game, this, right? Just Okami. It's as simple as that. And plus, they talk like little Animal Crossing creatures. It's fun. But yeah, overall, I'm glad I picked it up again. I don't think as a kid I would have enjoyed it as much. It's a rare time where I'm glad I played a game later, because I think if I continued playing it as a kid, even if I got past that tutorial, I don't think I would have paid much attention to the story. I don't think the gameplay would have potentially hooked me as well, right? I feel like I would have actually found it to be really challenging to a point that I'd just be upset. And then, you know, it turns out, no, I was just being silly and I didn't understand certain things they were showing. Yeah, I don't know, there's a lot there that makes me glad I only played it now and not way back when. But this was a good time, though. This was a very good time.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker!
This one, technically speaking, should also be like Okami. Technically speaking, this should have been on last year's video, where I talked about it some more. But I waited, especially because around the time of, you know, playing, it was still in Season 0. So would have been better to have proper content for everything. And also, during that time, I didn't have this computer that I'm working with right now. And if some of you are more familiar with the channel, you know I had that big fucking laptop that I used for some videos, like this one and this one. Those two videos were made with that laptop, which weren't the greatest in terms of video quality, not like actual content that was in there. I mean, like literally visual quality of it wasn't perfect. I had to use CapCut. The green screen on it wasn't great. All that, right? So if you remember that era of stuff, you probably remember that laptop. And in case you're wondering why this wouldn't have been included last year, it's because that laptop, after one big update to Marvel Rivals, was impossible to play the game. One update did that. So I really couldn't be too, you know, critical or anything like that, or, you know, give my praises or whatever it may be to the game, because outside of that laptop, I had to share a PC in order to play the game, right? It was that simple, right? Either I played it on there before the big update happened, or, you know, shared a PC that was also being taken up most of the time. That's how it was. Anyways, Marvel Rivals. Now that I have my own proper computer for a full year now, I mean over that at this point, and I get to speak on it, let me talk about it.
I got cucked by Thor and couldn't kill Johnny. People are jumping in front of my web clusters and jumping in front of my zips. It's actually so awful. Interesting. World's greatest Invisible Man ult?
I want to start off by saying I've never really been a huge comic sort of guy, in a sense, right? I read a decent few of the Archie Sonic comics, right? Hell, Archie comics in general I actually used to read as a kid. I do remember that. But the Sonic comics, you know, I used to read. Honestly, at some point I did want to check out the IDW ones, because I hear a lot of good things from those. So definitely want to check those ones out. But speaking of IDW, I read a shit ton of the Godzilla IDW comics. Like, not an absurd amount, I guess, now, because I'm sure there's several that are, like, out now. But back when I was reading them, there wasn't a whole lot. So I had what was out, right? But I had a decent handful of them, right? There was a lot of these sort of, like, maybe not necessarily fully niche, but niche sort of, you know, series that I enjoyed, that had comics that I liked reading. But when it came to, like, Marvel and DC, nah, right? You know, I watched the movies and stuff like that. That was that sort of mindset I had. Even if, you know, I liked occasionally seeing an episode of a show that, you know, I wasn't familiar fully with the characters in there, or whatever it may be, or, like, random other bullshit like video games and stuff like that where they were in there, or it was like a Lego one where they were in there, right? Whatever it may be, I had a very limited mindset to a lot of Marvel and DC sort of stuff. So now Rivals comes along, right? And I'll be real here, right? I used to be someone that played Overwatch a decent bit, right? I played it a lot back when it came out. Like, I was one of those people, not to say this in a bad way, like I was one of those people, but like I had that moment myself where playing TF2 a lot, enjoying it, but feeling it become a little stale because of just how low updates are and everything and all, like, whatever it may be. And then big new thing, Overwatch comes out, and I, you know, try it out for free because they had those moments where it's like, this, you know, week or weekend, the game's out for free if you just want to try it, right? Or whatever it may be. And I did it every single time, and I was like, wow, this game's really fucking fun. It feels fast, it feels sporadic, all this shit. It feels great, right? It feels like, you know, an alive TF2 sort of moment. And that was really nice for me, as well as, like, oh yeah, unique abilities to each characters that, like, yeah, TF2 has that in a sense, right? But characters have their own individual things, and they have ult that you can build up towards, and like, this is cool, right? I like looked at that, I'm like, this is cool. So then, you know, I buy the PC version of the game, I put it in, all that, right? Back when discs were still being made for this stuff, can you believe that? I put in a disc for Overwatch and then had it download all that. That was a crazy time. But put all that in, start playing the game a shit ton, boom, right? But after a couple of years, I don't know, it dies out on me, right? I'm not huge on the loot box stuff, right? As is, I wasn't, because I think getting a skin just flat out is a lot better than having to gamble for that sort of thing. Gameplay loop was getting a bit boring at times. I wasn't huge on every new design coming out after a while, right? Like, new characters were exciting early on, but then towards the later half of it, I was like, I don't know, I'm getting a little bored of some of these. I don't know, it lost its hook on me after a while. And I guess there could have been a lot of factors there, but it lost me, right, after a while. So Rivals gets announced, right? And I will note, the big thing here was that I heard a shit ton about all sorts of games, you know, coming out with like an Overwatch sort of style. Like, random example, this is going to upset some people potentially to hear. And trust me, I have played it occasionally now, but I have played it enough that it's like, you know, I know damn well it's not true. I remember Deadlock being described in a similar way, right? Which, not even like remotely similar outside of, you know, I guess hero shooter sort of game in a sense, but it's a MOBA, and it's more so focused on MOBA elements. But yeah, I guess everybody has their own individual abilities and ults and whatever. It's a hero MOBA, right? Which is literally just a MOBA. But like, I guess everybody can shoot, and that's the big thing to point out with it. Still, that was something that I remember hearing people comparing to like an Overwatch sort of game coming out. And another one was Marvel Rivals. Now, I wasn't sure how this was going to be, right? Because it's like, I don't know, just off the basis of hearing it, it's like new Overwatch game. I'm like, well, do I want that, right? I think I stopped playing that game and I wasn't really willing to go back. And they released a weird fucking sequel that had way too much money on their skins, right? And I just thought didn't really feel much different than its first version. And they didn't even live up to the promise of PvE. That was like the big promise for the sequel, and they didn't even live up to it. I don't know. A lot of that, just hearing it, I was like, I don't know if I'm interested in Marvel Rivals. I know I'm saying that a lot, but it's like, I wasn't sure, right?
Gotta power back up first. Cool?
They're just staring at each other.
Can't hold it anymore.
Oh my god.
Maybe.
No,
got
spectate me, it's
obliterated.
gonna be heat. It's gonna be heat, promise.
No hiding from us now.
I can't. If I was watching the kill.
But it comes out, friends are playing it, friends are having a good time. And I'm like, let me see who they have, right? And here's the thing. There are two things that I was huge on, despite my limited knowledge of, Marvel and all that, prior to this game. One is X-Men characters. I like them, right? X-Men are cool. I feel like that's a common thing for a lot of people, but that's just how I am, right? I mean, shit, I like Marvel vs. Capcom, right? Of course I'm gonna like X-Men. They're like plastered all over that thing, right? Of course I end up liking them, right? But there's one other thing that's not in Marvel vs. Capcom. At least the later games, I know he's in 1 and I think 2. I don't remember if he's in 2. I think he's in 2. Regardless, I know he's also in Infinite. I know he's in those, but obviously he's not in, the third game or anything like that. There's one other character that I do really enjoy, right? And this would have been the huge hook for me. And it was. Because I'm looking through the list of tanks, and I see Venom on there. And I'm like, I'm a pretty big Venom guy, right? Like, I don't know a shit ton about all that, but, I like the symbiote. I think the whole thing's pretty fucking cool. I like Venom, right? So I was willing to start playing because of that. And, yeah, no, Venom's gameplay loop hooked me, right? As well as Magic's. Magic and Venom, fittingly, both hooked me. I was thrilled to be playing this, and this is now where I get to finally properly talk about it. Rivals is a very fun game. At least, I'm going to say something here this might upset some people once again. Was, right? I still think it is good. I will just get to that after, okay? For the time of, like, Season 0, Season 1, all that, I was really hooked on this game. Like, I want to point out, I played this game a shit ton, right? I was pretty much, here's what I'm going to word it as, right? We've done live reading sessions of ReZero throughout last year. Any time that I was finished up a reading session, I would usually, I guess, open up one of two things depending on the time, right? There's a game that I'm going to talk about later that, like, also of a similar multiplayer sort of thing. That was the game I would open up as well. But the alternative was Rivals, right? Rivals would be like, if I'm done streaming, I open that up and I play something, right? It's a good cool-off game for me because I have a shit ton of fun playing it.
Found one. Spotted another jerk. Found one. Found
Somebody said something in chat and I got immediately drowned out.
He said, y'all, was it clobbering time? Oh, it's clobbering time.
That was my go-to, right? I fucking love this game, or at least at that time, I really fucking loved playing it, right? Played it a shit ton. Honestly, I would argue I played it for several hours every day, right? Like, I did not play much of anything else. It was just this. And this became a problem throughout the year, was that I was playing a lot of this sort of stuff and not brand new, single player games that I wanted to experience. I just always fell back on this, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But listen, I inherently am a single player sort of guy, right? I've always been worried as a kid to play multiplayer because it's like, I always have that anxiety of like, well, what if someone targets their words, whether they type it or they, voice it or whatever it may be, at me, right? It's like, that's an issue, right? It's a miracle I got into TF2. I'm gonna be so for real. It is a miracle I somehow got into TF2. I don't think I normally would have, because that's just something that doesn't fit me, right? But it worked, right? And that from that point on, I played more and more multiplayer games. And I mean, with Overwatch and TF2, learned to talk shit more and more. I did that less by the point of, now with Rivals and everything. Now I usually act like essentially a 5-year-old, being like, I like cookies and milk, when I have to respond to someone, flaming at me or whatever it may be. But still, this game, there is, I know thousands of people have already said it, so I'm not going to be redundant myself and just say things that people have already said. This game felt like a much stronger Overwatch to me, right? But even more than that, because I want to talk about something unique here. This game did its job. This is why I have this included as a section on here, and why it's so long of a section. This game worked. Because after playing, like, Rivals for, like, a season, right? I went back and watched some of the Marvel movies I had yet to see. But it doesn't end there. I had gone back and watched some of the shows. Read some of the comics. This game did its job. It got me hooked on these characters. Like, I went through a shit ton of stuff involving these characters. I was sitting there like, I really like Doctor Strange. Like, prior to even, like, the movie or anything like that, I was already, like, interested in them. I guess I read the comics, actually, before I ended up watching the second movie, and I know the first one I watched, like, a while back. But still, going into this, I was like, oh, yeah, I do really like Doctor Strange. I should read some of his comics. So I look into that sort of thing, right? What comics for Doctor Strange are really good? And I'm reading through them, and I'm like, damn, I like this guy, right? This is fun. I like reading through this. X-Men comics, been going through those as well, right? I get to go through those and just have a fun time, right? The most obvious one that I'm sure people are expecting me to talk about, yeah, let's talk about Venom. Read a shit ton of Venom comics, right? Looked for some of the best runs there, or whatever it may be, just runs that I fuck with a lot, and just, boom. It was really damn enjoyable, right? It actually made me so disappointed that the Agent Venom skin in-game is what it is, because it's like, I like it, right? But I look at what it's supposed to be based on, like the exact issue, which I even, like, saw the page of at that point, and I was like, whoa, and I'm like, wait, isn't this the number that they, like, chose, like, the exact issue and everything they chose for the skin? And I looked it up and went, yeah, that doesn't look remotely similar. Like, I was floored. I was just like, that does not look like Agent Venom. That looks like a weird custom-made skin you guys made for him. That's strange. It's not bad, but it's like, it's weird for an Agent Venom skin. Still, I read a shit ton of those comics, all that. I watched X-Men 97 with a friend, right? Went through that whole thing. That was great, right? That was really great. I don't know, there was a lot that just hooked me here, man. And I'm glad, because it's like, yeah, you know what? I want games like this to do that. I'm gonna be so for real. I know inherently that is the point of this. That is what these companies want, is more of that, more money, right? Whatever it may be. But it's like, I like having a game be this gateway to something that's interesting, to a series that is interesting, to a franchise that is interesting. It's cool to learn about that stuff because you play a game and then you're like, wow, I actually want to learn more, right? I like that a lot here. And it's one of the big praises I have for Rivals, is it did its job. I got interested in a shit ton of this. If I saw skins in the store, I wanted to read the issues. I wasn't even interested in buying most of them. I just wanted to read the issues because I'm like, where the fuck does that come from, right? I know a lot of them took creative liberties, by all means, I know that. But still, I wanted to learn more, right? And I had a lot of fun doing so.
Wall climb moment. I hope that's the whole thing.
I do too.
So with that said, I now want to talk about the later half of Rivals, or what feels like current Rivals, right? I still like it, but I do think this game has been dried out a bit in terms of that flavor, right? You know, they took the cloth that is Rivals and they squeezed out a lot. And I'm like, well, there was a lot that was enjoyable there. And now I'm a little bit disappointed. I think occasionally buffs and nerfs are a little all over the place. Some characters that deserve nerfs just don't get any. And it's kind of fucked up. I'm gonna be so for real. I think some team-ups should have stayed. I think if a team-up makes sense, it should have stayed. I am not saying this out of bias, out of being a Venom fan, but technically speaking, yes I am. There is no reason to remove a symbiote power-up between him and Spider-Man. I know that was a really strong power-up, but here's what you can do. Nerf it, right? You don't have to get rid of it. You could just nerf it, and then it's not as good, right? But it exists because, yeah, of course there's a team-up between them, right? Of course. It feels odd that there's a lot of team-ups in-game that just get removed, and it's like, those made sense, and now we have random bullshit here. Like, a Venom and Jeff team-up. Hell yeah. I don't know how often that's going to be used, but sure. Why not? I mean, Jeff in general gets a lot of fucking team-ups, and that... I am going to bring up the issue, because I think this is a problem that the game kind of has, that I've seen a lot of people point out. Favoritism, it very clearly exists in this game. Jeff and Luna Snow get a shit ton of stuff, and I have nothing against the characters. I just want to point out they get a lot. They get a shit ton of skins, they get a shit ton of, you know, in Jeff's case, like team-ups and all that. It's a bit much, right? It's a bit much. I would rather, you know, that kind of gets spread out between all the characters rather than just them having it. And also, in this regard, I feel like it's fair to say this, because I'm not going to let, you know, X-Men bias get the best of me or anything like that. Psylocke also kind of needs that. She's cool, by all means. She's always been cool. Although, plot points about her way back when were a little bit weird. But, she is a cool character. However, I don't think she needs as much as she gets. Again, that love needs to be spread around between all the characters. And I think it's unfortunate when it works out this way. But I don't know. Also, I mean, I talked about loot boxes earlier with Overwatch. They started doing that now. I mean, they were doing it for a bit since their like first anniversary with ironically, Psylocke. But yeah, they now have their own equivalent to loot boxes, which some people could point out, well, no, you just have to pick the correct one and you get it. No, people did some data mining on that, and it's actually a percentage. It's like rolling a gacha. You're gambling. You've been gambling that whole time. You could know that it's in one specific spot. The game could tell you that. It doesn't have to be speaking the truth, but it could be telling you that it's in one specific spot. And it still might not be, because it's like a 2% chance to get the skin. So, no, there is no spot for that stuff. You're using a loot box. They're disguising a loot box under something that makes it not look like a loot box. It's kind of scummy. But to be fair, this is a point that a lot of people made. NetEase practices haven't always been great. And this was kind of a big thing pointed out with Rivals as soon as it started was, well, just note, it's great right now, but anything could change at any point, right? they could do something that is inherently really greedy, and it could just happen, right? And I know some people are going to point out that the skins could technically on those loot boxes are cheaper than normal, but here's the thing. Money speaks, and I feel like spending on those is going to tell them that this works, and they can make it worse. Companies will test how much you trust them. I'm going to be so for real. Right? I'm going to be very blunt at this moment. Companies will test your trust with them, and they will make that worse. I would rather they just don't have that at all, so that skins just exist and that's it, right? It's as simple as that.
Who is behind you, my ally?
We need an Iron Man for this, I think.
Down to 30 seconds.
Bring on the chaos.
Wait a minute.
Still, I enjoy Rivals. I know I rambled about all that shit there, but I felt like it was necessary to talk about in regards to all this. I'm excited to see what's to come, right? I mean, at this point, Black Cat and White Fox are on the way. It feels weird saying White Fox outside of a ReZero video, doesn't it? But yeah, those two are on the way. I'm a little curious about White Fox. I'm definitely curious about Black Cat. I'm curious what they do for her. But she's second, so I guess I'll find out later. I'll probably be playing the game for a while, regardless. I think it's just died down a lot on me, and it doesn't help that, again, there's another multiplayer game that I'll talk about later that has taken more of my attention than this, and that might change tonight, which is weird to say, but again, we'll get there. I like Rivals. I think, if anything, I can still thank this game for the fact that it got me interested in the franchise of Marvel, right? It got me interested to read the comics, to watch the shows, everything. I've learned a lot more about the characters now than I ever would have normally. So I can at least thank it for that. And again, I'm still probably going to play more. I still enjoy this game, despite the occasional buffs, nerfs, random shit going around. Venom getting skins that I feel like it's fun to give him goofy stuff, but at the same time, maybe pull it back a little bit. Sometimes he needs cool skins. Also, the Eddie Brock focus skins where Eddie's out. Maybe have them have a little bit more movement on the face, eyes, mouth, whatever it may be. Yeah. My video on Infinite Wealth is going to be pretty dated, huh? Anyways, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. What an interesting spin-off to randomly come out of RGG. This was a game. Okay, all jokes aside, I did actually enjoy this game. Even if very simple and definitely not worth its full price, but I was willing to give it a shot. This game's fun. You know, there's not much to actually say about it, and honestly, I expect this section to be pretty damn short, because genuinely, there's not a lot to say here. But gameplay for Pirate Yakuza, really damn good. I think with time, RGG's kind of understood more and more how to make their action diverse with this sort of stuff. I felt it a lot with Gaiden, right? Like, when I played Gaiden on stream, the moment that I shot out like the web and pulled someone in, I felt that and went, oh, this is good, right? Immediate style switching, doing this shit. It's like, oh, this is fluid, right? And you can style switch after you do that and everything. It's like, yeah. But it was very clear with that alone that we were kind of moving into territory where it's like, yeah, this is getting a lot more firm, right? And I mean, shit, I still gotta go and play Lost Judgment at some point. I still have yet to fully clear Judgment. But I'm sure between Judgment and Lost Judgment, I'll feel that as well, right? I've heard from a lot of people that, yeah, Lost Judgment, way more fluid, way nicer, the extra style is great, right? All that sort of shit. But with Pirate Yakuza, this feels like that even more so, right? Even more than Gaiden and all that. This feels like, okay, they took what they had from Majima, from Kiwami 2 and 0 and all that, and they figured out how to improve it even further, right? They gave him two styles that really blend together well, which also can have their own separate outfits. I had so much fucking fun just switching between those and making goofy shit, right? Real damn good. But having this gameplay of like, yeah, here's this two-sword style where you can throw them, you can like shoot, you can hook someone, whatever it may be, all this. And then you have your more Majima focused style, right? Your usual mad dog shenanigans, but both blend together so well because of how easily you can switch, much like you could with Gaiden and everything, that it feels great, right? This feels like a fantastic game to play. I had a shit ton of fun just running around and doing the bounties in this game that, yeah, I just generally had a good time where I would run up, do a bounty, and yeah, it could be tough, but I have all these tools I can use, and even the instruments that you can take out to just deliver some devastating, attack where it's like, here's these creatures, right, that are very simple, of course, but, they are, like, extreme to a certain degree, and it just all blends together very, very well. Those in specific, the instruments did really well when I had to do a lot more of the, like, mob, like, fighting these crews sort of moments, right, especially in the equivalent to the dojo. That was really nice there. But yeah, it's like, a lot of that gameplay is really damn tight, really damn enjoyable. I hope that they continue with this evolution for the gameplay, right? I hope it gets better from here. Although, obviously there's some things to talk about with the whole, I guess, more action games and stuff like that from RGG. But we do have a section for that, believe it or not. I'll get there. However, let's talk about the, I guess, story side of this, because I don't actually have much to say for the story. I just kind of want to note it in terms of what you're paying for, right? Assuming you're not getting this game on sale, I don't think this game is worth it solely off its story. Its story is very goofy. It's very campy. And overall, it's way too short to actually warrant its price. It is 5 chapters long, which is roughly what Gaiden was. I think that actually was exactly what Gaiden was. But the difference between them is that this is a full price game. Gaiden was not, right? Gaiden was about $20 cheaper or so because they weren't giving you a full game. Like, there was a lot to do with Gaiden, but a lot of that came from side content, right? Whereas with this, it almost feels like they're implying that their story is like that. And I will note, these chapters are long. Like, these 5 chapters are pretty long. I expected a lot of them to end sooner than they did. But no, past the first chapter, they last for hours. However, none of those chapters feel like they go anywhere. It feels very silly, a bit all over the place. Kind of just there to give Majima a wacky little adventure where it's like, he has amnesia. Now, believes not believes, I guess. He kind of moves into that sort of situation. But now he's a pirate and everything. He doesn't remember that he was like, a captain of the Tojo clan and all this and whatever it may be. But it's kind of this whole thing where it doesn't really feel like it hits anything in terms of some insane notes or like plot beats outside of like a rock. And Majima in general doesn't have any building here, right? Like, there's a little bit more that you see to him, but outside of that, there's not much, right? I feel like if you wanted a Majima game that did feel like it was continuing, maybe you would want more from it, right? And that's why I think it's fair when people want to like critique it in that regard of like being one of the weaker games, because it feels like it does nothing for him. And I'd be like, yeah, no, it really doesn't do much for him, right? Like, it's still a Majima you know and love. You still get to have some fun antics with him, but it's not like Zero. You're not getting some in-depth look at his character. That's about it. Like, I do think, I will note, and I'm not going to go into details about it, but I will note, I think the after credits scene really helps kind of build on him, right? I think some of the details they reveal about him in that after credits scene kind of shows, yeah, there is a little bit more here, and I wish more of the game was about that, because saving it till then does make it a bit rough, right? We could have seen more from him if it wasn't saved till then. But I digress. I do think for that alone, if you are interested in this game, it's debatable on if you should get it at full price, right? I think if for some reason, not for some reason as if you can't enjoy it, for this, but if it really does interest you with the way that story sounds and gameplay, sure, get it. I would recommend a sale, but you do you, right, at the end of the day. However, if it doesn't really sound that interesting outside of gameplay, just wait for a hefty sale. Wait for it to be like, I don't know, 60, 70% off. And after that, you're golden, right? It'll work out. It's a good game in terms of gameplay and like all that. I think a lot of it works well for what it is. It's just, I think the story is where they really miss, and it's not surprising, but that's how it is. Still, I'm partially glad I played it. I just do kind of wish I waited. So I'm gonna be blunt with this right off the start. This is the best post-Z series in my opinion. I really fucking like Daima, dude. I had a fantastic time with this. Now I will note, fantastic time implies that it is still lesser than, Z and all that, but still very high up. But because of where I've ranked Z in general, that means that this is roughly like an 8 out of 10. Still very good, just noting that ahead of time. Daima, I really fucking like this. It didn't feel like what either GT or Super was trying to do, right? And at the same time, it felt like both. What I mean by that is this felt like the most Dragon Ball series possible. Like, you could tell me that Toriyama had direct involvement with this, right? He did, but still, I feel like that gets thrown around a lot with all sorts of different projects, and at times I feel a little iffy in a sense, because I'm like, how much involvement did he have? Because it almost feels weird, right, to be saying that 247, right? And I don't want to doubt it, I'm just more so asking because it feels strange, right? But you could say that for Daima, and I'd go, yeah, no, it's so abundantly clear. There's so much goofy Dragon Ball searching antics that feel like they're from the original series, and then you have the more action-focused stuff, which both is from that, original series with how creative it can be at times, but then the more explosive aspects of it, obviously taking from Z. And it just feels like the perfect blend of Dragon Ball that I've kind of just waited for a long time, right? I felt like Super really disappointed me, and rewatching GT after, being a little kid who grew up on it, it's not really that insane, obviously, right? There are arcs of it that I think have interesting concepts, and I think the baby arc in general actually has a lot of cool stuff it does do, but it's also not perfect at times. There are some very rough moments of it. But I think with both of those, it's like, I felt iffy, right? And I mean, even the Super manga, I like the Super manga, but I'm not huge about it, right? I think it's cool. I'm excited to now, know it's getting an adaptation finally, right? But, I've never really felt too huge on it. But now, with Daima, this is a post-Z series that I'm like, this one's good. There's a lot of fun to it that also helps that I'm a big Buu Saga guy, right? If we're talking about Z arcs that are my favorite, Buu Saga is my favorite. So I'm glad that it relates to that a lot. But not just that, the fact that it kind of draws from everything. Like, Namek is a huge deal throughout Daima, and that's really fucking nice, right? There are aspects that are from stuff like the Saiyan Saga and the Cell Saga and all that feel like they're in there. There's a lot of fun shit that's just from everything. Even like, in general, GT and Super have elements that are in there, right? It kind of feels like a celebration of the series. That's actually the way I worded it to my friends, was that it feels like a full celebration of the series. It doesn't feel like it has to inherently make coherent sense. It just feels like it's celebrating this is Dragon Ball, right? Fuck, the opening literally has like Akira Toriyama's name in there. It straight up just has that in there. And then the ending has a bird flying away. Like, this is just them fully celebrating what this series is. Also, soundtrack, phenomenal. I really like the opening. I actually wasn't sure if I was going to like the opening, because the more techno sort of feel to it was like, I don't know, does this fit Dragon Ball? It's a little extreme, right? But just hearing it for the first time, like as the actual opening, not separated or anything like that, you know, just hearing it episode 2 for the first time, and I know it plays at the end of episode 1, but still, episode 2, I'm not gonna lie, I was real close to tearing up. Just after everything, after, you know, the unfortunate news, back in, I think it was 2024, it was rough. It was really rough. It's rough for me right now. I'm fucking struggling right now. It hit hard. It hit pretty hard. And I was, you know, I want to point out, I was very excited throughout watching this whole thing. Even just a Super Saiyan transformation was really cool to me. But all the fun surprises they had in store was real damn good. I like the fake out, like the red herring sort of, I'm gonna say bug that they kind of throw in, because it makes you think one thing of, oh, okay, so that's how, got it. I see where we're going with this. And then you get to the last, like, 4 episodes and you go, that's not what I was expecting. But I was excited. Look, should be obvious based on things I said, like, a few minutes ago. Obviously, I was excited about those last 4 episodes, right? There are things from that series that I think are rough, but there are also things from that series that I think are really, really fucking cool and are some of my favorite. And of course, those last 4 episodes of Daima were gonna really hook me, right? Of course they were, because if I really like those things, then yeah, I will note the design is interesting, right? I think the colors used work well, and at the same time, I'm a little bit bothered by like the missing section there. It's kind of odd, right? It's a little odd to see, but it works. I guess huge forearms is pretty cool. I don't mind that aspect. But I think the missing section's a little weird, right? It's just strange overall. But regardless of that, and me whispering secrets that only those who knows, yeah, this was good. Daima was very good. I had a lot of fun with this. I can't wait to rewatch it at some point. Shit, my brother sat down and watched the first episode with me when it came out, but he didn't watch past that, especially because he wanted to, you know, see it dubbed, right? I'm a guy who's fine with Dragon Ball subbed or dubbed. I don't really mind. I like both, and he's more dub focused for it. So, in a way, whenever he gets around to watching it, I'd love to just sit there and watch again, because it's like, shit, I get to hear it in dub. Which, by the way, I do really like that, to keep that classic feel. Not saying this like to you know, throw any shade towards any VAs or anything like that. That's not my intention here. I'm just saying this for the classic Dragon Ball feel. I do really like that we got the OG Kid Goku voice for the dub. I think that's awesome. I think that's really fucking cool. But that's, I mean, really all I have to say for Daima. Not much else. I do want to play the Kakarot DLC a bit at some point, because that interests me a lot. I like Kakarot a lot. I actually recently fucked up my collector's edition diorama a little bit. I will fix it promptly, but you know, I did recently fuck that up a little bit. But I like Kakarot, so hey, I'd love to play the Daima DLC. Yeah, overall, really damn good series. I feel like I'd end off a lot of this stuff with, you know, overall, but not much else to say. Just, this was good. This was very good. Thank you, Toriyama.
I think I shit my pants.
Okay, so I expect this entry to be relatively short, and I could have just put it on a lightning round, but I kind of felt as though maybe I should talk about it a little bit, just to also give some background on it. Spy Family, Code White, finally got around to watching it properly. Spy Family is a weird series to me in my sort of scenario. Mainly that it is like probably my favorite comedy sort of series, right? Like my comedy, manga, and anime, all that. Probably my favorite, right? Love it a lot. I have the manga on the shelf. You can't see it, but it is over there. It's way over there, right? Basically in the corner. Like that shelf right there, that you know, the brown shelf right there, right in the corner, right? But love the series a lot. I read through a shit ton of the manga back when the first episode dropped. Like I watched the first episode and then read a shit ton of it afterwards. And my intention was actually to read it before it even came out. Like I was gonna read it a year prior, right? I didn't even know the anime was coming out until like after the fact, right? Of like knowing that I wanted to read it because I had heard people talking about it. This was a series that I wanted to check out for a while, and I only checked out after the first episode. I like it a lot, right? I made a whole ass video on it. I think the video was a bit unnecessary in a sense, and I used the word peak, and I'm not big about using the word peak unless I do truly mean it. So that was a moment where I was like, you know, almost this YouTuber symbiote like took over, and I didn't focus on when and where I should use the word peak. But I mean, I guess for me it is still my favorite of a comedy series, right? I like it a lot. I never did sit down and watch through the rest of season 1 though. Well, actually, okay, that's a lie. I watched through a few of the episodes, then kind of stopped for a bit, and I only really saw the rest when other people were watching them, right? When friends were watching it, or if my brother was watching it, I watched it via that, right? I think after like episode 6, where like the punches, right? That was what I wanted to watch up to. And then after that, I was pretty much done. Not for any bad reason. This is just an issue that I've seen other people have. You read a manga for the series, you're excited to see the anime, and then you don't continue watching. Like, I did not watch the Shibuya arc for Jujutsu until my friends were watching it. Like, my friends were watching it dubbed and everything, and that's the only way I watched it. Well, I guess also one of them did watch it subbed as it was coming out, but still, both were essentially the ways that I watched that. I could have just sat down and watched it myself. I really like that arc, but for some reason I was like, I read it, so I mean, I should get to it at some point, but you know, for today, I'm fine, and I did that over and over again. And it was the same thing for Spy Family. I had read pretty, like, where Spy Family is right now, I think episode-wise, I could be wrong, is roughly up to what I've read to, right? And I did not watch a single fucking season because I kind of sat there and went, you know, maybe not today. I've seen it like already in terms of manga, so I'll get to it like eventually. But you know, for now I'm okay. It kept happening. I think at some point I might have actually finished the first part of season 1. I think actually the first part of season 1, like the first core, I did finish because I do remember going through a lot of that. So I think I did finish the first core. The second core, I did not. Yes, actually, I know this is a bit on the spot right now, but I am remembering that's exactly what it was. Finished the first core, didn't finish the second, didn't watch season 2, didn't watch season 3. Because again, read all of it. But this is why it's mostly not on a lightning round sort of thing. Code White. This was a brand new movie coming out, and I'm like, oh shit, brand new movie? You know, like very likely written by the author. I actually don't fully know if it was, but I'm assuming as much, right? All this could be fun, right? And I'm like, shit, I love watching anime movies, especially in theaters and all that. Fuck yeah, let me do that. Then I ran into an issue. It did get brought over in theaters and everything, all that. But it came with the issue of not only being delayed between Japan and here by like, I think a decent amount of time. It might have only been like a month or two, but I think it was more. It also came with the fun package. I think it was delayed for a while because this was coming out in like winter for Japan, whereas we got it like spring, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe it was like February. Maybe we did get it in winter. I don't know. I don't fully remember when this came out. But what I do remember is that I was ready to go watch this in theater. So like, cool. Me and my brother will go. It'll be a fun time. We'll just have some nice fun watching this movie, right? It'll be a good amount of laughs throughout the whole thing. It was available in 2 theaters. Like, 2 entire theaters. Not even in the city or anything like that. Just 2 theaters over here. And I was just like, okay. That's cool. Great. Like, that kind of upset me because I was just like, okay. So, that's not an option. That just ruined any chance of going to see that movie in theaters. I guess I'll just wait for it to come out, you know, digitally. And I did. Hell, it came out and I totally forgot, and I only remembered to watch it last year. And now that I've watched it, I'm gonna be so for real, I don't mind that I didn't go. Not as a bad thing, because I think this movie is pretty fucking good, right? I think it is constantly delivering on its comedy, and it is still very funny, much like the actual series. But I have a critique for it. And this is a very, very strong critique that I want to give it. It feels like a really long episode. I know that sounds weird in a sense, because inherently you could argue that's what a movie is. But I'm saying that as, like, genuinely there doesn't feel, outside of a plot that very clearly, you know, goes up, then down with its plot points and everything and all that, you know, it reaches the climax as it goes down, all that. Outside of the simple formula that a movie needs to have, it just kind of felt like an episode that normally would be like, you know, 3 or 4 parts, and like an arc, essentially, literally the arcs that they have in the series, like the boat or whatever it may be, right? The whole cruise trip sort of arc. It felt like something like that, where I was just watching an arc go by, and it's like, that's cool, I like it, and it's drawn really fucking well, but it didn't feel that insane to me, right? And here's the thing, I have plenty of anime movies I've talked about before that I've had, like, you know, phenomenal sort of experiences with in this regard, regardless of digital or in theaters. There's another one on this list that I'm going to be talking about that's like that, but I just don't think this one did it for me. Like, I don't know that I would have been disappointed to watch this in theaters, but I just think that if I did, it would feel like a little bit of a letdown, because at the end of the day, it's not too much different than the show itself, than the manga itself, anything like that, right? It's just kind of same old, right? And it's like, I don't know. I partially expected more, and I don't mind that it, you know, it was what it was, right? It's still very enjoyable by all means. But outside of that, yeah, it was okay. But still, great soundtrack, you know, great visuals on it. Generally, it is presented very well, and the comedy on it is still top notch. I just don't know if it needed the whole movie experience in a sense, in the way that it was, solely because it didn't feel like one fully. Like, I guess inherently it would have to be for something this original, but I don't know, I feel like we've lost the art of OVAs and stuff like that, although I guess those technically also count. It's weird to say. Okay, here comes a weird section of the video, because this isn't like the lightning round stuff, and this isn't the usual sort of section we have on here. I kind of just wanted to do it this time because I had a lot I wanted to talk about in this regard, and I guess back when I made this section, I expected to record some of this earlier, and also some of it was just unknown in terms of dates, so I didn't realize that I actually wouldn't be recording any of it before the actual games or animes or whatever it may be came out, all that sort of shit. But I guess we're going to. Anyways, let's talk about game and anime and all that announcements. Again, weird section to have on here, but there's a lot of big stuff I wanted to talk about. Originally, when I made this section, I wanted to talk about stuff like Prime 4, right? Which I was really excited for. And, you know, I like Prime games. I like Metroid games. Like all that shit, right? But, thing is with that, I was going to talk about this by essentially just mentioning my hype for like, oh, you know, I'm excited to see what they do here and all that. But I didn't realize when this game was coming out. And it's already out. And I'm a little disappointed, I suppose, by what I've been hearing with it, because I don't have it yet, right? I personally wanted to wait till potentially having a Switch 2 to have it, because it's like I wanted the best experience, right? For something like Prime 4, I wanted the absolute best experience. And then the game came out prior to all of that, and yeah, I don't know. Everything I've heard has made me kind of disappointed, and it's weird because I feel like I've always had a gut feeling about games when they come out, you know, whether or not I should be excited, right? It's been this weird sort of just experience, and I know it's something that a lot of people have, but still. Prime 4, I never really felt like that, but it's weird because it almost seems like I did, right? I was excited for Prime 4, but I wasn't sure what it was going to be like in terms of just what I was seeing, and it almost made me feel a little bored at times. Not really like there was gameplay where, you know, you have Samus running around shooting new enemies, going through these like huge forest sort of areas. I'm like, this looks sick. But then there were also clips occasionally that just kind of made me sit there and look at it and go, huh, like this will probably be pretty interesting when I get around to it, but this doesn't seem too insane right now. And I feel like that's the consensus I've heard a lot for Prime 4, is a lot of it is just like, yeah, no, if you like Prime games, you're gonna like this game, right? But not a lot of it really vibes well for a lot of people, it seems, right? It just seems like, yeah, it's neat, but it's nothing extreme, and it very clearly needed a bit more time in the oven, which is kind of unfortunate because it was delayed for so long and all this and had to be redone and everything, that both you can feel it, and then also, you know, people mentioning the fact that it's like there would have been an issue potentially if they delayed it more, because then, you know, it's a game that just keeps getting delayed, right? And that doesn't look good. But yeah, I don't know. I was hoping for better in terms of, you know, what I had seen and heard. Maybe at some point I will play it and, you know, properly form my own opinion. But we'll get there when we get there. Another very sad announcement was, yeah, we have to talk about it. Kiwami free. Okay. There's obvious stuff to talk about actor-wise, I know, and I'm fully acknowledging that, and I am disappointed in RGG for that, obviously. But I thought to myself, maybe this could be neat, in terms of like the Mine stuff, right? Because, listen, I like Free a lot for Mine. I think Mine is probably my favorite villain in the Yakuza / Like a Dragon games, right? So Mine, you know, having his own side story sort of thing was exciting. Like I think prior to all the, you know, news and everything, I was very excited for this remake. I thought this game absolutely needs it, right? It'd be great to have a remake, and then also it comes with a Mine side story. This is phenomenal, right? When I did not know any better about the situation or whatever it may be, right? Literally, night of it being announced, I was like, oh, this is beautiful, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, they changed out actors and everything, but that's fine, you know. Some of the actors are probably busy, right? Everybody's doing their own roles and everything, like all this, like they're literally mocapping some of them, right? I understand why Rikia's might not be in there, like from, you know, Free over to this remake, because it's like, well, he was also in 6 and everything, and he was outright an actor who was like, you know, mocapped, all that, or not, I guess less mocapped, but face captured, right? So it's understandable, right? But after all of that, and then just hearing more about it, of like seeing, oh yeah, no, gameplay mechanics are still the same, enemies still guard a lot, lighting in some areas, not really great, general texture quality of stuff, not really great, and then the most disappointing thing of all, I'm just gonna outright say it, brand new endings. this is something that I wouldn't have been entirely upset about in some regard, right? Because this is something I want to point out, right? I see people getting upset about one detail, and I want to point it out for this one detail and not the others, just this one detail. I see people getting upset about something they did with the ending, right? And I just want to point it out as vaguely as I can. Infinite Wealth showed a character in a bar. Specifically Infinite Wealth, not 7, Infinite Wealth showed a character in a bar. I think it's fairly obvious that anyone else... I'm not going to continue. I'm just making that clear, right? I felt like that plot point was fine. Whatever. You made it clear that... But when I learned about the rest, and I saw the rest, I was very disappointed. And I see people blaming this on Yokoyama, I believe, and mentioning the fact that, oh yeah, I mean this is his writing, this is what he does, you know, with his stuff and everything when he's trying to write this game and when Nagoshi's not on board. And it's like, I think we're being a little bit extreme right now. I think we're just letting our anger control our words, because I hate to break it to you, if this is really going to bother you that much, he's been working on the story, like actively a director of the story and everything, since the third game. Like the original that we're talking about that now feels like it's sullied, he was pretty much in charge of that shit. And you might point out, well, Nagoshi, yeah, he took kind of a back seat. Like, he was still actively helping out, but he took kind of a back seat based on what was said by him. Literally, he has been in charge of these games that you enjoy. Like, I don't want to make this a whole thing, but I'm just kind of trying to make it clear. He is not entirely to blame in a sense, because it's like, oh yeah, he's like ruined the story because now he's in charge. No, that has never been the case. It's just writers have their, maybe not writers, but directors, writers, anybody has their moments where they slip up. They make something that's not great. That happens, right? Like, listen, if this is a common trend, and I know what was said, I know that we're going to get more Kiwami games, and now there's going to be a timeline for that, and that sounds like shit, right? I will agree, that sounds like shit. But I think entirely blaming that on a director who made a slip up here and wants to make more with that, but doesn't realize the flaws of it, or whatever it may be, the how far people are willing to go with this is kind of fucking insane. Like, guys, we are this is another Sega franchise. We're starting to sound like the other fandoms that you know, Sega has, and listen, I'm part of some of those as well, in a sense of being a fan of those series but not participating in that same shit. Let's not reach that point. I know we've kind of been barreling down towards it, but let's not reach that point, please, because this is just rough. This is just rough, man. Still, I was excited for Kiwami Free. Turned out to be pretty disappointing. I'm probably not going to pick it up ever. It's just unfortunate. I would have loved a remake for the third game, but it is how it is, and I'm not looking forward to the rest of the Kiwami games because, yeah, it's going to change continuity and all that, but I guess that's just how it is now. That's fun. So let's spice this up with some better news. There was a game that was announced that I'm very excited for, but actually thinking about it, let's talk about a different one first that I'm also excited for, because I want to save that other one for last. Thinking about it, I want to save that one for last. Let's save that. Let's talk about Tokon. In the middle of my fucking Deltarune stream last year, Tokon got announced. Marvel Tokon. We were talking about Marvel earlier. I want to talk about that now because I pointed out I'm a big MVC guy, right? So you show me, oh yeah, Arc System is making a, you know, Marvel fighting game. I'm in. That's all I need to hear. I'm in. Fighters is literally my favorite. right? Like, not just one of, it's my favorite. And then they're working on, yeah, sure, okay. And I also like Strive, not as much as some other people, but I like Strive. Sure, I'm in, right? I am very excited about Pokemon. I like that it's going off a team system for the characters that are announcing and everything. I think choices so far are very dynamic and really good. They got Magic in there. I'm fucking hyped. And also Spider-Man's gonna have a team, which might mean Venom. I might be able to run Venom and Magic. I'm pretty damn hyped. This looks really nice, and I'm glad they're listening to what people want changes-wise, and they're making sure to change stuff up so that it's good. Oof. I have not been excited for a fighting game in a while. I think obviously since Fighters. I've not felt that excitement in a while. I'm feeling it right now. My only complaint is that I wish there was more characters, right? For a fighting game where it's going to be 4v4, I feel like you kind of need more than just, like, I think they said 20 or something like that. It's like, that's a little bit low of a number. That's kind of low, right? I wish there was some more than just 20. And I know there'll be DLC, obviously, but I kind of wish they just weren't, you know, excluded into the DLC realm and were just in the actual game. Like, I'd even take, like, I don't know, 12 more, right? 12 more would feel like enough at the bare minimum, right? I feel like 20, it's a little bit tight on number. But outside of that, still very excited for that game. Can't wait for it to come out. Let's talk about the last game thing, though, because this is probably the most important. I don't think there's any others, unless I'm forgetting one. There is something I could talk about, but I'll talk about it in a later section when I actually have to talk about the game related. Tomodachi Life. I want to point out, when this was announced, I'm so glad I get to talk about this and it's not out yet. Like, it's out next month, which I'm excited for. But I get to talk about this, and it's not even out yet, so I get to share my excitement properly. Fuck yeah. This is probably going to take up the most of this section because I have a lot to say here. And this section isn't even done yet because I have anime stuff to talk about. Very minimal, but anime stuff to talk about. Here's the thing with Tomodachi Life for me, right? I played this game pretty much when it launched, right? Like on the 3DS and everything. At least I think within like a few months of it or something. This was like pretty damn early in terms of playing that, right? I have been hooked on this game for years. I have gone back to it several times. I was talking about earlier with ReZero reading sessions where I would, like, you know, after the stream, I'd go and play Marvel Rivals or the other game, right? In between my breaks, if you would like to know what I did between the breaks of those reading sessions where I'm like, okay, 15-minute break, right? Have my drink, enjoy my drink, right? Like my water, all that. And then what I would do is I would pick up my 3DS off my desk. It would be sitting there. And I'd go sit on my bed and just play that for the next 10 minutes while just refreshing myself. That's all I did. I played Tomodachi Life that whole time. I fucking love this game, right? I've played it for years. I have added random characters way in the past, right? And then sometimes also friends. And then as time went on, it kind of became more focused on like OC stuff and everything. And, you know, by OC stuff, the obvious answer being the 3-letter series that you should obviously guess by now if you know me. But it eventually became that. Miitopia came out on the 3DS. I played that a shit ton with random characters. And then it came out on the Switch. And then I did the OC thing again, right? Especially because that added a lot more variety. I love me content that Nintendo produces in this regard, right? I think it is really fun because when they are willing to push the boundaries of how creative they want to be with it, it becomes very addicting, right? And like, I have played Tomodachi Life for like over a decade now. Like, I fucking love this game, right? So, in that regard, right? There's Nintendo Direct before the Switch 2, you know, Direct, which is obviously going to have Switch 2 games, which I was surprised that people didn't know that it was going to be, Switch 2 games are announced on Switch 2 Direct, right? I said that a little bit weirdly, but you know what I mean. Like, I was a little bit floored by that because some people were like, oh, there's no big game announcements on this like Direct outside of like these couple exceptions, and I'm just like, yeah, because they're probably saving it up for the Switch 2. Like, I don't want to be an ass here, but like, they're probably saving it up to announce on the new console, because they're not just going to announce the new console and that's it. They have to announce games with it. Otherwise, it looks like shit, right? But Direct before the Switch 2 Direct, I'm watching. There's some fun announcements in there, right? Some cool stuff. I think they also showed off a bit more Prime 4 gameplay with it, so that was fun. And then they're about to end it off, and I'm curious as to what they're going to end it off with, right? And the way it looks is like an island, and I'm thinking, oh, this is Animal Crossing, and it has to be, right? Like, it's probably Animal Crossing, it can't be anything else. And then I shit you not, this is how I figured it out. I'm not joking here. They show someone relaxing on a nice, chair folded out by the beach and everything. And I'm just like looking at it, I'm like, yeah, this is probably Animal Crossing. That looks like a relatively big character, large head, everything, smaller body, all that. And then they fart. And I kid you not, them doing that led me to go, no fucking way. Like, that clued me in. Because I was used to that for Tomodachi Life. And I knew immediately, holy shit, it's Tomodachi Life. Holy shit, it's Tomodachi Life. I started freaking the fuck out. All the Miis looked great. They looked like I had way more customization. I was so fucking excited. And this was like the one time where I was sitting there with a game where I was like, please, listen, Nintendo. Or like at least like, later on, right? Not when this was announced, but later on, when a lot of stuff was coming out and people felt disappointed, right? Like Mario Kart, Mario Kart Tour, I remember people being like kind of disappointed by. They were expecting more out of it, right? Prime 4 we talked about, all that. I kind of just sat there after a while like, please, Nintendo, let this just be the game that you pop off on. Do not hold back. Go off. Then they had their Direct all about it, which some people were surprised they did. I'm gonna be real with you. They had a Direct about the original Tomodachi Life. Of course they had a Direct here. It's a popular game. But they have the whole Direct for Living the Dream. And I am stunned the whole time. I am like legitimately, the customization. Just me customization alone. Them showing, oh, you could draw, like on your Miis and everything. And I'm like, Nintendo, you can't do that. Nintendo, I'm going to be making so many fucking ADT characters. It's going to take me so long to actually play the actual game. It's like, I'm going to be making more of my time is going to be focused on making these characters than actually playing the game. And I'm just like, oh, fuck, you can't do that. No, do not. And I was so excited about that. And then they showed that they aren't cowards because they potentially heard people doubting them. And they were like, oh, yeah, you want to doubt us? You want to doubt us on what we promised? Okay, fuck you. Right off the bat, they show off, yeah, your Mii can date whoever they're interested in. Men, women, non-binary. They can also be any of those. They can be none of those. They can be interested in none of them. And I looked at that and I went, and listen, I'm gonna be real here. I'm gonna keep it as blunt as possible. I am a straight white man. But I'm also very open in terms of, everybody, I guess not just in my community, but just around the world and everything like that, But I'm a straight white man. Technically speaking, for me, this should not affect anything. But I like that they are willing to include that a lot. I do genuinely think, and listen, I know getting real here is something people might not want, because usually stuff like videos and everything are supposed to, cheer you up and not have you focus too much on the reality of the world. But considering the times, it's nice that Nintendo was willing to do this, right? I think genuinely the fact that they were willing to go that far is a huge deal, right? It shows a lot. It shows that they are willing to acknowledge this sort of thing. And I'm just very happy about that. I'm very happy they were willing to go that far. But, you know, calming it down from that and everything, yeah, there's a lot to this that I'm so, like, excited for. The island, you can expand the island in whatever way you want. You can make all sorts of buildings. You can... There's so much customization to this game. And it's crazy. And you can edit outfits and stuff like that. You could draw on them, whatever it may be. Like, Nintendo, you can't do this. You can't do this to me. Because I'm going to spend way too much time on this game. Nothing that comes out either later this year or next year, or maybe nothing that comes out in the next decade is going to matter because I'm going to be playing this. And here's the thing. I know the big critique people have is that you can't get Miis from online. Now, I understand why, because let's look at Air Ride. Let's look at Miitopia. Let's look at what people were getting ready for Tomodachi Life. They were outright tweeting about getting ready for Tomodachi Life. Are we surprised? Like, listen, I'm disappointed too, but are we surprised? Still, I can understand the complaints. I can get it. I see where they're coming from, and I fully understand it. For me, I'm making custom stuff as is. That was my intention from the get-go, and I'm excited to do so. I do think it's a little bit, I'm going to say shitty in a sense, to word it as that, like, the whole online feature was the drawing point of Tomodachi Life, because it's like, no, I think both Tomodachi Life and Miitopia had a plethora of people that didn't draw from online stuff, right? There were a lot that did, but there's also a lot that made their own OCs, that made their friends and them, right? Those people don't need the online feature for this to work, right? And I think for a lot of this game, it's just going to work out, right? I do think it would have been nice to potentially have, like, the ID system in there, right? So that just, like, yeah, you have to get the ID and then put that, like, character in. I think that could have worked, even though it would potentially still present the same problem. But that could have been the solution. Still, outside of that, which is a bit disappointing, I suppose. Not for me, but I do understand it for everybody else. I'm absurdly excited for this game, right? I can't fucking wait. I am going to be so happy next month. I'm going to be spending way too much time on this next month. I hope it doesn't delay any reading sessions because of that, right? Especially because by that point, if the Xenoverse video really is out and everything, like, prior to that, if I can manage to actually, you know, get it out before that, right? A lot of my time is going to be dedicated to that, right? That video is going to keep me chained down until, you know, it's done, and then I can just hop on, like, Tomodachi Life for the rest of the month. Obviously joking, I'm going to prioritize a lot of stuff with the channel and ADT and all that, but I'm noting it as, I think a lot of my game time and relax time is all going to be on that. Can't wait for that game. Hi, random jump cut here. I know this is going to be a little confusing because I don't know why I'm wearing a different shirt. When this section is done, you'll understand why, essentially. Not this specific part, I'm saying this section as a whole, the game announcement stuff and anime announcement stuff as a whole. When that's over, you'll understand why. Anyways, more importantly, I'm doing this now because I totally forgot to fucking talk about this. Siren. I literally play the clip, me editing this video. Another banger series, absolutely worthy of my top 10. Love this fucking series. I really wish it didn't get axed because it's so damn good. And unfortunately, that probably means it's never getting an adaptation or anything like that. I know adaptations are mainly just a way to get the manga to sell, but probably never getting that. Who knows? Maybe I'll jinx it. I hope so. Yeah, so I said that, right? I said that there was essentially, like, no shot, but it would be interesting if it got an anime. I just wouldn't expect it because it got axed, you know, and that's kind of why it had to be rushed towards the end. I said that in a half-joking, half-serious sort of manner, right? Of like, yeah, that'd be cool, though I would, you know, really want it. Yeah, we're getting it. Literally, details about it are going to happen, like, same weekend, essentially, that this is going up, right? We are going to get details about this whole thing, right? About the anime for Siren. And then on top of that, to my knowledge, I think it might be coming out this year. It might have been next year, but I think it was announced for this year. Fucking, I don't know, just out of nowhere. It's here. It's actually happening. I am really stoked for that. I fucking love Siren. I mean, you know, now it's actually on the shelf, which I think it might have been last time. I don't fully remember. If it wasn't, it is now. Doesn't matter. But yeah, I really fucking like this series, so I am actually glad that this is happening. Supposedly this was either leaked or announced earlier than that, and this is just like the trailer was, you know, dropped, this teaser trailer sort of thing. So I don't know how necessarily true that is, but apparently that had happened, right? And I mean, neat, but I only found out because of the teaser trailer, and that was one of the coolest ways to find out, right? It's like I heard people talk about new Hitman Reborn sort of thing. I'm like, oh, that's interesting, you know. I do need to get back to that at some point, right? Because it's like I had watched that way back when, and I do not remember very much about it at all. And I think what, you know, didn't help with that is the fact of like how Hitman Reborn's first like 20 episodes are or something like that, right? But while I was looking at news about that, you know, I see the stuff about Siren. I'm like, there's no fucking shot. Yeah, no, we're getting an anime. I'm probably not going to react to it or anything like that. I think I'm just going to, you know, watch it as is. You know, all simple sort of thing. I think unlike a lot of shows where I'm like, oh, you know, I'm not sure about watching the rest, like Spy Family that I talked about earlier. You know, that sort of thing of like, well, I don't know about watching it because I've read it, right? Having that sort of experience. For this, it's a little different because it's like, well, I've already read it, but I really fucking like this story a lot. And, you know, I'd love to have that refresher to just be like, you know what? No, I want to experience this again. You know, I want to be able to see everything just animated in there. I want to see these cool ass powers. I want to see this interesting story about time travel and all that. It sounds like fun to just go through again. And you know, I'm curious to see all the like VAs they pick for all these characters and everything. I think it'll be really cool. So I probably will actually sit my ass down and watch this. And just in general, I really like this series, right? So it makes sense. Obviously, I like all these other series, but this is like, oh, this is a huge deal, right? But yeah, very excited about that. Anyways, me from the current game announcement, anime announcement stuff will take over from here. And now that I've had a moment to breathe, let's talk about the animes. Not much to say, but I have a few things to talk about. Obviously, we have ReZero next month. Very excited for that. And out of nowhere, Dorohedoro, which got a random Season 2 announcement like last year, also was randomly announced at the start of this year. Yeah, by the way, April 1st. And it was just like, okay. Alright, sure. I guess we have our date for Dorohedoro. That was out of nowhere. But the big one I want to talk about, given how important it is to me as a series and everything, is Fist of the North Star. That got announced and we, you know, had this remake on the way. And then we've finally seen it. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I had a different opinion if I had made this video earlier, right? Because at first I didn't mind entirely how it looked, and I was like, well, the first trailer is hard to tell, but the second trailer makes it look better. But now we have a third trailer showing the Fang Clan arc, and yeah, I'm now down to being iffy. It's entirely CGI, which I don't think CGI is necessarily bad, or I guess CG rather. I don't think it's entirely bad, right? I mean, I literally just talked about Dorohedoro. There are countless series that have that working really well. I also think it's silly that people want to say that it looks like Berserk 2016. I don't think you've sat down and watched Berserk 2016. If you are saying that, I genuinely don't think you have watched it. Because there's a huge difference between the quality of that and this, right? And just in general, saying like that whole sort of thing of CG animes are always like that, because I've seen some people try and say that. Trigun, Dorohedoro, Beastars. I could keep going, but like, just off that alone, Really? Really? Still, it does disappoint me to see people saying that. But now that we have another trailer, I kind of see where at least some of the frustration is coming from. Because with the first trailer, I was iffy, right? I wasn't sure about a CG remake, but it didn't look the worst at times, and at other times it looked kind of rough. Second trailer comes out, looks better, right? You know, showing Ken and Shin and all that, and it's like, okay, yeah, this looks much better. There are times where it does look rough, but someone worded it perfectly in a comment of the action looks great, the slower moments like talking and everything, a little bit more rough, right? And now that we have the Fang Clan trailer, I don't know how I feel. It comes out, I think, next month, and I mean, I'll watch it regardless. But right now, I'm kind of iffy. I would have had a lot more praises to say if it was just the second trailer, and that's as far as it went. But it's further than that now, and shit, they're going even farther, evident by the fact that they announced VAs for Rao and Toki and Jaggy. They're going past that arc. So I don't know what's in store. I don't know what it's going to look like. I'm hoping for the best in a sense, but I don't know. It's potentially going to be a little rough, and it worries me a bit. And also the fact that it is, I think, exclusive to Amazon is a bit fucked up. Like, all right, so not a lot of people are going to be watching it as is, right? I don't know. We'll see. I'll have my own opinions when it actually comes out, and I'll probably, unless it's atrocious and I have to make a video on it, I think I'll probably just talk about it on next year's video. But that's about all I really have to say for all that. But speaking of Fist of the North Star,
Don't turn your back on me! You're already dead.
I can 100% assure you that this section and every other section after this of the video was not recorded on a different day. I don't know why you would have any suspicions that they would be, but I can utmost assure you that it was not a different day at all that I'm making this. Surely. Alright, so I wasn't actually sure if I was going to make this a section of the video in general, because this is kind of a weird thing to talk about. Fist of the North Star spin-offs, quote unquote. I'm not talking like Blue Sky, because I've already gone through Blue Sky and all that. I'm more so talking about like the OVAs that have come out that either recap the series in a weird way that I'll get to in a moment, and honestly, it's kind of just included in here because it's something that I did with my pal that also I'll talk about in a minute. The live action movie of Fist of the North Star that came out at this point like several decades ago. But let's rewind all the way, shall we? So normally this would have been on maybe last year's video, potentially even the year before that. Essentially, me and my good pal King Nut, we got a big old wheel, and we like to spin that wheel and watch whatever we get. He has some shows on there, I have some shows on there. That's how it works. Honestly, there are times where there were some entries in the past where that happened. Hell, there's a chance you might recall this, because when I talked about Dorohedoro, that was that wheel. When I talked about Kill la Kill, that was that wheel. All sorts of other entries that have been in here have been from that wheel, right? We also did have another pal of ours, Shishi, in on it, but eventually it was just kind of hard to get all three of us together at the same time. So, I mean, he ended up just watching stuff on his own, and then it was just the two of us. You know, he might be watching this, and now it's a little awkward to mention it, because it's like, I'm like, hey, you know, that happened, right? And I don't hold any, it's weird to say, I don't hold any, like, grudge or anything towards that. You know, it was fine that happened. I'm just noting that for the sake of explaining how this whole wheel works. Anyways, part of that wheel is that me and him are big fans of Fist of the North Star. One of his favorite series, and literally my favorite series, right? But there was something that I always wanted to try for the longest while, because I don't feel like I can call myself a real dedicated fan if I don't go through the random OVAs that were made. Now, would I normally say that in any circumstance that isn't a joke? Probably not. I probably wouldn't normally say that. I'd probably just end up saying that, no, I'm not going to watch those OVAs, because they just recapped the series, and there's no point to actually watching them outside of, yeah, they're cool. But it was really funny to do so. So me and him sat down and pretty much watched all of these. Every single one that either recapped the series or talked about something that happens after the series or before the series starts. All this shit. We also watched the Rao OVA. I forgot to actually bring that one up, but the Dark King Rao OVA. We watched that. Pretty much everything, right? Everything that was available there, we watched. I kept the live action thing a secret from him. I kind of censored it for a while so I didn't let him know. And it was almost perfect. It was so fucking perfect. The only thing I let him know was like a couple days before we were going to watch it. I brought up to him that it is not this Jaggy Gaiden that he thought it was, right? Because I pointed out that, no, Jaggy Gaiden has never been adapted, right? It's just been a manga. So that made it like a little bit more obvious. I was still like, oh yeah, it could be something else entirely. And same day, the same day he is coming home and he's like, all right, we're going to watch this once I get back. And I'm like, all right, cool, got it. Same day he's driving home. You know, I think he stopped somewhere and I get a question out of nowhere on Discord mentioning, hey, isn't there like a live action movie to Fist of the North Star? I was so pissed when I saw that text because I'm like, we were so close. We were so fucking close. I almost surprised him with it. Damn it. Huh. But anyways, let me talk about the OVAs first. So, it's fairly simple to really say. These are just recapped OVAs, but they add in brand new content out of nowhere. And the new content is really strange to me. They have a bunch of characters that they kind of throw in for, like, essentially Rao, right? A lot of the time it's characters that are affiliated with Rao, and they're seen with the original, like, Dark King OVA stuff, but even that doesn't even feel like it explains too much. Like, it's a clear thing of, okay, these are people he's known for a while, and then we go through the Dark King stuff and learn more about them, and then we go through the OVAs and see more with them and whatever it may be. But, like, they're such weird additions. It feels like they were trying to make Rao seem more human, I guess, in a sense. But, like, here's the thing, right? The way Fist of the North Star is written, Rao is a villain, right? 100%. Everything that he kind of does with his army, yeah, absolutely, he's a villain. But you learn as you get to the end that, no, he does have more of a heart to him, right? He's not a soulless being. He's not this soulless, like, monster that some of the others, like, villains might feel like, right? Or he's not a soulless monster that some of the other villains might feel like, right? He is genuinely, you know, a kind person in a sense. It's buried in there, but it's buried behind all this violent bullshit he's doing, right? It's this belief that strength is everything to him, and therefore, you know, all that's casted aside, but it's still technically there, right? It's an important message for Rao. So, having these characters in there, it's a little silly because it feels like it's trying to show, no, look, he has friends and people he cares about and all this. And, you know, there's this rage when something happens with them or whatever it may be, but it's like, yeah, but we know that he can feel angry. We know that he can feel sad and all this. We see that in the original series. These characters aren't necessary. They are random additions that don't add anything to this whole thing. Rao is, like, usually the most entertaining part of all this, like, OVA stuff that involves him because he's Rao. He's fucking cool, right? But these two schmucks, they don't matter. I did not care about them even once, right? And that's crazy. Rao is my favorite character, right? I should care about characters that are affiliated with him, but I didn't. I didn't at all. These characters were nothing. It just, like, I know I feel like I'm being a little harsh here with it, right? I'm not trying to shit on this actively. It just felt like a lot of the time where we were watching this stuff, it was weird. It felt like there was a lot of time being taken away from showing some of the stuff involving the arc and maybe fleshing out more with the characters there, some of that was taken away in favor of random stuff that happens with these characters. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know that I vibe with that. That feels really damn weird. And also on that topic, let's talk about the essentially prequel OVA. It's weird to kind of name it, but it's essentially an OVA that happens before the start of the series, but like still post-apocalyptic, and it's Ken helping out a whole bunch of people, and it's neat for what it's going for, I guess, in a sense. Like, it's very simple, and because it's early Ken, they can't do, you know, too extreme stuff with him, right? They can't have him know the shit that he knows later, right, in terms of techniques and everything. That makes sense, but very simple. It's as if, like, the first episode of Fist of the North Star as is, or like the first few chapters of it, were kind of extended into this long movie. It's neat. There's some alright stuff that happens throughout it. I don't think it's necessarily too great, but it was an okay time until the wildest thing ever. I'm gonna spoil the end of this because I might as well. It's fucking insane. Essentially, we get to the end, right? And it's the usual thing. Ken beats the villain and all that. Yeah, like, you know, people in the village celebrate because now whatever it may be is fixed. And it works out pretty great. And then the whole city gets bombed. Like, I shit you not, that whole area is just wiped off the map. And I need to preface this once again that I am like 90% sure this is already like post-apocalyptic stuff. Like, this is post what happens with Shin and everything. Therefore, that's already post what happens with Toki. And therefore, that's already post-apocalyptic, right? But out of nowhere, this whole place is just gone. Everybody dead except for Ken. And, you know, him, like, screaming in anguish is, like, the last thing there. And it's such a bizarre finale. Do I think it was good for doing that? No, not really. It's such a weird choice, right? I don't know if I actually fuck with it that much. It was kind of strange. But, I mean, way to surprise, you know, me and my pal. That was a good way of just completely getting us out of it, out of nowhere. You know, we were feeling bored at a certain point, so it did its job to get us back in, I guess. But let's talk about the opposite end of the spectrum here. Shin Hokuto no Ken, or New Fist of the North Star. This is essentially a, I think, light novel turned into a proper OVA sort of thing, but essentially it is a follow-up to the whole series, right? The Fist of the North Star as a whole. Now, whether or not it's canon, I'm not entirely sure. It's weird to say canon, right, in this case, because it's like, it was, you know, written by Buran-san, and like also Tetsuo Hara did, I think, the cover art and potentially more art in there. I don't know if there's actually more art in it, right, in the actual book. But, so it was done by the both of them, I'm pretty damn sure. But I have no idea if this is something that would really matter, technically timeline-wise. Again, it's a strange thing to say in a sense, but that's just kind of the field we're in with Fist of the North Star, right? Anyways, Shin Hokuto no Ken, or New Fist of the North Star, is a very interesting entry. Here's the thing, right? For a lot of these OVAs, I won't lie, we were kind of bored. Like, there was some cool stuff in some of them. I will admit, the Souther one, when they weren't showing the stuff with, like, Raoul and the random 2 that they decided to add in, right, and all that sort of shit. When they were actually showing some of the stuff with Souther, even though I think the OVA style, this is something else I should mention, I think the OVA style looks kind of rough. It feels like they're trying to replicate Tetsuo Hara's art, but at the same time, they're not quite nailing it, and it doesn't look great in terms of, like, the animation. I feel like that old Toei look to it was, like, the best, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, you know, back when this was being animated, like, that sort of thing. I think you can still make it look good even now, with whatever style, right? But it's just a matter of how you adapt it. And I think when Toei did it originally, looked great. Here, this is kind of rough, right? In terms of how it looks. But outside of that, the southern stuff in terms of the actual arc itself was cool with the OVA, right? I should mention that. But the extra bits and details that they've added with the OVAs kind of bored us out. And the Dark King OVA, I'm not gonna lie, I could have talked about that a little bit more in depth, but really there wasn't much to say. Me and him we were just completely out of it with that whole thing. It was not great, I won't lie, right? And it sucks because it's the whole story about Rao, but I did not feel too strongly about it. I think I passed out at one point for like 10 minutes. It wasn't that great, right? I know I keep saying that, but that's just how it was. However, all of that in mind, Shin Hokuto no Ken really found a way to just reel us back in. Do I think it was particularly strong with its plot or anything like that? No, right? Once again, this is another entry where I'm like, this is a weird sort of thing they did. It's alright, right? It's decent, but I don't think the plot is necessarily insane like I feel with proper Festa of the North Star as is, like the original, right? But man, oh man, did they have some interesting stuff here. I will note, I did like how it looked better, right? I felt like, you know what, the style's a little bit better here, right? Still not perfect, but we're getting there, right? We're getting to something that's unique and also feels like the series. That's good. Soundtrack, great, right? I think this OVA actually had some really good OSTs to it. It was real damn nice in that regard, right? And then voice acting. Voice acting was pretty damn good. I never would have expected to hear Takahiro Koyasu voice like Kenshiro or any character similar to Kenshiro at all, right? Of all characters, because here's the thing. I'm used to, you know, a lot of different voices for these characters as is because of the OVAs. And if I were to hear his voice, I would normally think Rei, right? It's just kind of by proxy of Fist of the Blue Sky and, you know, how that was handled anime-wise in a sense. On top of the fact that, no, I mean, I think he'd do pretty well as Rei. Hell, he voiced him in Ken's Rage, and he did really well there, right? So it's like, immediately I hear his voice, I go, yeah, no, he'd probably be a really great Rei. But hearing him as Ken was very surprising, and I'm not gonna lie, he's pretty fucking good. He can nail that shit pretty damn well. It's kind of a shocking thing where I feel like a lot of Ken voices are really fucking good at the role. My only critique is I think the one they had on for the OVAs didn't necessarily, you know, nail some of the yelling, some of the atas when he's punching, right? I think just voice alone in terms of the more angry moments or like talking kind of monotone and a low voice, fantastic, right? Did a great job there. I just think the atas needed some work in that regard, and from what I've seen, that is kind of the common opinion about it, is not really the best with that, right? And then also I've seen people critique Rao's voice with the OVAs, which I do agree. I think that guy sounds great, but I don't think he is perfect for the role of Rao, right? Considering all these sorts of Rao voices we've had. Listen, just a critique, just my own opinion. It means nothing at the end of the day, technically speaking. I'm just noting that, right? But still, New Fist of the North Star had some really great stuff in that regard. But when it came to its plot, again, not necessarily something that's great, but just something that's so wild, we have to just start saying, what the fuck is this? Because one of the big plot points of this movie is this, like, magic gift of these people that can, you know, produce water and all this, and this child king and whatever. There's so much insane shit that happens here, and they imply that it is not magic, but you literally see water come out of someone's hands, and then also the ability to heal people. Like, not in the same way that Ken normally does in the series, where it's like, hit that pressure point, you're healed. It's like actual, like, magic, like, put my hand on top of you, heal, like, type of shit. Right? That's what it feels like. And it's just like, okay, what the fuck is happening, right? Like at a certain point, me and Nut had to kind of question, like, what the fuck is happening here? It was really entertaining in that regard, right? We were into it because of that, but it's not necessarily good. It's just we're more so looking at it like, this is funny as shit. We have no idea what's going on, but this is funny as shit. This is comparable to the movie, which I actually didn't even speak on the movie. I've technically already watched it, and that's kind of why I didn't include it here. But he had watched it for the first time when we were doing all this, so technically speaking, I could have included it. Movie's fun. If you like Fist of the North Star, you'll probably have a great time with that. We made a lot of jokes with it, though, because Yuria has a flower at one point, and that is enough for Rao to just put her on a cross. Like, it is one of the funniest, like, drastic changes I've ever seen out of nowhere. But it felt comparable to that in terms of, like, this person can create water out of nowhere. They're very high valued, and it's like, what the fuck is happening, right? Second half of it, because there was essentially a second episode with it. It was all right, nothing too stellar. There might have even been a third. I actually forgot if it was multiple episodes. It might have been multiple. If it was multiple and I just forgot, because honestly we kind of just did it in one sitting, the rest was slightly more forgettable. All I remember was Ken encountering the dude with like long gray hair and everything, and then, you know, all the water stuff and everything and healing goes down, and then eventually Ken fights that guy, says a really fucking cool one-liner, and then makes him explode. So I mean, that OVA was more memorable than some of the rest, solely off the basis that, wow, that was fucking insane, right? But yeah, we watched all the OVAs there, so now I get to talk about the live-action movie. And what an interesting piece of media the live-action movie is. I don't even know what to necessarily say about it in a sense, because it's like, on one hand, it feels like it's trying to be faithful, right? It covers Ken's backstory. It covers Shin correctly, overall, right? Like, it covers a bunch of characters that are in there. It covers Lin, it covers Bat, it covers, you know, for some reason his name's escaping me right now. Why is it escaping me? I usually know everybody's name in the series, and I'm completely forgetting. Jackal, that's what it was. It was Jackal. I had to pull up the mobile game I used to play to figure it out again, because I'm like, I swear I know his name, I'm just forgetting it right now. Jackal, which is funny he's even in here. This isn't even, like, technically speaking, an arc that is related to him. The anime makes it seem more like that, whereas in the manga, it's post-Shin that Jackal shows up, but alright, yeah, he's in here, and one of Shin's lackeys, sure, right? I mean, I guess he technically would be in this sort of case. But it covers a lot of stuff in there, technically in a proper way, right? But then you have other aspects of it that are kind of strange. Like, I was talking about Shin, and how he's covered correctly overall. Here's the thing. They kind of establish that his style is different, like it should be, but then he does some weird shit where it's like similar to, you know, Hokuto Shinken, where it's like it kind of makes you explode, but it's like it's more like a cut for making you explode, which I guess, yeah, Nanto would kind of leave you with an open wound that would do that, but it almost looks as if it's like deflating air and not blood or anything like that. It's really strange on how it looks. They also try to say that Shin, you know, was taught by Ryuken, which is like, no, Nanto is a completely different school. Shin was somewhere else with this whole thing. If you're gonna have that, it'd be like Rao or something, or Toki, or Jaggi. One of them would make more sense there, not Shin. And there's just stuff in between that's always kind of there and makes it feel on, right? There's not a lot to really... I was going to almost say there's a lot to say about this, but no, not really. There's not a lot to say about this movie. It tries to cover the Shin arc in a very dramatic, almost like 90s movie sort of way, right? Like this 90s action movie, all that. And it's like neat for what it is, right? Again, pretty damn early, like, you know, manga slash anime adaptation into film for its time, but it's not necessarily faithful by any means. It's very interesting in terms of how it's made. I do actually really like Bat's actor's performance, which, fun fact by the way, in case you didn't know, I realized while me and my pal Nut were watching that Bat's actor in this movie sounded really familiar. I'm like, I don't know where I've heard this before, but I've heard his voice, right? And I'm like, I swear I know who this is. I just, what would it be? Like, what movie would I have heard him from, right? Because that's what I was thinking. It's like, we're watching a movie. It has to be a movie, right? No, it is not a movie at all. It is the same exact actor that voiced Zuko in The Last Airbender. And I was like floored hearing that, because I was like, oh my god, it's the exact same voice. Holy shit. Like, I realized on the spot, I'm like, oh my god, that's him. Holy shit, yeah, no, that sounds identical. What the fuck? I was just amazed that it's like, okay, yeah, no, that's someone that's familiar, right? I've heard that voice before. But wow, I did not expect it in the Fist of the North Star live action movie, so that's crazy. This is an entertaining watch, I will say. If you like Fist of the North Star, don't expect it to be faithful, right? And obviously go in expecting a silly time. But I will admit, if you are a fan of Fist of the North Star and you're willing to be a little bit more open with it, you're willing to experience something that feels just kind of funny overall, I kind of recommend this. I kind of recommend this movie. It's silly enough that it's decently enjoyable. We had a pretty great time just laughing at it, and it's a movie of its time, but it's pretty damn good just for that. Not a very good like Fist of the North Star adaptation though, by all means, no. Still, yeah, all these OVAs and the extra ones that added more onto the story and this live action movie, was anything worth it at the end of the day? Not entirely, but you know what? It was cool to have it down.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to yet again another lightning round. We got quite a few entries this time, but maybe about as much as last time. I don't fully recall. Anyways, I'm your flight man pilot guy, NIAB, and I'll be guiding you through these. So first up, we have Vinland. Didn't we cover this last time? Oh wait, there was the finale. Oh. I mean, yeah, I guess I didn't cover this when the finale dropped, but that's weird. I feel like, huh. Okay, well, I mean, that was a pretty good manga. I liked it a lot. And yeah, Finland, very nice. Next up, speaking of endings, we have Chainsaw Man Part 2. Had I been recording this earlier, this wouldn't have been on here. But I mean, it ended. So I will just list it here. I did like Part 2 quite a lot, and I know the ending definitely leaves it a bit mixed as a whole. But I actually did like the ending. I liked how what they did for the ending. You know, that was a pretty interesting sort of thing. But it's a little complicated, I guess, on my feelings on that whole thing. Anyways, this is a lightning round, so we gotta move past that. Next up we have BNA. Pretty interesting series. I like the wolf guy a lot. You know, he's just like me for real. Except for the fact, you know, he's like, you know, he has all that cool stuff he does. I'm mainly like, just like, you know, I turn into like a big werewolf too. So I'm kind of like him, you know, I'm like the alpha or the beta. Anyways, cool series. It reminded me a lot of other different stuff. And then next up, we have Pac-Man World. Normally this wouldn't have been on here, but I was kind of forced to play that this year by my good pal Escor. And if he's watching this for whatever reason, Escor, fuck you. Anyways, enjoy your seat on this flight. And now for our final entry on the list, Sonic Shuffle. This game is bad. Oh my god, this game is bad. Sonic Shuffle is rough. It's the funniest game ever in terms of a party game, but this game sucks. I'm sorry. It's real bad. What the fuck, Sega? Anyways, so thank you for enjoying the lightning round. And our flight is gonna land soon. Oh, we're tilting. We are tilting really hard. Oh no, we are upside down and headed towards the ground. Farewell.
Wow. That was incredible, dude. Man, that was good. Fuck. That was absolutely phenomenal. Wow. Fuck yeah, dude. Alright. I'm excited for next year. I can't fucking wait. That was incredible. Dude. Dude. This is so good. This is phenomenal. I'm so fucking excited for next year. Holy shit, this was phenomenal. This was so good. Man. This is incredible. This is definitely... I think, I'm gonna be honest, but endings determine everything, obviously. But by the point of Chapter 7, I think this will legitimately be one of my favorite games. I am already debating if I want to give it like 5 stars. I'm gonna think on that. I think it's gonna be like a 4.5. But like, you know, like 5 out of 5 stars and that sort of thing. I'm just going off the metrics of like shit like backlogged and everything, where I usually store my stuff. But I think I'm already gonna give this a 4.5. I might just give it a 5 already. This is so good, right? And I'm counting it as a package deal, because I don't like to... I don't usually like to count them by chapters and everything, right? I try to keep it as contained now because it's a full game. Before I did, because it was like we got the chapters separately. Now I'm trying to treat it as a full game sort of thing, and it's like, this is good. This is really good. I want to really rate this high. Wow. Wow, dude. I am genuinely amazed. So, this was streamed pretty early on. Or I guess not early on. Halfway through, really. Because early on sounds like I got early access to this. This was streamed halfway through last year. And not surprisingly, it's on here. And not surprisingly, my opinion hasn't really changed after the last stream on it. Let's talk about Deltarune, because it's about time we talk about that. What a phenomenal game this has been so far. Easily, I think in my like top 15 games, right? I think it's actually even higher than that. I think it might even be top 5. No, I think it's actually 1 point lower. I think it's not beating out one of the games that are in there, right? But it's close, and Chapter 5 could do that, right? Still, it ain't even recency bias or anything. This is a game that is good enough that it's gone to my like number 6 spot in that regard. This was a fantastic time. I am glad to have waited, you know, as long as we had to for this, right? If this is the type of quality we can just consistently get from now on, I'm cool with it. I am totally cool with it, right? Like, this is great. I love this a lot. I already did enjoy Deltarune. Like, I played this shit back when it was an online, like, quiz thing. It was weird. It randomly got posted on Twitter while I was, like, still, you know, in school and everything. And I just, like, had brought a laptop from home because I was just trying to work on stuff, right? But you know, I'm at school, I remember. This drops out of nowhere, and I'm just like, okay, right? And, you know, I had to stay after to just help out with some stuff, and I'm like, you know what? A friend of mine really likes Undertale and all that. I should just show him this shit, right? And be like, hey, they dropped this out of nowhere. It's like, I think he brought his laptop as well. He might not have, actually. I don't remember. It's been a while. It's been quite a while since then. But, like, you know, I was kind of showing him and just being like, hey, Toby Fox dropped this out of nowhere, right? I don't know what the fuck this is. It looks like Undertale. It's not Undertale. I don't know, man, right? And went through that. Had a decent time with Chapter 1. It's a very short chapter. And even replaying it now, because I had to properly you know, get everything for this new save file now that the game's officially out. Even replaying everything now, it's like, yeah, chapter 1's still as short as I remember. It's not a very long sort of chapter, but it's a fun teaser for what's to come, right? That was a great time. Then chapter 2 dropped, and I did stream that. If you've been around for long enough, you do know that I streamed that when that came out, and I had a great time with that, right? Nothing too phenomenal, though, right? I felt this was cool, but nothing was beating out Undertale for me, right? It had been a while since I really, like, I'm going to say praised Undertale just because it was, like, you know, it's always this popular game that everybody has to talk about, but I did still like it, right? And I still held it to a high degree of, like, not one of my favorite games, but a very good one. So it's going to take a lot to beat that. And then we got this drop last year, and wow, I am amazed, right? Here's the thing. I actually wanted to record this section of the video way earlier. I wanted to record this last year because I had a lot to say here. And I feel like waiting this long has made me forget some of it, right? I feel like waiting this long has made me think, what was I going to say again? I don't know. There might have been plot details. There might have been this. There might have been that I wanted to talk about. And I don't fully remember. So just for the sake of things, I'm going to try and keep it maybe a little bit more concise. And I might miss out on some of the stuff I'm trying to say. But I do think this will still be a pretty long section regardless of that. I played chapter 3. We're gonna take this play by play because I do remember I wanted to do this. I played chapter 3 on stream, right? We essentially separated this into 2 streams. One was a chapter 3 stream, one was a chapter 4 stream. Simple as that. We went through chapter 3, and I was already having a great time right off the bat, right? Tenna as a character was very bombastic, fun. This felt like a character that, yeah, very easily could have been planned ahead of time, but at the exact same time, also felt like a character where Toby realized, people really enjoy Spampton. Let's play into that sort of dynamic a little bit more, right? Both figuratively and literally, right? So, he makes Tenna, and Tenna, I'm very happy about, right? I like this guy. Right? I like that he is a 3D model compared to everybody else, but still, like, essentially pixelated enough that he looks like he fits in, except for when he's doing the, like, default, like, I don't remember what it was. It was, like, Blender or something. It might not have been Blender. It might have been a different app. It's one of them. It's one of the 3D modeling apps. I remember it because I think a friend of mine used that app, I think, for one of the JoJo Gacha games. I could be wrong on that. It might not have been that, but I think it might have been. I might be getting that incorrect. Still, so, like, you know, other than those times, that's where, you know, he seems like he's 3D, but other than that, he's like a 3D character that kind of fits the whole thing. I liked what this chapter went for, right? This new dynamic for the game where it's just like, fuck it. Instead of what you're used to, let's explore around via a game, and the combat is still in there and everything, but you now have this unique way of playing, and it's like, that's fresh, right? That's a fresh new idea that I like. And that is something, that's one of the things that I felt like was missing here, right? Something fresh. I think chapter 2 had some of that, but it didn't have enough. And I think chapter 1 was kind of lacking that in a sense, right? Like, it was a new battle system by all means, and it made it interesting, but it wasn't quite there yet, right? I didn't feel like I was playing something that was completely fresh, other than, like, yeah, this was definitely, you know, a system taken from Undertale, reworked, here it is, right? So this with chapter 3, having this combination of brand new thing for the chapter, plus here's, you know, the gameplay that you remember, and, like, new dynamics with it. Great, right? WarioWare-ass minigames also spliced in between. Mwah. Phenomenal. Like, that was beautiful. Talking so much, my throat's starting to deteriorate, so I had to take a drink there in the midst of talking about this. But still, all this fresh stuff to it that makes it real nice. And then same stuff we're used to, right? I felt like chapter 3 was a new take on the gameplay. This is the best way to word it. Is chapter 3 felt like this, hey, let's explore how far we can stretch this gameplay, right? And what interesting ways we can stretch it in, right? Like what we can mold it into. And that was great. That was a perfect decision for this, because now this felt like, okay, we're seeing where this game can go in terms of that. When it comes to chapter 4, I know it feels like I'm skipping over some stuff there. Listen, I have more to talk about, but I'm going to take this into sections, alright? When it comes to chapter 4, that felt like, okay, we figured out the gameplay. Let's see if we can give you a chapter all about plot and make you go holy shit every 10 minutes. Mr. Tricky Tony, you did it. You did exactly that. Because at every corner with chapter 4, I was amazed with what they were throwing at me and all these new plot developments they were throwing at me. And what we had learned with chapter 3 compared to this, what we had learned about previous chapters compared to this, everything that has been hinted at ever since the beginning. All this shit was really fucking great. I had a blast with chapter 4 the most, right? If we're going to talk about the chapter I enjoyed most so far, it was chapter 4. I love the aesthetic of it. I know I have to get to that in general, but I love the aesthetic of it. Speaking of other stuff I have to get to, the soundtrack of chapter 4, heavenly. Like, holy shit. Just everything about it, the themes, the tone, everything about chapter 4 made me feel giddy, right? I did not want to stop streaming at all. I think that stream went into like midnight or a little bit after midnight. Fittingly, but it went that late because I was just like, dude, I don't even care about splitting this up. I thought I might, right? I thought, you know what, if chapter 4 is long enough, I might split it up. No. I kind of decided after a while, I don't give a shit how late it gets, I'm finishing this whole thing, right? And I stuck true to that. I went all the way with that game and finished it off same night, and I was amazed by what I was playing. And when you get to the menu after you beat it, the music changes to the same. It's good. It's really good. Chapter 4 makes me real happy to see the potential future of this game. Let's go back a minute. Let's talk about the aesthetics, right? Because I gotta go back to chapter 3 for a moment and talk about that, and we'll be back to chapter 4. I just wanted to note all that down about chapter 4 as is, because holy shit. Chapter 3, in terms of how it looks, felt like an upgrade, right? That's another thing that felt like an upgrade. How it looked. I think 1 and 2 definitely looked good, and like, you know, I liked some of the areas even more than I did Undertale. But it almost felt a little, I want to say restricted in a sense. It felt like it was caught in this bubble where it's like, well, it has to look like this. Not necessarily like older sort of game, but this proper indie RPG, you know, look you would expect and all that. Nothing too crazy. Keep it simple. Very light palettes. Maybe 1 or 2 colors. Maybe a third one if we want to spice it up a little bit. Maybe some backgrounds, right? Some like early Genesis Sonic the Hedgehog-esque backgrounds, right? You can see buildings, whatever it may be. Maybe they light up a little bit. That's about it, right? Very simple. That's kind of what I had thought of previous chapters, and they looked good, by all means, but nothing crazy, right? We get to chapter 3. We're introduced to TV World. We're introduced to just the break room. We see all these areas that are nice, flashy, and it's crazy that all these come out in the same game, the same chapter rather, as the like mini games where it is equivalent to like the NES, right? You are on early original Legend of Zelda, running around as your characters, but like same game where all this other high detail stuff was coming in, right? And speaking of which, there is something else I want to talk about in regards to that. I'm going to save it for a spoiler section of this whole thing, right? I'm going to save it for that, right? Still, there is something else that should be obvious on what I'm going to talk about regarding chapter 3, as yeah, that's really well detailed. But we'll wait on that. Let's talk about chapter 4 in terms of aesthetics. I love it. right? I think it was genius of Toby to just be like, fuck it. Your main area is in this church. So everything in the Dark World looks great. There's these huge windows that have all these designs over it and everything, this light peering through, and that's your only source of light in the area. So everything else is just a pitch black, right? And it's just covered in shadow and all that. And that's an important part for walking around occasionally. Occasionally you're in the dark, so you have to use these like sounds to essentially echolocate, you know, where you are and where's the nearest place that you have to go and all this, and they light up the way. And that being an important note of the story, right? That light in your own soul and everything. And just, it's such a good choice. Such a damn good choice. But not even just those areas. The library, the, like, study room, right? Which we'll talk about properly. Just, again, I want to wait till the spoiler section. But the study room, even the other areas, like, I know this is a bit of a spoilery sort of thing, but I mean, I don't feel like it's that bad. Noelle's house, right? I know people always talk about the fucked up room aspect ratio. I guess not really aspect ratio, but the fact that it's like diagonal, right? And that doesn't seem proper, but it's like diagonal in the wrong ways is rather why it doesn't seem like that, right? I know that's the big thing that people talk about, but just in general, such a different, more colorful vibe to that compared to that, like, you know, churches later and everything. Ooh, it's good. It's really good. I love that shit a lot. Oh, I fucking love how Chapter 4 looks. Like, genuinely, just that whole location with the Dark World, it's so damn nice. It hits so well. I don't even get to talk about the music yet. I'll talk about that in a minute. I gotta talk about more Chapter 3. I also gotta take a drink. So you're gonna notice a cut in the middle of this. There's your cut. Anyways, OSTs. Ooh, okay, so here's the thing. This is something I've always stated about Toby Fox. This motherfucker can cook a soundtrack, right? I've known that since Undertale. I've known that since Chapter 1. Holy shit, Chaos King in Chapter 1. Chapter 2, I knew that there as well, right? This man can really fucking make a good soundtrack. So we get to Chapter 3, and I'm curious on what he's going to do with it, right? And like, what an interesting just difference in genre per just track that comes out of it, right? NES tracks, that's what I'm going to just call them, because that's what it feels like, right? It's NES game-esque, so might as well call it that. The NES-esque tracks fit the game that, you know, they're being played with, but at the same time, you get to some of the later stuff with it. I'm not going into details yet, but you get to some of the later stuff with it, and it starts to feel slightly off. Like, yeah, this could probably be produced, you know, way back when, but at the same time, there's that eeriness that makes you think, maybe not. Maybe not. Then, like, TV World itself, and just also the break room and everything, having this just funky ass music that ignores any of the usual, more like digitized sort of tropes that the music would have. Not saying that in a bad way, just noting it like that, right? Ignoring all those tropes, just playing into just, no, let's keep this full, funky sort of feel as you're going through the area. It's really damn good, right? And his theme, whether it's like when he's, you know, starting the whole, like, oh, like, let's start this next game, right? Or whatever it may be. Or it's the start of the show, so it's like, dun 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 dun. It's nice, it's bombastic, you know, it fits that sort of game show vibe, but also fits for what feels like, you know, what it is, a video game. Really damn great in that regard. And then out of nowhere, like later on, like way later on, Toby pulls out the like fucking Turtles in Time sound font and starts using that. And it comes out great. It comes out perfect. And I love that shit, right? And there's another track I don't get to talk about that comes out right after that. I don't get to talk about that yet. We have to wait on that one. You know damn well what track that's gonna be. Already, Chapter 3 had me hooked music-wise. Right? I sat there and I went, I'm looking up the entirety of Chapter 3's soundtrack after this stream. That's what I thought when I was streaming that whole thing. I thought, yeah, no, I'm looking up all this after I'm done. So, there was that for Chapter 3. Then we get to Chapter 4. Oh! Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Noel's house, fun, Christmas sort of vibe. I like it. That's not the important one. It never was going to be. The sanctuary themes. The sanctuary themes. Plural. Holy shit. That is like the best, one of the best overworld themes I have ever heard. Right? It's weird to call it that, but you know what I mean. Like when you're not in battle, you're just walking around as is. Oh. The battle theme, like from here on, fitting name, because from here on, right, this is what we're probably going to hear, and then also just for the whole story and everything, it's fantastic battle theme, my favorite. And saying that reminded me of the battle theme for Chapter 3 when you were in the games with Rooter Buster. What the fuck, right? That's an even better version of the original battle theme that we had that sounds insane. And even still, even with that, I hear from here on and I go, this is the best. Right? I'm like, this is the best. I was freaking the fuck out when I heard that battle theme. I was so damn happy to hear that shit. It sounds so good. There's a lot of tracks involving a character with this chapter. Obviously, I don't get to talk about them yet. There's a lot of tracks involving them. I like every single one. The slow, more somber one. The introduction one with, you know, the bagpipes and everything. The study, where it's a lot more calm. The obvious one that people always talk about. I guess two. I guess it's actually two in that regard. But all of that, really damn good. The more creepy sort of music later, oh, it fits that vibe well. It got me freaked the fuck out, right, because of the music. I guess coupled with what the game was doing. The actual, like, sad music to some of the scenes that are pretty heart-wrenching and, you know, hurt to watch. That stuff hits hard. Especially, I think it's Dark Place, like, not a dark... It might be a Dark Place, I don't remember, because I know there's Dark Zone. And we'll talk about Dark Zone in a minute here. But it's either a Dark Place or Dark Place and the other ones with the A. I forgot which one. But I'm just going to say Dark Place to make it simple. That's like a great theme, and it's so unfortunate that it's like 50 seconds or something. It is so emotionally like hitting. Especially for the moment that it plays, right? That I kind of just sit there. Like, when that moment was happening, I felt like I was going to tear up. I might have even. I don't remember. I might have actually said it on stream that I did. I don't know, right? That was a rough moment, especially because of the music. Like, that music hit hard, dude. And, yeah, let's talk about it. Dark Zone, easily one of the funniest tracks to have in there, but it works. It works really well. It's a fucking YouTube poop-ass, like, song, and it fits for what's going on for that whole thing. I love it a lot. Literally, like, a majority of the tracks just in the second half of this chapter are really damn great. Obviously, I'm going to note some very clear ones. Tower, Spawn, Guardian. Phenomenal. I keep using phenomenal here, but I genuinely mean it as much as I can. Those three tracks, holy shit, right? Obviously, especially Guardian and all that, but like, oh my lord. Those are some really fucking good tracks. I love the OST for this chapter a lot. I love Chapter 4 a ton. And it's why I'm so glad I finally get to talk about everything here. I'm going to keep it on screen for a little bit longer, but just skip to this timestamp here. I'm not doing the thumbs up thing again. I realize now it's silly now on this second recording. Only realize now, huh? Anyways, I'm going to keep it on screen for a little bit longer to just skip ahead for the spoilers and everything. Do so now. if you don't want to be spoiled on this game, just go to the next section. You know, I'll let you know right now. Deltarune's fantastic. Can't wait for Chapter 5. I'll probably play it on stream. Not even probably. I will play it on stream. Potentially day of. We'll have to see when it comes out. Regardless, that you know, on to the next section for all of you. And if you're here for the spoilers, let's talk about that. Okay, so wow. For them to reveal so much in these 2 chapters, like, yeah, obviously we're at the halfway point. It's even stated at the end of chapter 4. But to have so much revealed in such a short amount of time, to have stuff implied about characters we don't even know, we haven't even met outside of a little sister talking about them. Wow. I don't know what to say. There is a lot to this whole thing. And again, if I had recorded this when I wanted to, I probably would have had way more plot stuff to actually talk about, because I had so many ideas in mind in regards to this stuff of like, dude, I bet this thing, oh, like this thing they talked about way back when, that's actually because of this, right? All this sort of shit. Like, I had all these theories going on. I talked to friends about it, like, absurd amount of times, where I would just DM them out of nowhere and be like, wait a minute, right? It was constant for me. So sadly, I might not have everything that I actually want to speak about with this. That's fine though. I'm going to talk about as much as I can. But let's do this the same way we did before. Let's start with chapter 3. I find it very interesting that it's the point that everybody's made, but the TV sees a divorce happen and kind of develops this whole personality about him, and then, as people jokingly like to say, has his own sort of divorce, right, with Spampton, right? I think it's such an interesting thing to see with this, like with a game like this to take on, right? Because, like, I don't know, I guess if I was expecting anything from this game, right, just compared to like Undertale, like, I know Toriel and Asgore and Undertale is that, you know, that's that whole thing, that makes sense, that it would kind of bleed into this a bit, right, in that regard, with the idea of that, like, you know, divorce sort of thing, and people struggling with that, but I never would have expected it to be such a central focus for a game, like, kind of seeing that with chapter 2 with Noelle, right, and then that pushing into chapter 3 where you see it with Chris, right, and Tenna, and that sort of thing, and it's like, wow, that's a pretty heavy-hitting sort of subject to go into, and it's interesting. I like that Toby kind of tries to focus on that the whole time, while also telling the story about what the fuck is going on, right? Talking about in the secret, you know, bullshit with the secret boss and everything, right? Talking about all this shit about, like, you know, oh, like going into this path, you know, this, like, what could potentially be this true sort of, like, path, the prophecy they talk about later with chapter 4 and whatever it may be, and, you know, oh, you enjoy the violence and you enjoy all this, and this weird shit that so far we're kind of just left sitting here like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, right? There's just shit happening on the side, this is crazy, and at the same time, the TV is sad, right? What a wild thing to do for a game, but I love it, right? I love it a lot. And then finally showing us the night out of nowhere, right? Just denying it, all your theories were wrong, goodbye, right? Here's the night, and very likely seems to be Death's, right? I know this is the big, you know, oh, we gotta create our own theories here and everything. It has fucking antlers, dude. It has antlers, and it has a bat that turns into a sword. And there's literally a bat in her room. That said, we don't know the full details of this yet, right? And, you know, there could be stuff that changes. I could be wrong, right? I am not saying I am guaranteed to be right here. Toby could prove me wrong with chapter 5 or 6 or whatever it may be, right? But I'm just noting it as this feels kind of obvious in that regard. And that's fine. I don't think every reveal has to be something that's, like, you know, very, very secret. We can't show that yet, right? It's fine if you want to have obvious stuff in there. It's cool. People don't even always realize immediately, right? I feel like some people didn't even think of deaths when they were seeing this, right? Not till way later with chapter 4. But still, I think chapter 3 did a lot of really interesting shit with the plot in general that was very fun and felt a lot more contained, right? Not saying that in a bad way. Technically speaking, not even saying it in a good way. I know that sounds weird, but I'm just saying it as like, oh yeah, it's like interesting that this is the choice, right? Is that, you know, it's not like chapter 2, let's say, where it feels a lot more open. Here's Birdley, here's Noelle, here's all this stuff regarding all of them, right? Whatever it may be. It's a lot more contained to just, no, here's Susie, here's Reze, here's Chris. Here's what's going on with Reze. Here's why he can't join us for the festival going on and everything, right? And Susie feels, in a sense, not really betrayed by that, but just hurt, because it's like, yeah, just because you're stuck here doesn't mean anything, right? It's like, you know, you're still our friend. You still matter to us, right? And her talking about her past and everything, it's rough. Like, seeing her talk about her past and, you know, how life was for her, it's like, man, she's really proven that she's my favorite character throughout this, right? She was already my favorite character within the first 2 chapters. Seeing her even now, I'm like, wow, Susie, you're staying true to that. Seeing Undyne get to do a little bit here before immediately getting grabbed, I love all the memes and shit people were making of the, like, essentially, you know, Invincible and Conquest, like, fucking flying at each other, and just, it's with Undyne and, the Knight. It's so damn good. Or, like, Undyne on the, like, Wolverine, like, nuke flying down, right? I love all that shit. It's so good to see. It reminds me of the real fun I had with Undertale, right? When it wasn't just same 247 jokes that like almost similar to like JoJo fandom sort of stuff, where it was like same joke over and over again and we milk that to the ends of the earth, right? It felt really fun to just see fresh stuff when, you know, early Undertale was kind of happening, and it was just great to see that content out there. That's what this feels like again, right? It feels like we are back to that, where we can have that sort of space. And I feel like that's just kind of how we've evolved as people, right? I feel like that happens a lot more commonly now. And by all means, same joke over and over again has happened multiple times to different fandoms, and even this one, right? Even with Deltarune, even with this new release. But I do think this was like a very fun sort of thing where, yeah, just for a while there, all the images, that was great. Still, interesting to, you know, see Undyne like that. Curious to see how that goes. Curious to see about the bunker. I don't think we'll probably see it for a while, right? I feel like that bunker will be like the final area where we enter in the whole series, right? Or like in terms of chapters, it'll be either 6 or 7. But yeah, but yeah, chapter 3 was very fun, and obviously, like I stated, chapter 4, that's the big one in terms of plot. And wow, okay, going just so much into this, seeing Noelle's mother, seeing how she interacts, seeing Asgore's connection with the family, seeing that Chris is apparently still allowed in the house despite, you know, what was happening with Susie, because of unknown reasons, obvious potential connections to what's going on, right? But still, I also like that I was going to point out, actually, I do like that Noelle's mother has kind of the face of like the Grinch, almost like it's a very fitting detail considering the whole family, right? But going into that, the whole scene with the church and the song and everything, I feel like I'm just like trying to breeze through all this, and it's like I'm trying to remember every single thing I saw. Fuck, there's so much. I will say the scene with Susie and Noelle is very cute. I love that. I really hope for the best for the two of them. I really want. I hate that I rushed through it originally because I didn't realize how much unique dialogue there was. I thought the game would punish me if I waited too long, right? You know, this is Tricky Tony we're talking about. I don't know if I'm gonna get a bad ending if I, like, you know, take a misstep anywhere, right? So I'm like, I don't know, maybe I should just go through this, right? I'm upset that I didn't wait. Had I waited, I would have gladly, you know, read through all that dialogue, right? It's so fun, but I had no idea. I had no fucking idea, and I should have waited, and I'm upset that I didn't. Speaking of all that dialogue, Chris and Susie being goofballs at church, also just at home and everything, and just the outfits they have, it's great. I know this isn't plot important. I'm just talking about I love those sort of moments. In regards to plot, though, that whole thing with the church song, all that, Noelle's mother, everything there, Asgore's scene that you can only see by going, you know, into one of the rooms, and he talks about the black shard, and that's what started a lot of the memes there. And I think that is actually one of the memes that feels like it really overstayed its welcome. It's kind of just dull now. But the whole moment with Chris and the phone call that's very clearly, you know, Noelle's mother, right, leading into that. All this sort of shit. Also, just getting chocolate milk while that's happening is really funny. Almost makes that, like, proper connection of, you know, Chris is still a kid, right? Or I guess a teenager, but still. All this shit. And then moving into the Dark World stuff, or essentially that, right? Getting into there and seeing the prophecy. And finding out that Ralsei has been kind of keeping some details away, and he's been nervous about this whole thing. And he doesn't want it to be fulfilled, and we don't know why, because Susie breaks the whole thing as to why, right? She sees it, she knows what it is, but she breaks it and believes, nah, we're not going to let that happen. We have no clue what it is, right? It could be bad for her, it could be bad for Chris, it could be bad for all three of them, it could be bad for the whole world of Deltarune, right? We don't know. Also, she bleeds. I'm just saying, I know this is a different game, and I know that some stuff hasn't been fully implied in a sense for this to matter too much, but at the same time, this game also establishes turning to dust. It establishes that dust is a very important thing with monsters, because Gerson shows up, and he's dust in a jar, right, essentially. But despite that, like, Susie bleeds, and that's a very interesting detail to note, right? I don't know if it's going to actually mean anything, or if it's like, no, it didn't really matter all too much, like people were saying. It was just kind of a thing that was there. Fair enough, right? It could be, though, right? Gerson, holy shit, right? Out of nowhere, a character that people loved so much in Undertale over, you know, his shop dialogue and everything, and he's fucking in here out of nowhere, right? And he's awesome, and he has a fantastic secret fight. I didn't even talk about the Knight's fight. That fight was very, like, fun. I'm not gonna lie, the Knight, despite being challenging and having a move in there I didn't really like, which is like when the screen, like, splits, then goes down, then splits the other way, then goes down, then split. I didn't like that move a lot. I think that one's kind of just really fucking annoying, like, not in a good way. But outside of that move, that fight's fun. I'm mixing up my words here. Speaking of secret fights, though, I didn't even actually talk about, what was his face, Eram or something? The little guy. That one was fun. My friends struggled with that fight because, obviously, I mean, they're not as, you know, used to that, and therefore they found it pretty damn annoying as a fight. For me, I'm used to Kirby games. That sort of shit happens a lot with those games. I knew how to cheese that shit pretty easily, so thank you, Mr. Tricky Tony. Anyways, Gerson, right? We were talking about him, his secret fight. That one's awesome, right? I did that one on stream, actually, and then I had to redo it later for my new save file. And yeah, no, that's still a really fucking fun fight, even on replay. That is just a good one, right? I love that he tried to fuck with us by showing the green arrows, making you think, oh, I gotta, you know, block the other way. And then, no, they still come right at you, and it's like, damn. That fight as a whole, great. And the music, I talked about it earlier already, but that music there, and the remix you get way later, it's great, right? But yeah, seeing more with the Dark World, seeing all this stuff, learning more to what we kind of already knew, but then at the same time now we know extra details about it. The prophecy, how, you know, these creatures are here, this darkness, all this, you know, playing into that with, obviously, you know, talking about the Titans right? And seeing that, oh yeah, Birdley would have summoned one of those back in chapter 2. Anyways, here's one for the end of the whole chapter. It practically got a human face in there, right? At the start, and then morphs into this, like, seraphim, right? Which is, like, insane, right? It's so good, right? There's a lot to say here, and I probably would have had more to say had I talked about this last year. But, like, wow. I think this is absolutely topped Undertale. As is, like, already. Obviously, we still have to see where this goes. We still have to see the ending, because the ending determines a lot for anything out there, right? But I think absolutely so far this has topped Undertale for me. This is a really, really great game. Chapter 4 especially was just really damn good for Susie. That's how I feel about Chapter 4, and maybe that's why I like it so much. Chapter 4 felt like the Susie chapter. It focused on her a shit ton. You know, the girl sort of thing. Talking about the dragon, and almost making it seem like, you know, Susie might be the anomaly in this whole prophecy, right? She might have not belonged, and Noelle was the one that belonged. This is where more Weird Route shit is, right? And the Weird Route stuff here is rough. It is really rough to watch. Hell, it even plays the sound that implies it's the point of no return, right? You do the Weird Route shit here, that's it. You're done, right? But the fact that there's all this stuff with her throughout this whole chapter, with Gerson, with all this, right? Just playing really hugely into her character, it makes you like her a lot. And for me personally, someone who already really enjoyed her the most, yeah, I was happy. I was very happy about this, right? These two chapters really amazed me. It exceeded my expectations so much, right? I didn't know what to expect necessarily, but I was happy, right? Like, I feel like there's always this rule of, and I know this is weird for an indie game, but it's like, whatever amount you spend for a game, you should feel like you should kind of get that same amount of time back on, right? You should feel like you enjoyed the game enough and spent enough time on it that you say, you know what, that was worth it, right? When it comes to Deltarune, because I feel like, in terms of last year, there's a mixed bag with that sort of thing, right? Like, the next thing I'm going to talk about, right, the next section of this video, I would say, yeah, I'm glad that I did, right? Whereas when I talked about Pirate Yakuza, I'm like, I probably shouldn't have pre-ordered that, right? I don't think it was worth the pre-order price, right? The full price of it. I think maybe if it was on sale, I would have grabbed that, right? There's a stark difference between those two. And when it comes to Deltarune, it is a game where I'm like, you know, this could have been like $40, $50. I would have still grabbed it. If I knew this was the quality I was going to get out of it, absolutely, right? The fact that it is as cheap as it is, right? That's great. Because it's like, I felt like Chapter 3 alone, right? Just ignoring that, you know, Chapter 1 and 2 are there, right? And ignoring that Chapter 4 is after that, all that. Just Chapter 3 by itself. Again, note Chapter 4 is my favorite here. Just off the latest one for me, right? One that I hadn't played yet, and one that's not ahead of time. Off that chapter alone, I was like, yeah, wow, this is pretty worth the price. You add on Chapter 4 after that? Shit, dude, I almost feel like this was a steal, right? I almost feel like, wow, this feels like I bought it on sale with how good that is. I know, obviously, the price doesn't determine the quality of the game, but it's like, in a certain sense, that should be how it is looked at, right? In terms of, like, quality in your mind, right? Because based on, again, what I said for, like, something like Pirate Yakuza, right? But, like, this felt like, wow, this was like, what, $20? And it's this good? The fuck, right? And then Chapter 5 drops at some point this year. I get to talk about it again next year. I might even record it ahead of time if this is what's gonna happen, right? But, like, I get to talk about it again, and, you know, it's for free. Like, Chapter 5 drops for free if you already own the game. That's it. Alright. Alright, man. I don't know what to say at that point. This is really good. I would not be able to recommend it enough, right? I feel like I would sound like an annoying ass motherfucker, essentially back when I was like young, talking about Undertale and recommending it to people. I would feel like that again, but just trying to reel myself back, like I shouldn't do this too much, but at the same time, this game's awesome. If you're watching this part of the whole section, which I'd be surprised about a little bit, and you haven't played it yet, play Deltarune. Especially if you enjoy, RPG sort of stuff. If you enjoy some interesting stories with some goofy ass characters, all that, Toby Fox's Tumblr humor, all that stuff, you'll have a great time with this. You will have a very good time with this game. Also, the soundtrack in general. You're gonna enjoy the soundtrack even without all that. It's good. It's a really good soundtrack. Play it.
Go gadgets, support Bahamut kill.
Are you fucking serious? They're level 5. Just press the attack button.
Deltarune section so long that I feel like I want to make this one shorter by proxy. I'm not gonna try to. I don't think I will have as much to say as I did about that. That was a 40-minute section. This might be 10 minutes, right? Still, I will note, Granblue. I'm keeping that one in. Fuck that. Yeah, alright, Granblue Fantasy ReLink. This was a game that I also played last year. It went on sale, I think around Christmas. Got it, right? Because it was nice and cheap. So I was like, alright, fuck it. You know what? I wanted to try that one. Because I actually remember the original trailer I saw for this. When the fuck was it? Was it E3? I don't remember when it was. It was some sort of reveal. And I remember watching it. And I was like, wow, this looks really cool. I don't know what this game is, but I kind of want to play it, right? And then out of nowhere, Granblue, right? And that was crazy to me to see. I'm like, oh shit, that's Granblue? Isn't that a gacha game or some shit? Wow, that's what it looks like. I gotta play that, right? Only reason that I felt I was decently interested in playing that, other than just it looking good, was for one other thing. Because this arc of ReZero, in terms of the manga, I think it was arc 2, might have been the third and first arc. Either way, whichever one it was, I think it was arc 2 though, was drawn by someone who had worked on a Granblue manga. And I was curious about that, right? Because I really like the art in the ReZero mangas. But I was like, huh, okay, they worked on this Granblue manga. Maybe I'll check that out at some point. Maybe that'll get me into that, right? So seeing ReLink, I was like, huh, maybe that RPG game will do it, right? And I asked a friend of mine about it. They hadn't even realized the RPG game existed. They were confused when I asked them because they thought I was talking about the gacha game, and they were like, yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's not really great. I mean, it has some neat story and characters, but you might not enjoy the game a lot. And then a few months passed and they found out about the ReLink, and they were like, wait, what the fuck? There's an RPG coming out? I'm like, yeah, that's what I was talking about. I didn't give a shit about the OG game, right? I was talking about this, right? Anyways, I played this at the start of the year. Ironically, there's something else we get to talk about on this list that partially helped create this link, of playing this game. Then I played that game, and then as a result of playing that game and seeing side games make it, I was like, oh, okay, let's play actual Granblue as well, right? So now I actually do have a proper Granblue account and everything. Technically 2, because I did actually start it on the web browser version, and I had no idea if what I had was good or not. And then they put it over to Steam, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll play it on Steam, right? That's just how it was. I'm cool with that, right? I like what I have on Steam more anyways, so I'm fine with it. Anyways, so ReLink, bought it, played through at least the first chapter of it back when I had bought it, and then I forgot to kind of continue for a while. It was similar to Infinite Wealth in the sense that I started playing it, and I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool, and then it was just kind of there for a while, right? Kind of just sat there, and it's like, I'll get back to that. I'll just gonna be a bit till I do so. And it was. It wasn't until I'd say like May last year or something. Maybe not May, I guess it was later than Deltarune. But it wasn't until around then, I think a little bit before Deltarune, that I picked it up again, right? Because a big thing is, like, it is a very beautiful looking game. That's something I'm going to say right off the bat. Like, graphics-wise, listen, I'm not somebody that needs absurd sort of graphics, but I will really appreciate when a game has a beautiful art style. ReLink looks beautiful. It is a very beautiful looking game. But yeah, graphics-wise and everything, all that, loved how the game looked, right? But I did know ahead of time that, it's going to be a problem of I'm going to need a computer to play this game, right? And for the time, I either had that big-ass laptop that I was using, I talked about that with the Rivals section, that wasn't going to run this game, and especially for storage space-wise, yeah, fuck no, right? And the alternative was, oh yeah, I just share my brother's computer like usual, like I did for Rivals. Simple enough. Takes up a lot of space though, but that's fine. There is a lot of space there. It's just, you know, I don't want to be the person that's like, hey, let me install like a 100 gigabyte game onto your computer, right? Cool. But shortly after I got the game, a couple weeks after, this computer I am now using came in. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. I can play Rivals, I can play ReLink, all that. I forgot about the ReLink part though for the longest while, so that's why there was such a massive gap between me playing the first chapter of the game and then continuing, right? Anyways, I start playing again. And I don't think I'm going to go too much into like story stuff with this, so there's not really going to be a spoiler section. I will just note ahead of time, I like the story to this game, right? I like it. I like that there are also character stories, much like the actual Granblue, so you can kind of get familiarized with the characters very briefly, in a very simple manner, but still. So, just off gameplay and all that, because that's what we're going to speak about here, is gameplay, music, all that. This game's very good, right? I was actually really hoping to talk about more RPGs for last year, right? I was hoping I had played more, because I actually wanted to make like a, you know, top whatever number of RPGs I played last year, because this is yet another game that has invaded my top 15. This is a really fucking fun game. Some of you might be familiar with it. It's a little gacha game that I've been playing for a while now, and I actually did stream it at one point because I just wanted to show off, like, look, they're having a DMC collab. Back when they had the original DMC collab, like, not even any of the reruns. But there's a little gacha game known as Last Claudia that I've played for a while. It's not anything too insane. It's decently fun. It's a fun time waster, but you know, I like it. I like its character designs. I like its characters. I like its story, all that, right? It's a cool game. But it has a very interesting sort of style of gameplay to it, where it's like, you know, you fight enemies as per what you'd expect in this action RPG sort of game. So you can move around, you can attack, all that, right? You're not restricted to turns or anything. You actively fight, you know, as stuff is like, you know, happening around you, everything. Simple enough, right? But when you get to bosses, there's a fun mechanic where it's like, oh, you can break the boss. And if you break the boss, you can deal extra damage to them, right? And I remember I discussed this with a close friend of mine while we were in, like, you know, the midst of playing it ourselves, right? Because, you know, I'd gotten other friends into playing it. And I brought up the point of, you know, if this game ever had EOS, end of service, and they had to kind of shut the whole thing down, I really hope it just becomes like a single player game. You know what I mean? Like, make it a full action RPG that I can just play, right? You want to, like, potentially turn all this into a proper console game like that, or whatever it may be, something along those lines. I'll play the shit out of that, right? I will play the fuck out of that, because that sounds like fun, right? Remove all the gacha shit, just keep it like that, right? Keep it as fun game I can play whenever. That sounds great. That sounds phenomenal. I've been using phenomenal a lot this video, I know. I said it before and I'll say it again. Still. So, that's how I felt about that game, right? About the idea of a break meter and all this. It sounded real nice. I'm playing Granblue, and I want you all to know, the moment I did the tutorial boss fight, and I saw that break meter, I fucking yelled. I was so happy. This game's gameplay mechanics are really fucking nice because it accounts for actual Granblue elements, right? It accounts for literally, you know, I was talking about elements there. Elements. That whole thing of elemental weaknesses. It counts for that, right? What are good against each other, what is weak against other elements, all this, right? Accounts for all that. Puts in that break meter for bosses. Gives you the ability to do, you know, team supers, much like you can in Granblue itself, right? It kind of takes elements from other action RPG games and then also from itself and mixes it all together, and you get this. On top of that, you get to play as technically whoever you want, but it still accounts for the rule that Granblue itself does, where it's like, hey, keep like the main character on your team. Keep them there, right? You don't have to play as them, but just keep them there, right? Still, I like that they're like, hey, here's these tickets, which almost makes it feel like it's a gacha game still, even though it's like, no, you can get the tickets pretty easily, you don't have to pay for anything, all that, right? Here's these tickets, choose a character you want. And they just do that with every side quest they add, and you get a whole bunch of different characters. It's real fun, right? It also helps to spice things up, because I felt like, oh, okay, new character, let's see if I vibe with this one a lot, and maybe they'll be better for my team for what I'm doing, or maybe I'll enjoy using their gameplay more, right? All that. All the gameplay and story stuff has collectively made me enjoy. It's gonna feel like an obvious answer to some people, but of course, right? You know, demon-looking character, it's not surprising. I enjoy Narmea the most, right? Very fun gameplay. I love a style-switching character. I'm also a sucker, obviously, for any sword-based character, so easy to win me over with that, right? And then also those style switchings being, oh yeah, you can either like power slash people in the sense of like it takes longer to attack, but it hits a lot harder. And then also you can be really fast and you can just switch like that, right? And it's like, okay, perfect, right? That's my style of gameplay. I like that a lot, right? That was perfect for me. I enjoyed her character as is, very fun, like protective sort of character. It's great, right? Also, shockingly, way shorter than I realized. Like, I picked her, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll play as her as, like, you know, my choice of main character. And I was, like, thrown off by, like, wow, she is short. Wow, I did not realize. She is much shorter than the rest of the cast. I mean, maybe not, like, everybody. I know there's obviously other characters that are, like, way, way shorter because of different races and everything in the series that obviously she is then taller than. But still, I do actually want to point out in regards to this, in terms of bonus characters, I really fucking love that throughout the game, like with its story and everything, and all these like characters talking throughout these cutscenes, they do account for any characters that might be on your team as well, that you might also be playing as, that might be on the team, whatever it may be. They account for all that, and I love it, right? The fact that no matter where you go, if everybody has a line of dialogue somewhere, that extra character is also going to have a line of dialogue in regards to what's going on. That's awesome, right? And again, accounts for everybody. And then also, I can't talk about it, but like too much rather. But way later, there's a moment with the story that does also account for characters, you know, calling out to these extra ones, and it's like, that's really cool. That's really fucking cool. It actually, like, in that moment, obviously, again, not going to go too much into it, but it did make me feel worse in that regard, because I was like, oh shit, yeah, oof. They made sure to note that you might not have everybody like as the same exact characters in your party, so they included every single name in there. Ooh. But yeah, still, I love how much extra stuff is in here for all these characters. Again, just in general, this is a very, it's weird to say this, this is a very cozy action RPG game, right? I like this a lot, right? I feel like sometimes action RPG games are games that I want to pick up and play for a while, but at some point I'm going to be like, okay, you know what? I need to like cool down in a sense, right? There's a lot going on, so let me just chill out for a bit, maybe play something else, maybe I'm just going to hang out, right? But this game made me feel like, no, you know what? I get the best of both worlds, where it's like, I get to have these big story moments and go through this intense action and whatever it may be, and these, you know, decently difficult boss fights and all this. And then afterwards, if I want to, I can just go do a side quest and be like, okay, yeah, let's do this side quest. Let's keep it simple, right? It's nice and cozy. Get to play the game like I want to. It's good, right? It's one of the reasons why it's definitely one of my favorite games, right? It's just the fact that, and this almost sounds flimsy. It almost sounds like I'm constantly throwing games up here. I promise I'm not, right? But it's partially why I enjoy it so much, is just that it's very easy to just have a good time, whether you want something a little bit more extreme or just something more comfortable. It's like, it's a damn good action RPG game for that. And again, having those mechanics from these other action RPG games that I really enjoy, regardless if it's like another gacha game or if it's, you know, an actual like action RPG game, some like FF7 remake sort of shit, right? I almost want to say Kakarot, but honestly, yeah, actually Kakarot's another good example. That also has a break meter. I guess a lot of action RPGs have a break meter. Come to think of it, I guess Remake had that, like FF7. I guess Kakarot does have that. I guess all of them kind of have that, but still, right? Having all this stuff that these other ones have in there, while never feeling like too much, but never feeling like they're giving you too little, it's good. It feels really nice. I still have to do all the bonus shit that's in here. And you know what the best part is? You know what the best fuck part is? I was just randomly watching the Switch Partner Direct. I just felt like putting it on in the background. I was like, fuck it. You know what? Let me put this on. Why not? And then they announced an expansion. We're getting an expansion for this game. Like, yeah, it costs a decent bit, but you get Beatrix or Beatrice. I don't know. You know, when I usually see that name, I say Beatrice, but I'm not like familiar enough in terms of, you know, playing through, I guess, these games that I don't know what way I'm supposed to pronounce it. So, you know, I'll learn myself as I go through, whether it be the gacha or, you know, this. But you get to play as her now, right? Which she has an element that, according to a lot of people, which I actually did have to look up myself just to fully confirm, and I was like, wow, yeah, no, that is true. It's an element she never actually had in game, which is interesting, like for the gacha. So that's an interesting choice. But even more story, even more playable characters, I think, other than her. Like, I think some of the characters that are story exclusive, you get to also play as, right? Or at least it's implied, right? All this sort of stuff of just like, yeah, content upon, you know, story and side quests and everything. Just feeling like, yeah, here's even more ReLink, right? Which is what I wanted at the end of the day. I'm like, I wish we could get more out of this. It's really nice. And it's weird because I saw some people thinking that this game was dead, which is like strange to me, right? Because it's like, here's the thing, right? People thought that prior to this expansion, it's like, that was it, right? ReLink was done. We're never getting anything past that, right? It's like, it's all cope. But it's like, it's a little strange because ReLink came out like 2024. If you were to ask me about that, listen, I am a fan of like Dynasty Warriors games, of particular note, Pirate Warriors, right? I have the 4th game. That game had like a 5-year gap between its extra content, right? It had DLC, then it stopped for a while, for like 5 years or so, and then there was more DLC. I am used to a game just taking a while to give more content, right? ReLink didn't really seem like it waited that long. It was like, yeah, here's a 2-year gap or so. Okay, let's announce more. That's it. That's a fairly reasonable, like, gap to expect before, you know, getting that announcement for more content. Yeah, sometimes it happens immediately, right? But not always. So it didn't surprise me necessarily. But I am very excited to play that bonus content. I am really damn hyped, honestly, for it, because, hey, it'll give me a reason to just go through the game even more, right? Still gotta clear out everything, so why not, you know, get all that done before this new expansion comes out. Play the new expansion, maybe we'll talk about it again. Might be on a lightning round, we'll find out, right? We'll find out based on how much is in there. Still, it got me to, you know, it performed the same thing as Rivals. It got me to play their actual game, technically speaking, but also because of something later. Still, very nice game. I love this game a lot. It's very good. Yet another RPG this year, or I guess last year, I suppose, that I enjoyed a shit ton.
What is that? What is that? What is that?
Alright, so, this one is interesting because technically speaking, I would have had something to talk about after this that would be, in a sense, similar in the most plain sort of way, like the most minimal sort of thing, but I have to actually wait on that till the end of this video, and we'll go into why later. But in regards to stuff earlier in this video, I mentioned, at least I think I mentioned, that there was something in regards to Rivals that took up more of my time as of recent, right? Something that really took me over. And that has been Gekishin Squadra. Now, I played the beta of this and had a blast, right? This was a fun-ass game, the beta as is, so obviously when it dropped, I was fully ready to play. And now, we're a little bit into the 4th season, and I have played through every single one, got an S rank every time, minus 1 point. There was 1 point where I failed with that, with technical, from season 2 to season 3. I got to A rank, so I did get everything that was there, but I just didn't actually remember to get all the way to S. So that time, I know I didn't fully get to S on everything, but I did still get all the rewards. Still, regardless of that, I have played Squadra for 4 seasons now, plus the beta. So, let's talk about it. I want to note this, I have never been huge necessarily on MOBAs, or at least very, I'm going to say conventional sort of ones, I suppose, right? League is obviously one of the big things people think of, and I played that probably a decade ago, and then I stopped, right? I mean, I played it for a couple of years, even went to watch a tournament, which I don't really know why I did that outside of, oh, I was just hanging out with my brother and his friends, so might as well, right? And I mean, it was a neat time, but still, not too much in terms of interesting sort of thing for me. But that's just how it was. That's how the game was, right? I played that for a bit. Didn't vibe too much with it outside of one character. And moved on, right? I decided, yeah, MOBAs aren't my thing, right? I never really tried any past that. I mean, there is another that I could have included in this whole list, technically speaking, but I played it more this year than I have last year, right? These first few months of this year, I've played it more than I have back then. I'm saying back then as if it was a long time ago, but again, last year. And that'd be Deadlock, right? Obvious one that a lot of people are talking about. I've been having some fun with it, still really learning it, right? And it's a little rough as a result, but, having some fun with it. That's all good. But Squadra has been my go-to, right? Squadra has been the game that I've mastered for the past 4 seasons and plus beta of it that has happened. And I have really enjoyed this game, right? It's shocking to say that about a MOBA, but I do love how snappy this game is, right? No bullshit, no 40-minute match that you have to, 40 minutes at the minimum, of course, that you have to, bear through even if it's bad. And you can't just, move away from your computer. It's no, you have to stay there the whole time. Your fucking 60-second cooldown until you get back up. Maybe even worse. It's a lot better than that in the sense of, nope, matches last about 20 minutes, and if they're not done by then, Zeno comes out, and if somehow they're not done by that, you get a stalemate, right? You get a minute or two of Zeno being out, and if it's not done after that, that's it, stalemate, right? Which I've yet to see in a proper match that wasn't, people explicitly trying to get it. But I like how snappy that is. It's very useful for making the game a lot more entertaining as a MOBA. And honestly, I like the choices they've made so far for characters. It's characters that fit their dynamics and everything, and I really enjoy it a lot. Everybody feels good to play. Hell, this is something I'm going to bring up with this season alone. There's some mixed opinions about Season 4. I can kind of understand them in terms of, divine draws, right? Which is, the special thing you can roll at the start of a match. Which, I will admit, divine draws is something they have to get better at, right? They put so many bullshit ones in per season, right? And there's a few that are always alright, but then there's also a few that are just what the fuck are we doing, right? Cell Juniors at the very start of the game was horrible. I'm glad they took that out immediately. Then they had powered up skills, right? Whether it be skill 1 or skill 2. That was at the start of the game with skill 1, then they had skill 2 later for season 2. Horrible choice for both of those, right? Skill 1 made Super Saiyan 3 Goku way better, as well as Gotenks, right? And then skill 2 made every character that dropped in season 2 insane. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, he was insane because of his kick. You just buffed that by doing that. Gohan was insane because of the hammer, right? You just buffed it by doing that. Broly was insane because of his stomps, and then he could also get that shit back because he was practically, like, Gohan, for example. Ultimate Gohan was a mixture of, like, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Broly. We just didn't know the Broly part yet, right? So he was actually a mixture all along, and we didn't know that. And then we get Broly, and we find out, oh yeah, his skill 3 works the same way that Gohan's does, where he gets to refresh his skills, but unlike Gohan, who kind of has to make a choice, and then, you know, it's also on a, like, cooldown during that, so, like, you have to be quick with it. Broly doesn't matter, he does his roar, he gets his stuff back, but we buffed his stomps, which are, like, probably his best move. So, that's great, right? Boom, there we go. I think Season 3 helped with that by not having either of those. At the same time, it did still have some rough shit in there, right? And it wasn't perfect by any means. Having the boosted, like, you know, oh, if you and a partner are there and you're attacking, you get boosted speed. I know that was a thing, as is, but, like, having that with the third season, and then characters like Kefla drop, for example, that's rough, right? That's rough. Like, Kefla's not even, like, the roughest out there in terms of some of the characters, for, like, them dropping, but that was kind of rough. And now, with this new season, we have some pretty bad ones. We have the Searchlight, that's a horrible one people are talking about. Hammers are funny, but at the same time, holy shit, are they bullshit. And then, honestly, even skill 2 cooldown, that's horrible, right? That is, like, a horrible choice to make. If you're playing Boo with Super Start and that, you and your teammates are immortal. Like, they will never die. Like, outright, they will never die unless you target Boo. They physically can't die unless you target Boo. It's that bad. And other characters with that skill too, that's rough, right? I know I'm talking about the divine draws a lot right now. I'm just saying that's one of the roughest aspects of this game. That said though, very fun game. I think this season has really improved on it by putting in a lot more ads and minions and all that to fight. I think for a while, if I had made this video prior to season 4, I would have had a lot to say about matches get determined pretty fucking easily, right? Because it's like, it's not hard to chip away at the God of Destruction. And it's not hard to just break in there, especially if you also have 3 of the bosses, so you get the triple KO. And then, okay, well, that's, you know, that's it. Oh, is there a team KO? That's it, the match is over, right? That sort of stuff made it really rough in the past, along with the Dragon Shell being horribly weak, having no defense around it, nothing, right? No means of attacking, like, people there, all that. You can push them into your spawn, but that's about it, right? That made it kind of rough, and they've definitely improved on that with this season, right? Backline Gods of Destruction have a lot more HP. In general, chip damage now is not as good, right? It's actually not that great to kind of rush in and just try and attack. You can, but you're going to die in the process, and then they're just going to go after your team on your point, right? It's pretty simple. Triple KOs, as a result of that, don't feel as bad, right? Because it's like, well, now that chip damage is a lot less, you can jump the enemy team and be rewarded, right? And then team KOs, they shortened it by 10 seconds, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that is really big for a MOBA, right? 10-second difference means, like, okay, cool, you can probably get one of the Gods of Destruction if you're on your back line dealing with the team KO, and then you have to get to them, right? You can probably deal with one, and then that's it. Maybe 1 and 2 if, you know, your team was smart and decided to divide properly, but if you didn't and you all went for the same point, you get 1, because they are going to stop you on the next one. So I do appreciate that change a whole lot, right? I think the changes so far, really damn great. They're also being a lot more generous. When this game dropped, Zenny and Shards and Star Collection was horrible, right? Now, there's a shit ton of Zen. There is a shit ton of just, Star Collection unlocks. I mean, I know not like as many as people would probably want, right? I feel like people have obviously been asking for more and more. And I do feel like we need some more, in a sense. But I am glad that they at least listened at one point and was like, you know what, fuck it. Here's another legendary unlock way later, like by level 70, because there wasn't one for a while, right? From 30 to like 100, there wasn't one, and that was horrible. So the fact that they put one at 70, nice, right? That actually let me get every character in the game, right? I have the whole fucking roster thanks to that. So that's really fun. But just in general, all of that stuff has been really improved. The battle pass was improved, all that. It does make me very happy that they are listening to some of that stuff. I do wish they'd listen more to some of the buffs that we need. Like, I'm glad that some characters are pretty damn good now. Cell is fantastic, right? This is something I have to really thank them for. Cell is fantastic this season, right? Having more ads made his transformation better, and then also buffing his ult is fucking insane. And then also just retroactively, because they're constantly spawning Kais and less healing from the Gods of Destruction and all this, literally all the changes that were made gameplay wise, combined with his singular ult buff, skyrocketed him, which I never would have thought off his buffs alone. But no, that really helped him out a lot. Cell is like insane now, and I'm like, thank you. You know what? Cell's the tank I have the most fun playing, so fuck yeah, right? I get to enjoy Cell a lot. I get to enjoy Trunks and Vegito a lot. Technical wise, I guess like 17 is the one I play best, right? I get to have a lot of fun with 17. Love that shit, right? I love that I have all these characters and I have a lot of fun playing. It's real nice. So overall, this game has been pretty damn nice, right? And also Season 4 changes changed how transformations work and how much you regen. Needed regen on that was insane. Like, obvious point I'm going to make with this, right, is that, yes, I know base HP for like a tank, for example, is around the same HP that a, like, let's say it's a level 7 tank, right? And it's like baby or something like that, right? Like Zamasu, baby, something. That base HP is likely around the same as maybe a transformed Caulifla or something like that, right? That part's no, right? That part's like kind of obvious. Of like, yeah, of course, right? Because the transformation is what boosts your HP. But it's the fact that there was a regen that was so heavy with it that made it kind of fucked up, right? Because like you get into a fight, you transform, regen, boom. Now that character can keep fighting, and you can't do shit because you don't have regen. So better hope you can kill them before they kill you, right? That kind of made it rough. So I'm glad that that has been taken down a notch, and they're like, no, regen isn't as good anymore. I'm glad. I'm very glad about that. That said, ignoring all that, right, as much as I'm saying like, oh yeah, I really like this season, there's an improvement, I do wish they'd get rid of the character rule, right? I think the character rule of this character exists as this role, so they automatically always have to be this role. Let's not. That's really boring. The fact that God Goku has to be a DPS because the other Gokus were, the fact that Vegeta has to be a tank because the other Vegetas were, the fact that Kid Buu has to be technical because Fat Buu was, right? That's kind of unfortunate, right? We're talking about rivals earlier as well. I need a rivals-esque, like, ban notice, right? I need the game to let me know if my reporting actually does anything. Because I have people who do uncooperative play. I have people who abandon match and go into the spawn and just sit around, right? And they are actively there. They are like, the surrender doesn't show that we lost a player. They just actively go there, whatever it may be, right? I don't even know if reporting them means anything because the game doesn't make it clear via notices. And I kind of need that. I kind of need some sort of response of, hey, this guy got banned or something, right? Or like temporarily suspended, or just, you know, something, right? Even inappropriate names, it's hard to tell if they do anything about, but they don't make it clear on any of that. So I think there does need to be some pretty hefty changes to the game in all regards, honestly, because I also think that there's a little bit too much going on with some of the gacha stuff as well. It's a little too pricey with some of that, right? Considering how much you have to actually use for a multi, it's kind of insane, right? And you're not really guaranteed anything. Still, I think a lot of this needs to be a bit fixed, and maybe it'll turn out a whole lot better for the next season. I just hope for more in that. And again, I just better communication. Let me be able to communicate with my teammates better, and let me actually know if anything's going on when I have to report them. Because I won't lie, it is frustrating. It is very frustrating to not know, essentially. It kind of disappoints me a whole lot. So I'm not entirely fond of how meanings to words sometimes are kind of lost, right? Or they get just used in such a way where it's not really accurate, it doesn't feel correct, whatever it may be, right? It's just weird. This year, LARPer seems to be that sort of thing that gets, used a lot in that sort of manner. But I can kind of see where the usage is coming from, what people want to say with that sort of thing, right? In that regard, I am going to admit, in a certain sense, with this new definition that's been made for LARPer that, again, doesn't really make sense, but let's just borrow that definition for now. I have been, for the longest while since I was a kid, a Ace Attorney LARPer. Now, I want to point out why this was the case, right? As a kid, I had the first game, and I mainly just played that all the way through, had a blast with it, and then kind of just watched streamers and YouTubers I enjoyed play the rest, right? Because personally, I couldn't find that shit a lot of the time, right? This was at a point where, the 3DS was in, right? So it's not to say that finding Ace Attorney games was necessarily impossible, it's just, okay, now the big new thing is 3DS games, and there's a decent amount of them out by now, right? And that was kind of the issue, is that 3DS is the big deal, so a lot of, smaller DS game sort of stuff can't be seen as much in, some stores, right? And Ace Attorney was one of those cases, right? Where it's yeah, first game, found, no problem. The rest of them took me a bit, right? However, I want to point this out, because this is something I really want to note with all this. I own all of them. I have owned all of them for a while now, actually. All the DS ones I have had for fucking years, right? That was around, I want to say, high school, where I got them, early high school, I had gotten all of them. So there was no problem there. And around the time of the eShop recently closing, I say recently, but that might have even been a couple of years now. Still, recently, the 3DS eShop / Wii U eShop had, closed down. But before that even happened, I grabbed the 3DS ones that I was missing. Mainly just because I was oh, there's the Professor Layton one. But as much as I barely, know too much about the Professor Layton games, I could just get the physical copy of that one, because Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice do not have physical copies. At least I'm pretty sure Dual Destinies doesn't. I know for a fact Spirit of Justice doesn't, right? I know that game was not released physically. Dual Destinies, I'm not entirely sure about. If it is, it probably has the same exact problem I'm going to mention. But the Professor Layton game I knew was physically available, right? So I'm you know what, maybe I'll get that one physically, right? That sounds like a good idea. I look it up, it's $500. I go, okay, never mind, we're getting it digitally. Boom, right? All free 3DS games, digitally. That's fine, right? Have all of them. Cool. It's actually really unfortunate. I was so hyper-focused on getting all these games right before it closed down. I totally forgot that just for the sake of convenience, I wanted to have all the Metroid games, all the Prime games and everything, just available on the Wii U. And I forgot about that. So it closed down, and I looked and I went, shit, I forgot to grab the trilogy. So that was really unfortunate, right? Or I guess not really the trilogy, because I don't remember if the third game was even available. I mean, I own it anyways, but I don't remember if the third game was available in there. But I know 1 and 2 were, right? And that was kind of the issue, was, shit, there it goes. But, regardless of Metroid and all that, because that's not relevant right now, I own all these games, right? I can play them whenever. But I've been very slow with it. It's mainly just a thing of I play a lot of games, and Ace Attorney is kind of this thing where similar to a lot of other games I've played, but especially in this regard because of how long it can technically be, I have to really sit down and invest my time into that sort of thing, right? Love these games a lot. Love their plot a whole ton, right? And it actually comes with the benefit of getting interested in them way back when kind of made it so that I know the plots and therefore, you know, I'm already invested in these games. I already really enjoy their interesting story beats and all that. And, you know, so there's some cases that are weaker. There's some that are really boring, but like still, right? I get to enjoy all the story beats that are in there. And it's been long enough that a majority of shit I don't even remember what to present, right? Based on what I'd seen people doing. So, great part is, as much as like, yeah, there's no surprise, but that's okay. I'm fine with that personally, right? It's this nice thing where it's like, you know what? I get to go through these games technically blind in the sense that I don't know what to present, but I'm already interested because I've seen what there is, right? So, kind of fun in that regard. However, regardless, currently, I'd say gameplay-wise, I'm around like very end of Justice for All, right? Like literally final case, which is the one I was looking forward to most because if you know, you know, right? That is like, that even just watching through it, that is a very phenomenal one. That and Trials and Tribulations, both of those have a really good final case. I guess so does Apollo. I like Apollo's final case a lot. That one's really cool too. That one has a really good breakdown. Still, regardless, right? All these games, but at the end of Justice for All overall. However, I did receive the Investigations collection recently as well. I'm saying recently in the same manner as the eShop thing of like, I think that was within the past couple years. I know it was recent that it came out. Could have even been like 2 years ago outright, and then, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, I probably did receive that recently. Still, regardless, I got it, right? Cool. And I kind of thought about it at some point, and I'm scrolling through my Steam library. I'm sure a lot of people have had this before. You scroll through your Steam library and you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna just pick something, I'm gonna install it, and I'll play it, right? And that's kind of what happened with Investigations, was I was scrolling through, and I was like, you know what? There is 2 games with Ace Attorney that I have no knowledge on. I guess there's actually 4 in total. There's Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, right? Which I do have, right? I outright have that on Steam as well. But at the same time, I have not seen much with that game, right? This is past the point of little kid me just watching, you know, playthroughs of it and everything. If I'm gonna go through it now, I'm going to experience it firsthand. That's how it is now, right? Same with the Professor Layton one. Never saw it as a kid, right? Never looked through it. So therefore, me now, I'm not gonna look at anything, right? And then, of course, the Investigations games, right? Both of them. Which I guess Great Ace Attorney Chronicles technically is 2 games. Regardless, Investigations. Barely saw anything about them, right? I saw the general sort of thing about them, right? I saw some small plot details about the first game in particular, but past that, nothing. So I got to sit down and properly experience these games in full. Both of them. Did all that shit. Completed it. Yeah. And now I get to actually talk about these 2, because these are some very interesting, fittingly, cases for games. I think, let's separate them just a little bit here. Investigations 1, honestly, just off the bat, I mean, I guess this fits for both Investigations games, but I actually really like the mechanics here, right? I like the idea of not typical Ace Attorney sort of thing where you gotta click around, maybe go to a new location, but going to the new location is traveling through that clicking and everything. Very visual novel sort of format, right? This takes that and keeps that in there, but you're the one moving around, right? You're the one investigating. You're the one looking through these different areas and stuff like that and explicitly moving towards them, right? So that's really nice. Also, on top of that, I do like the whole, you know, clue system for the first game. I guess it is also in the second, but we'll go more in depth with that when we get there, right? with the first game, the whole clue system and the idea of, yeah, you can kind of piece together all this stuff without needing evidence, right? It almost feels like a system that was, I'm going to say, required for actual Ace Attorney, because I feel like there's a problem that I've seen, you know, myself and many other people have throughout Ace Attorney games of you figure out that shit too fast, right? You notice where it's going and you reach a conclusion way too quickly, so you immediately think, I gotta present this, and not the actual piece of evidence that would be relevant, right? I think the clue system oddly helps in that regard, because it's like, okay, this can't be physical evidence because of how it exists, right? It's just an idea. However, you can take this idea and you can take this other idea you have and you combine them together, and that gives you the evidence, right? Or it gives you the clue to, hey, maybe go look at this spot and that'll tell you what to do, right? And it's like, that's great, right? The idea of, here, take these two, put them together, there you go. Perfect, right? Perfect solution to that whole problem. I love it. I will also say, this is something I knew ahead of time. I've heard the Investigation soundtrack ahead of time. Already really liked it, right? The remastered tracks for Investigations 1, phenomenal, right? I am always iffy about remastered tracks. Random example, Thousand Year Door, right? I almost said Thousand Year Drawer, but I was saying door, just to clarify there. Thousand Year Door, right? I really like that game. I grew up on that shit. Even though, technically speaking, it's weird to say if it was or wasn't my era. It's kind of both. Anyways, regardless of that, I grew up on that shit, right? That's one of the earliest games I had played, right? Love that game. But when its soundtrack was remade, I was kind of iffy, right? Because it's like, I like some of these remade tracks a lot. I also think some of them do a little bit too much. In that regard, I think I'm not going to go into too many details because I don't want to spoil stuff unnecessarily. But I think the final boss track to Thousand Year Door, the remade track to that goes a little too hard with some of the extra, you know, sounds to it, and misses out on some of the fun beats that the original had. There's a specific sort of beat in there that's in like the second half of the song that I really like, and it just disappears from the remake because they have this like almost like demonic like choir behind it, and it's like, that's cool that that's in there, but I think it takes a lot away from the song to remove that fun beat, right? I don't know, right? Some of the tracks are like that, and it's why it's a little unfortunate to me. Ironically, something like Mario RPG's remake, love those tracks, right? I love how they were remade, right? There's that difference in there. When it comes to Investigations, I was a little bit worried when I heard remade soundtrack, because I'm like, the Investigation songs are really fucking good. I don't know about remaking them. And then you get to the whole like Presto track, right? Which is like essentially a brand new addition to the series. Not really brand new. It was brand new for the original Investigations, right? But I'm saying in that regard, compared to regular Ace Attorney, brand new sort of track for questioning, right? You get to the Presto version of questioning, and wow, the remade track on that is phenomenal, right? I'm not even talking about the objection or like cornered, because both of them are great, right? But just the questioning in there is like, oh, that's good, right? Love that track a ton. And just in general, all the remade ones are fun. It's kind of this fun thing where it's like there's this distinction between what was remade and what wasn't, because then, you know, someone like Lang shows up and it's like you hear that bit crushed sound and you're like, that was not remade. But you know what? It didn't need to be. He has a great soundtrack regardless. It's just really funny to hear him show up, bit crushed sound, and then you get to like questioning and all of a sudden it's different, right? So that's a little funny. However, despite all my praises here, and I do actually like the whole setting and plot of Investigations 1, I do see why some people have a problem with it. I've seen some people consider this the worst of the Ace Attorney games. And I was a little confused on why when I had started playing it, because it's like, I don't know, it doesn't seem that bad. And as I got towards the end, I didn't feel like, here's the thing, I can't judge it fully yet because I do still need to go through everything. And then maybe I can say, yeah, it kind of was. But it is rough as a Ace Attorney game, right? It's like, I don't think it is necessarily bad. I had a good time with it, right? Hell, a lot of people have a problem with the final case and how long that takes. I actually didn't mind having someone to essentially put up a fight with, right, with this whole sort of thing. That felt like a lot of fun. Even if, yeah, long, it's like, it's still a lot of fun to go back and forth on that sort of thing, right? That was great. But like, I can see that, like, you know, some people aren't huge on the first case. I could kind of understand that, but I also think it's a tutorial case, so it's not that bad. I could see that some people aren't huge on the second case. I personally liked it a decent bit, but I could see why you wouldn't, right? I can see that I know that a lot of people aren't huge on the third case. I can agree with that, honestly. I think the third case had some cool stuff in there, some interesting twists. Wow, was it rough. It is a really rough third case. It is not that fun. And I mean, I know third case syndrome with the series. That's how third cases usually end up being. But yeah, it wasn't that great. It was pretty rough. The fourth case, I know, is actually generally considered to be a bit better, right, than most of the others. And yeah, I could feel that. I think some areas felt a bit lacking. I think like some of the areas were a little bit, I'm gonna say dull, not really boring, but just like, like, I don't know, I'm not fucking with some of this, right? But yeah, the later half of it, really damn good, right? I think overall it is a interesting case. It's just definitely could have used a little bit more for me. And final case, I know obviously it's mixed, right? You either love it or you hate it. I personally loved it, but there were moments in there where, yeah, I could see some issues, right? So overall, it's like, it is a game where I'm like, yeah, I can see why it would potentially be the worst. I gotta fully see, you know, how I feel about everything as a whole in general, right? Every single game, you know, how am I gonna feel about even the ones I don't know, like the Great Ace Attorney games, the Professor Layton one, all this, right? How am I gonna fuck with those, and, you know, how will that compare to this? That's something I have to figure out. But the one thing I do know is how much people really like Investigations 2, and after playing it, yeah, it's really good. I'll just be blunt right off the bat. Investigations 2 does not feel like it really has any bad cases necessarily, right? Even, this might shock some people, even the third case, which I found was a little bit slower, because, you know, same as usual, but I felt some of the beats of it were a little bit slower. Even that one is still pretty fucking good. And if that one is the one that I'm going to consider as like, yeah, it's a slower one, not like anything, you know, insane, but definitely like pretty damn good, that tells you a lot for the rest, because wow, the final couple of cases to this game, literally the final 2 cases to this game, are like phenomenal, right? Actually blown away by their quality. And that's not even mentioning the fact that Investigations 2 introduces new shit, right? You still have your clue system, but now you have mind chests where, like, you have this time limit and you kind of have to, you know, be careful and choose the correct options. And sometimes you have to choose one option first, go through the correct options there, and then you can go back to one of them. That's really cool. Has a great cast. I really liked Gavel. I really liked her whole dynamic there. And I knew what was going to happen right off the bat, right? As soon as I had met her and went through like the first case involving her, I kind of knew, okay, I get the feeling that the game is trying to get me to have this specific belief of her character and be like, you know, I'm not really fond of her. She's kind of upsetting me with some of the stuff she's doing. I knew the game was going to do that and then try to throw it at me later. I already anticipated it, so later on, obviously without going into details, I knew damn well, yeah, no, of course that was going to happen, right? Of course there was going to be something. And speaking of all these, you know, new characters and all that, like characters that are very relevant with this game, Eustace Winter, I know some people aren't huge on him, and he kind of improves for them later. I like them right off the bat. He is such a silly character that I really liked him off the bat. So when it came time for the later cases, I was real happy. Great addition, right? Like, just generally, the writing in this game is so much more of an improvement. It feels great to play this game, right? Investigations 2 is like one that I cannot recommend enough, right? It's good. It's good. Obviously, Eddie Fender also very great character. Just in general, fun ass game, right? I don't want to list too many details because yeah, I could do a whole spoiler thing, but I don't think it's necessarily, important, right? I could just talk about everything, but that's not really that fun. Then I'm just like fully recapping it. And as much as I've done that in the past and for other things and all that, I don't want to just like give my whole synopsis of the whole thing and then be like, and that's why I think it's pretty cool, right? But like, I don't know, it's an Ace Attorney game. What do you really expect me to say with this whole thing, right? It's really damn good, has some great writing, has some great characters, really fun cases, simple enough, right? That should be enough to make you think, okay, yeah, this is a good Ace Attorney game, I should pick that up. I will say, there is one con with Investigations 2 that I didn't realize. Apparently, the remade soundtrack, so I knew Investigations 2 had a remade soundtrack. Hell, there's even a setting that's just on for it, right? Like, they have the whole thing of like new sprites, old sprites, which I forgot to talk about. That's really cool that you can switch between the old sprites and the new ones. Awesome, right? But in terms of soundtrack, they have the whole remade soundtrack and then like original soundtrack that you can flip the switch on. Investigations 2, much like 1, if you chose the remade soundtrack, it's automatically on, but you don't get any of it. It turns out you actually had to pre-order the game or buy the DLC that's for that remade soundtrack to hear it. If you did not pre-order it, you did not hear that soundtrack. I guess the incentive was that Investigations 2 was localized for the first time with this, right? Because for those who might not know, this was literally the first time that Investigations 2 is available, globally, right? Prior to this, it was just fan translations, right? Because it was only in Japan, never got, ported over. So the fact that it's like, yeah, it's like this now, available for everyone, kind of leads it into, okay, yeah, maybe they wanted people to just hear the original soundtrack. And then if you pre-ordered it, it's like, well, here's the remade one, right? Or if you're willing to pay extra, here's the remade one. I personally don't think, like, maybe if you pre-ordered it, sure, totally fine. But if you didn't, I personally don't think it is really worth the expense. I know it's like dirt cheap, but unless you are that laser focused on hearing the remade soundtrack, which again, really good. Even for Investigations 2, remade soundtrack is great. But I do think, just because of, technically speaking, I'm going to say how short, even though the game isn't really short, but for how short it is going to be, I don't know if you really need it, right? Maybe you want to have it to have the final couple of cases be dramatic. Could be interesting, but I don't think it's required. I think you could go the whole game without it, like I did, and you'd be perfectly fine, right? Like, it's just, I don't know. Because also it's a game that, I feel like this is a problem that Ace Attorney games have, and it's not necessarily, a bad thing. It's just the visual novel sort of thing. I personally feel like it's rare that I will go and replay something like this, right? I don't think I'm going to replay Investigations all that often, unless I want to get every achievement, which I could, but it's like, outside of that, I don't think I'm going to be replaying the game much, so I don't feel like I need the remade soundtrack, right? Worst case scenario, I fucking play a YouTube video with it, right? It's not simple. Still, this is a damn good collection. Even if Investigations 1 feels like it's lacking, it is absolutely worth it for Investigations 2. That game, absurdly good, did actually make me want to keep playing through the series again, like thanks to both of these games, but especially Investigations 2. And Investigations 2 as a whole, I love that the entire game feels like it draws from Justice for All. Like, I know also parts of it are Trials and Tribulations and all that sort of stuff, but a lot of it feels like it references, yeah, you remember this sort of element from Justice for All? Like, it's cool that they do that. It's really damn cool. Still, cannot recommend this game enough, as well as Investigations 1, but especially 2. Really damn good. I'm glad this has revived my, incentive, essentially, to play through the series properly, my own way, because, like, I needed a reason to get back to it. I really did. I needed something to just hit me in the back and push me forward to playing more. And I'm glad that this game has delivered in that regard.
I'm back in the fucking building again! Oh my god!
I picked a very interesting time to record all this, huh? Because, at this point, Chainsaw Man as a whole is done. But I don't get to talk about that here. Obviously, you already heard about it in the lightning round section. You probably already saw my whole thoughts on part 2 and all that. That don't really matter right now. Right now, we get to talk about the movie. I would have, much like Deltarune, probably had more to say here if I recorded this shortly after seeing it. But it's fine that I didn't. I just want to speak about it, as is, regardless of how long or short the section is. Yeah, wow. Just like look back last time, yet again, Tatsuki Fujimoto essentially has this thing that he has written, and it gets adapted into a movie, and it is absurdly good, because the Reze movie arc, whole thing, adapted this arc pretty perfectly, in my opinion, right? I already really liked this arc in the manga when I had read it, fucking prior to, like, Chainsaw Man even getting animated. That is fucking wild to think about now. But prior to all that, I already really liked this arc. I thought it was awesome originally. So I was really curious to see, what's this going to be like as a movie? After the whole announcement of it, right? The teasers, the trailers, all that. And now after seeing it, yeah, no, that was the perfect choice, right? I was partially nervous in a sense because it's like, I knew the arc was short, but I was curious as to how are we going to fit this in a movie, right? Like, it is a little bit worrying because there is, a lot to an arc, right? Can you fit that all in a movie? But no, I think this was the perfect format, especially for Fujimoto's love for films. I think this really fit super well. I say it with, like, almost every section, but, like, soundtrack, gorgeous, right? It was, like, as soon as I heard every track in there, I immediately knew, nah, I gotta look that up later, and just add it to every playlist I have. Speaking of which, obviously, the opening / insert song here, I don't know really what it works as, because I guess it is an opening. It's weird for a movie to have an opening, but it does have an opening, I suppose. Iris Out. Great, really great song. I might even prefer it more than Kickback, I'm not gonna lie. It's really damn good. But all of that as a whole, right, just sound good, right? Oh, and I'm forgetting the name of it, but the song by Maximum Hormone, that's essentially like the staple for the series at this point, because we heard it multiple times in part 1, or not part 1, but like the first arc. I'm saying part 1, like the entirety of it's out. Part 2 recently finishing just fucked me up. But the entirety of the first arc as a whole, where it just randomly played at points, we actually got to hear the extended version of that song now. And it's not even the full version, because apparently there are spoilers for the full version, which I am excited to hear. We're probably going to hear that in the last arc of part 1, but I'm cool with waiting for that. That sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. Makes sense why it was called TV size now. Still, all that's great. Voice acting, like I say usually, really damn good, right? Also, actually, I forgot to also mention Jane Doe, the ending song, also being really fucking good, right? I love that a lot. And then visually, just stunning, right? Like, genuinely a stunning movie to look at. I am always worried about things like this because, the obvious question everybody's gonna have is, okay, well, it's MAPPA. Did these people get to see their families afterwards, right? It's like, I know it sounds like a dick thing to say, but it's like, it's kind of concerning when Jujutsu wasn't that long ago, right? With the Shibuya arc and everything. And it's like, that had some issues based on what we saw on Twitter, and even prior to that, there were other series that they've adapted that have had that problem. So it's like, there is that concern here, but if I were to just properly compliment the art, regardless of that, yes, it is stunning. It is a very, very beautiful movie. I think all of the symbolism with it and everything was adapted perfectly. I think Reze as a whole, that you know, every big moment she had was done really fucking well, right? Especially, I mean, people always post it, but the face in the rain is, it's so good, right? As a whole, this was a very phenomenal experience. I've been using that word a lot this whole thing. I've even had sections that I've cut out that I've used the word phenomenal, but still, I guess it's just on my mind as a result, and that's how it gets used. But regardless of that, this was a very, very good film to watch. I think, just because I also recently rewatched Film Red, I think it is likely higher than Film Red. I don't know if I'd hold it higher than Look Back, because Look Back is a very special movie to me. And in terms of other anime movies, yeah, it might be higher than most of them, right? But Look Back's the only one where I'm like, I'd have to think about that, right? However, still absurdly good, right? This is like easily, I don't remember what I gave it. I either gave it like a 9.5 out of 10, right? Or like the equivalent to that. Or I might have even given it a 10. I actually kind of forgot. It's been a bit since I looked at the ranking I gave it. But it's something around that range. It is a absurdly good movie. And I'm glad it was adapted in this way. I'm excited to see what's to come for the series. I don't think the rest will even be films. Crazy that the Darkness arc was given a teaser shortly after this film premiered. That's kind of funny. But that ended up happening. I guess not really premiered, but more so premiered, you know, global, right? Still, I am excited to see what's to come. I think this was a fantastic experience, and I'm glad I went to a theater to properly see it, right? It's nice, it was loud, it was interestingly timed, because I think there was just like, it wasn't really like, you know, the moment of people, you know, going on dates like they would for Valentine's Day or whatever it might be, but it's like, you know, it's close to like maybe like Halloween or something like that, fittingly. And there's just a whole lot of couples obviously going to see this movie as a result, and I like that, right? I like that this is the kind of movie that had people having that sort of experience, because this is the most, in a sense, dark romance sort of Chainsaw Man experience you can get, right? Like that's the closest that's the closest experience to a dark romance that you can get with Chainsaw Man. So I think it's fun that this is the moment where people are like, you know what, fuck it, let's make it a couples thing. Like that's a lot of fun. Regardless, this was really damn good. I say that about everything on here, of course, but it's hard not to, right? I like this movie a whole lot. Honestly, made me appreciate Reze even more, right? And I mean, I already really liked her character, but it made me appreciate her even more. This was good. This was really fucking good. Love this whole experience. Also, in case anybody is curious, no, there was no promo stuff or anything like that where I went. There was sadly no like Pochita popcorn bucket or anything like that. Nothing. It was kind of unfortunate, but it was alright. I was fine with that. Could have been nice, but it's okay.
Hey, bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet!
So, if I'm going to be brutally honest, I expected nothing from Crossworlds, technically speaking, right? I didn't expect much in the sense that, okay, you know, another Sonic racing game, these happen all the time. And Mario Kart, at the time of, you know, all this being announced, was just announced for the Switch too, right? And that game looks like fun. You can ride on walls, there's random characters that get to drive in the cars and all this shit. And it's like, you know, it's pretty interesting for the choices they're doing there. Versus Crossworlds, where it's like, yeah, same as usual, right? It's like same stuff I've seen from other Sonic racing games, but now you change courses. That's neat. I also don't think it helped that a lot of their promos for a while there didn't really work. They tried to show off like, you know, here's Crossworlds comparing to Sonic Riders, and here's like, you know, the like gears working there, right, between the two games. And it's like, I don't think when they were advertising that they realized that the gears in Riders are so much faster than they are in Crossworlds. So that looked really bad on them, because it just looked like, hey, look at how much slower this new game is, right? And most of the time, people want speed, so that's kind of a big deal. And again, as a result of all of that, I didn't really care too much. I'm like, that's neat, you know, some people will play it. I have friends who are interested in playing it. I'll probably wait till it goes on like a really cheap sale and then I'll grab it, right? That seems like the obvious thing to do. They announce random ass DLC, like, oh yeah, dude, we're getting SpongeBob in there. And I'm like, that's weird. And it's like, yeah, Last Airbender, TMNT, and I'm like, okay, I mean, that's cool, right? It's cool that we're getting all this, but like, why? Right? I was a little confused. I wasn't upset. I was just confused as to like, why these characters of all things, and not like any video game sort of stuff, which I know now has aged poorly. There's Mega Man and Pac-Man on the way. Or, well, I guess at this point, Pac-Man's already here. And shit, I mean, Mega Man's very close, right? But regardless, it kind of felt odd with some of these collabs in there, right? But time goes on, and the Switch 2 comes out. So as a result, Mario Kart is out. And people are iffy on it. Like, that is the strangest thing to ever see. Mario Kart, of all games. The thing that sells so fucking well because it's just for everybody. Everybody can enjoy it, right? Out of nowhere, Mario Kart is this game that people are iffy on because of the intermission tracks and all this other shit and random slots just taken up by characters in different outfits. All that. So many, like, issues I've seen people have with it where it's like, yeah, it's fun, but at the same time, could have been better, right? That happens out of nowhere. And Sega, I have to respect in some ways, took that as a really good opportunity to make a fantastic ad. They fought back to their old strategies way back in the 90s and went, you know what we can do here? Let's have blurry footage of Mario Kart, present it as slow, and then have the camera pan over to Crossworlds going real fast. That worked. That sparked up so much attention from everybody that all eyes were now on Crossworlds going, that game looks pretty good. That game's like, oh yeah, transition to a new track and everything and all that. That looks pretty good. They then drop a beta for it, right? Essentially it's like, you know, pre-release demo of just like, yeah, you know what, try out our game, you know, we'll work on improvements from there. We'll see, you know, what flaws we may have with it and all that. Go ahead. People love that shit, right? The open beta, people had a fantastic time with. And then the game drops, and it is selling like hotcakes. And not surprisingly, I did pick it up myself, because, you know, I have friends that immediately picked it up, right? So it's like, okay, fuck it, let me pick it up, right? Picked it up, got the DLC, because why not, right? And, you know, I talked about this with Pirate Yakuza and all this sort of stuff. But one of the few times where it's like, you know what? Got the game at full. I don't mind that I did.
Second. Wait, you guys are winning, kind of. Team Forgana is like winning right now. But now they're losing right now. Did you just see that? What the fuck are they doing? Charmy!
I know, in a sense, this game is iffy in that regard, because it's like, well, there's more content on the way and some of it's free content and all that. I don't mind that I did, because this is a very fun kart racer. I'm going to point out that Mario Kart is a game series that I have really enjoyed, but I'm on and off about it, right? I usually play it with people, and if I'm playing it by myself, I probably play it for like maybe 20 minutes and that's it, right? And it's rare that I even play it by myself at that, right? It's kind of a game that's like, I need people to play with, or else I'm just not going to be that interested. It's not even an accessibility problem or anything like that. literally have like double dash. I think the 64 one via, you know, virtual console stuff, Wii, all that. Have all that shit. I could play it at any point, even like both versions of 8, right? Whether it be the Switch one or the Wii U one. Here's the thing, I could play that shit at any point, but I simply don't, because it's just like, well, I don't know, right? It's not that appealing to me, right? It's a fun game by all means, right? They're fun games, but it's like, it's not that just appealing. And Crossworlds is an interesting difference in that regard. I'm not usually big on all sorts of racing games, but this one hooked me. This one had enough interesting customization and vehicles, courses, all this to actually hook me in, right? The idea of a game that relies so heavily on all these different playstyles, but really emphasizing them to such a degree that it's like the idea that anybody can play well as long as they have the right vehicle and gadgets that they want to combine together to make their ideal, essentially, cart, right? Or I guess gear, regardless of what you're using, to just reach the end. That's great, right? I like the idea of being able to just hard like fuel into that sort of thing. There is, technically speaking, no meta in that regard, or at least to me it didn't feel like that, right? It's not like Mario Kart Wii where it's like you pick Funky Kong, you put him on a bike, there you go, right? Everybody starts using that, and that's just bound to be the number one pick, right? It doesn't feel like that overall to me, where, you know, now you just have this freedom. Now you can do whatever the fuck you feel like, and that's what I end up doing, right? I look at Sage, I'm like, I really like Sage, you know, I really enjoyed her in Sonic Frontiers, I like her interactions in this game, I want to play Sage the most, and I can, and I just choose whatever gadgets and cart I think works best for her, and I go from there. It's perfect, right? I like that a lot. I like how much fun customization this game has. Obviously, people point out decals. The decals are also really great. There's just a lot of fun shit in that regard to this game. Now, it is not without its flaws. I think some of the courses suck ass. I think maybe it'd be a little bit nicer to have some more choices when you're going to transition to a new course. Like, I like the idea of having that transition, right? I know some people who don't, but for me personally, it's like, that's cool, right? Because it lets you kind of choose whatever's more optimal for you, and it's less optimal for maybe people behind you, right? Maybe you have gadgets that are really good for a level that are worse for people that don't have those gadgets on, right? Like, obvious thing is any level with ice is really bad for people if they don't have anti-slip. But if you have anti-slip, there you go, right? You're golden. So it's interesting to have that. But I do think only having two choices, and a majority of the time, the two is either, here's this course that you can see, right? And here's a random one. It essentially means you have to bank off the random one if you don't like the one that's visible. And the random one could be fucking anything. It could be worse. It could be potentially, I don't know if this could happen, but it could potentially even be the same exact course, right? It could potentially not matter at all. And that's what I don't like in that regard, is that it's a little bit unfair to just have these two courses there and be like, okay, yeah, choose. And it's like, well, it'd be nice to maybe have one, just one extra option, just in case you want to say, wait, there's that one, or there's random, right? So if I don't like either of these two, I could go with a random one, right? Maybe I'm being silly with that. I just personally think it's like, it could be nice to spice it up a little bit in that regard. Could help you out in terms of actually picking a course rather than feeling like you might just be at a disadvantage regardless of what you choose, right? Then that just kind of sucks. Still, I also think some of the items need to be improved a bit. I feel like, for the most part, note that I'm saying for the most part, the ghosts, like the King Boom Boom, it doesn't fucking matter, right? About if he shows up in front of you. You're pretty much fucked, right? You get hit, that's it. And there's no, like, teching the blue shell sort of thing here. No, he is directly in front of you the whole time, so he's going to slap the ground, fire is going to come out, you're going to get hit, you have to accept it, right? I don't even remember if the shield works on it. I think the shield does, but if it does, cool. You know, that's a good prevention sort of tactic, even if literally nothing else works. And if somehow it doesn't and I just don't remember that, then that's even worse, because that means there's literally nothing, right? You get hit by that, that's it, right? That's my one issue with that sort of thing, is I think that needs a little bit more that can kind of prevent you from being hit. I know it's nice to not always have someone who's in the lead just constantly keep it, because they might be able to, you know, tech around it or whatever it may be, but it's like, just something, right? It really sucks to have to hold on to one item just in case you're in first, and being like, well, it could show up, and even then, multiple people could get it. There are items to start with shit, man. Like, I don't know. There's a lot that could happen. So, it does make it suck a little bit in that regard. I think there's a few things that just generally could be improved here with the game, and I'm hoping that happens over time. I mean, shit, we're getting more gadgets as the game goes on. That's really great. I fucking love that, right? The fact that it's like, okay, good, more customization, different buffs and nerfs in a sense to some of the older ones. That's cool, right? That's some really nice changes. Hope we see more of that. I hope as we get more customization for more characters and stuff like that, it becomes more interesting to mix and match. Obviously, like I mentioned, hopefully more improvements with some of the stuff. I do like if you do time trials and you get the best time you can, like I think at least A rank or something like that. It's either A or like S, either or. You actually can unlock songs from previous entries in Sonic. That's really cool, because that leads me to another interesting aspect with the game. You can play these songs in the courses, right? Like, depending on the lap that you're in, you can make a favorite playlist as well, so that it's just all your favorite songs and they play at those moments, right? It's really cool. Like, I think as is, the courses have great soundtracks, right? There are some really good ones in there. Wonder Museum, the Kraken Bay track, Golden Temple, Kronos Island, you know, White Space, all this stuff, like really damn good remixes and just general new tracks, in a sense, that are in there, all referencing old stuff from the series. It's really nice, right? Both track-wise and also like song-wise. Really damn good. But at the same time, you can put on ones that just are outright songs that it's like, oh yeah, you can play It Doesn't Matter or whatever it may be, right? Like all this sort of stuff during different laps. My personal favorite being that each of these songs has a final lap variant, which is awesome that that's in there, and you can just put that on the third lap. So when you get there, it feels like this adrenaline boost as you're going through it. Really damn nice. I also like that all the course tracks actually transition into each other, right? If you're going to go through the portal into the Crossworlds, every single Crossworld track, note that I'm specifically saying Crossworld track, every single one has a small transition loop before you hit that portal. That's really fucking cool. That is some insane attention to detail. Hell, the bonus tracks that I was talking about, the older ones from the series, they have that as well. To a lesser effective degree, because they have to use something that's pre-existing. So some of them don't sound that great. Some of them sound actually really good for what they are. Some of them don't really, though. But to be fair, they weren't built for this. They were built for games that just played them in full. So not surprisingly, it ends up like that. But regardless of all that, still, I am having a blast with this game. I'm excited to play more, right? I get to play the Mega Man Festival soon, all that. That's going to be a real fun time. And then, yeah, I mean, there's still a lot more on the way. I still got to wait for the TMNT stuff, Last Airbender. We're getting all sorts of different free characters as it goes on, right? Fucking, I mean, evidently, we're also getting characters from the Sonic comics, which is pretty cool, right? I mean, I gotta go through those at some point, right? Like I mentioned with the Rivals section. But yeah, I mean, shit, getting characters from that, that's awesome. I've seen a lot of people ask for, I think Surge is her name. Love to see that, right? Maybe she'll be one of them that we get later. I don't know. But for now, still, Crossworlds, really damn good racing game. Rare that I enjoy a racing game this much, but I am. This is a good one. Thank you, Sega. Okay, hold on. I have something important to say about this section. This section technically does not exist, in a sense. I have started Naruto. I am on the Chunin exams. I am having a pretty fucking good time with the series so far. It is, out of early arcs of the big three, it's actually the one I'm probably enjoying the most, right? This show's been pretty consistent, minus the Naruto and Sasuke sort of introduction episode. That one, like, actually is outright one of the worst I've seen of the big three. And in general, those early few episodes were pretty rough. But after that, great, right? Honestly, after Kakashi got introduced, not even saying that out of a, oh, I really like Kakashi sort of bias or anything. I don't know how I fully feel about, who would be necessarily a favorite or anything like that yet. So it's not really out of that. It's just, it felt more interesting after his introduction. But still, on the exams. Now, I want to note, it took me a while to just sit my ass down and go through a lot of this. A lot of this was spaced out between either several weeks, maybe a couple months, whatever it may be. It also doesn't help that I've heard a lot of people mention that the anime destroys how a lot of characters interact and everything, or just how characters are, their arcs, whatever it may be, right? I have heard that it is not perfect. So personally, I have made a choice. I have switched over to reading it. I have not properly sat down a whole bunch and read it. So in reality, I don't actually have much to say for the series yet. I'm going to save all of my thoughts, even for these, early couple of arcs that I could talk about right now. I am going to save all of that for the next time we do this, right? The next time that I have more, that I've read more, all that, right? So apologies, we're not going to do Naruto just yet. That is not the big section of this video. However, with Naruto out of the way, that leads us to our final section of the video. There was supposed to be something after Squadra, but for the sake of both this happening with the Naruto section, and realistically, this next thing probably being the longest on the video, I decided it was better to save it till now. Earlier, when we talked about Granblue, I brought up that I became even more familiar with Cygames because of something else they've done. It should be abundantly clear what that something else is if you had gone on the internet at all within the last year. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. I think this is the most unfortunate section in terms of what I talked about for Deltarune and the Reze movie for Chainsaw Man and all this, because I have been wanting to talk about this for a while. Umamusume. Wow. There's a lot here. There is a lot to cover, and you know what? Let's do this properly. Yeah, that'll probably be good enough. Oh boy. So, Umamusume. This is going to be a long section. I'm going to have a lot of work just off this section alone because, wow. I'm just going to say it right off the bat, and I'm not going to repeat myself. So, get it down now. I am going to be talking about nearly everything, with the exception of maybe the Gold Ship parody manga, maybe a few others that I might not know, and the BNW, like, straight to DVD OVA. I'm going to be talking about everything. Maybe some of the other DVD stuff. But overall, everything here, right? I am going to be covering all of it. So, also should note right off the bat, anything that involves proper story stuff for after I'm done talking about the game is just going to be a spoiler section, right? Literally any of it. If you see a section that pops up with a name for something that you're still going through in terms of Uma, maybe don't watch that part, right? It's going to be filled with spoilers. So, getting that out of the way now, let's talk about this thing, because this is going to be a behemoth to take care of. I had known about this series for a while, right? Ironically, the reason I know about it is because of a different gacha game. Because if you've been in the Dokkan community for a while, you've heard people talk about this game. You've heard people mention Uma, mainly because it was one of the big competitors for top grossing, like shortly after it dropped, right? It pretty much made it so that, oh yeah, Dokkan rarely hit top grossing on both like devices in terms of like Apple and Android, solely because, yeah, this dropped, that became the #1 seller. But I knew about it just off that, and obviously didn't seem that interesting to me, right? Like, okay, cool, horse racing game, whatever. I didn't even know it was based on actual horses at the time. I just knew horse racing game, but it's horse girls. Okay, fine. That's alright. Then, a couple of years ago, I find out about it again, because people are talking about a supposed leak of a Kagurabachi anime being handled by Sai Games. And someone makes a reply saying, hey, by the way, if you don't know what Sai Games' animation looks like, here's this. And it was a clip of beginning of a new era. I don't even fully remember what the clip was of. I just know it was a clip from there of one of the races, right? So that looked fucking insane, right? I had no context as to what was going on. There was no subtitles or anything like that. It was just people screaming and running, and I was floored by what I was seeing, right? But it was like, okay, that's the horse game. Wow, they do that? What the fuck? Like, what? They're pouring that much budget into just an anime with it? What the fuck is going on? And then, of course, it drops last year. And when it came out, I knew all different people that were getting into it, whether it be streamers, YouTubers, literally people that are close to me, that are, you know, friends or family, all that. I knew several different people that were getting into it because it was the big new talked about thing. I do think part of that probably has to come from the fact of, you know, Twitter had the whole coincidental horse racing stuff where it would be the horses bouncing against the walls and all that. And that'd be the big competition that would happen last year. So naturally, this comes out at the perfect time and people are interested. I don't think that was, you know, everybody's main draw for it, but I think that really helped. Obviously, there was also characters like Haru and everything that really helped drag people in. And that's how I got into it, because I did not play for the first couple of weeks. And if you know me, and you know the whole thing I talked about with Festa the North Star and my favorite character being Rao, you know it's really unfortunate that I didn't start for the first couple of weeks, because the first character was TM Opera O, who literally had the nickname drawn from Fist of the North Star of Ruler of the Century's End, and I was so pissed that I didn't get her originally. I thankfully redeemed that with the New Year's one, but still. Regardless of that, I didn't start for the first couple of weeks, but then I found out about Haru, and I was like, you know what? I think it would be really funny, just because it's available on Steam. I think it would be really funny, I don't need it on my phone, if I just get it on Steam, I play it through there, and I try and make Haru win as many races as she can, right? That was my goal, and I'm like, oh, she has a Freestar variant on the way? Let me get that, right? I'm going to focus all my funds into getting that. That's how it started. All I gave a shit about when I started was Haru. And it's kind of funny, because the general thing I heard is that when people started, they only had, like, at most a couple of free stars when they, you know, started, right? It's like, you know, whatever it may be. It could be Taiki, it could be Special Week, it could be all that, but not too many. Meanwhile, I start the game, and it's like, I got Taiki, I got Oguri, I got Bourbon, I got McQueen, I'm trying to remember if there was anybody else. There could have been more, and I'm just forgetting who else, but it's like, I got like 4 right off the bat. Oh yeah, I vouchered Rice. None of those were worth a voucher. I mean, I know Bourbon obviously wouldn't be, but like still, I vouchered Rice, so I had like 5 right off the bat. So that was a little fun experience. But then, you know, I'm going through the game, and much like a lot of people, I had no understanding. I did auto select for everything, whether it be Sparks or Dex or all that. I'm gonna keep this section brief because obviously I don't want to live like every tale that I've gone through. with it, but I do want to talk about some details in regards to it. And I started doing Haru runs, and I remember a lot of the time, Haru runs didn't go that great because this is a very early, you know, essentially build that I had, and Haru with that sort of build, not going to be too good, right? Naturally. Hell, even fan requirements were a difficulty sometimes, because I didn't know when to throw her into a race or not, right? Or if I should just do that constantly, or whatever it may be, right? Completely unknown. So that was a difficulty I had. But then I did runs of like Taiki, or better yet, Ogre, who was absurdly consistent, right? And those worked out a lot better, and then those helped me do my Haru runs. And then I would do runs with Rice, and I found out why Rice was known as the newbie killer, because wow, if you just start the game and you're using Rice, some of your runs can be real bad. They can end pretty damn early. I know new scenarios help with that a whole lot in terms of like, oh yeah, you can improve her as a result, but just having URA made her pretty difficult. And then there was McQueen, who, you know, okay, better, but like definitely not as consistent as Taiki or Ogre, but still, right? A lot of characters that I threw in, had a good time with, regardless, right? It was all fun. It was great. Now we are like close to a whole year later, right? I mean, we're not fully there. We still have a few months till then, but still, we're almost at a point where it's been a full year of the game, right? I'm just going to skip ahead here to this point. I have played this game a lot. It is probably, and this feels weird to say in a sense, it is probably the most fun I have had with a gacha game. And also a game like this, because I always forget the term, and my close pal Brandon is probably going to get upset at me if I forget this properly, but it's either roguelike or roguelite, one of the two. Same shit that gets used for, you know, Binding of Isaac and Risk of Rain and all that sort of shit. All those sort of games where you essentially start a run, you know, you have your stats and everything, they improve over time, and either that run dies out or you win, right? Simple enough. Those sorts of games I've never been huge on. Like Binding of Isaac, I always kind of felt like, you know, it's fun to get a really good run. But for me personally, I get a really good run, I'm happy, I lose, and then I just feel drained, right? Like I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to do another run. It just takes it out of me. I've hit a point where I have a joke that every year I start a Isaac run, a brand new one, and if I get hit once, app gets closed for the whole year. That might sound like this, like, you know, extra layer of a joke of just, hi, it's actually not real, you know, I'm just lying to you. No, I've opened Isaac consistently once, like every year for the past few years. That's how it's worked. I have people that have seen it. They've seen me do these playthroughs, and then I get hit, and there goes the game. It's that simple. I have reached a point with Isaac where it's just like, I don't know, I don't fuck with it as much as I did when I was younger. It's just not my kind of game. Risk of Rain, I have a lot of friends who really like Risk of Rain, right? Specifically 2, of course, but still. I have a lot of friends who really enjoy it. For me personally, I don't know, I never fucked with how it looked, its aesthetic, all that. It's not like a personal, you know, gripe with it or something that I despise. It's just like, it didn't vibe with me, right? Simple as that. So, as a result, I didn't really fuck with it too much. I also felt like it felt a little bit complicated to properly learn the characters, and friends also like to say like, oh well, we can, you know, install like mods for these characters and that can be really fun. And like, in a sense that is, it's like, yeah, cool, you know, we have mods for these characters, we add Dragon Ball characters, or like we add Great King of Evil, Ganondorf, or, you know, some shit like that. But it's like, yeah, as much as that's funny, this feels like the same issue as adding mods to Isaac for me, where it's like, well, it's not the same game anymore. Like, I get this is a little bit more open in that regard because it's a Risk of Rain, but like, it's not the same game anymore. I want to be able to like the actual characters in there and not have to install things to make the game more interesting, right? So that's the thing. I've never been huge on games where it's just like, start a run, see what type of stats you get, what type of things you have. Maybe you're unlucky, maybe you're lucky. Who knows what's gonna fucking happen? It's all the, you know, roll of the dice. And you either get to the end or you don't. Simple enough, right? And even if you get to the end, it might not be perfect. But regardless of that, I don't know, Uma's system to it, I have meshed with a lot, right? I have fucked with it a whole ton, and I've just enjoyed it more and more as time went on. Again, it is probably the gacha that I've actually spent the most time just sitting down and playing, because, like, I don't know, Dokkan, Last Claudia, anything else has kind of felt like, yeah, I'll play it and it's a good distraction, but like a good distraction for at most an hour, right? Uma, I could legitimately sit down and play for a while. And I guess in, current scenario wise, yeah, it's going to be a while to play some of that. But still, regardless of that, I can sit down and play that game for a while. I don't have any issues with that. I love learning about the characters, and I'll admit, I do need to learn more about them properly, because I did for the longest while very early on skip through a lot of it. I know that's going to get a lot of boos from a lot of people. I do intend to go back. It's just when I started, all I was interested in was Haru. I did watch through Haru's scenarios. I did watch through Haru's whole, character story stuff. Watched through all that for Haru, but not everybody else. I have gone back and watched some of them, right? I've been watching all of Nice Natures, did all that. I do actually need to go back and watch all of Ogre's. I will do that at some point. I did watch all of Tama's, right? Dodo's, watched all of it. There's definitely a good amount of characters that I've watched through. I just need to watch through the rest, right? On top of the fact, I've watched through scenarios for characters that aren't even out yet, right? Fucking Aston Machan, just to really feel if I wanted to pull for the character, because I felt like I really did. I was watching through her character story. I enjoyed it a lot, right? I mean, I'm not fully done with it yet, right? I've kind of just been passively watching it over time, but still, watched through a good amount of that. Yeah, no, it's great. I'm very excited to pull for her soon, within the next, like 4 months or so, whatever it may be. Still, gonna go back to that eventually, but regardless, yeah, like this is a gacha game that I've been willing to put a lot of time into in that regard, right? It's one that I kind of sat there and felt like, you know what? I don't feel that bad about putting this much time into it, because it's fun. It's nice to learn about these horses and just the general, like, seeing these characters and how they interact and everything. It's great, right? And that's a big thing too. It has actually shown me a lot about, horse racing and all these different characters in there, right? Or like actual horses, I suppose, right? It's neat to learn about this stuff. I'm very big about learning about actual history, and it doesn't matter about, like, history that's technically relevant to the whole world, or something minor like this, horse racing, right? That's always cool to me. Like, last year, right? Or I guess the last time we did one of these videos, I talked about Hinamaru Zumo, right? Or Sumo, either or, right? I talked about how learning about this series, right? Watching through this series and everything made me more interested in learning about, sumo wrestling as a whole. And I thought part of that was going through that, right? Learning details about it and being like, wow, this is like legitimately really in depth for a sport. Like I knew it would be probably, but holy shit, dude, right? It's like, this is a lot, to account for it. Like, if you are a sumo wrestler and everything, this is crazy. I like this, right? Now I want to learn more. That's something that Uma's done for horse racing, is that I see these characters and I'm like, shit, I gotta learn more about them now, right? And it's really fun to have that experience. I've actively watched some of the races. Obviously we'll talk about it more later, but Oguri, watched several of his races, right? I'm not even interested in the idea of, like, I should gamble on this sort of stuff, I should go to a horse race and start gambling on them. It's like, no, it's just actually outright fun to watch it happen, right? I don't give a shit about the whole favorite factor or anything like that. I mean, obviously everybody's gonna have their favorites. I'm sure if I had gone through the experience enough, I would probably have, a favorite on the racetrack, right? I just enjoy watching them race, though. It's so interesting to see these, like, beautiful animals running across at these high speeds, challenging each other, all this, and just crossing that finish line. It's like, I don't know, something about it, it brings back, like, I guess, memories of me being a kid, enjoying the idea of, like, horses so much. It's like, I want to be like a knight and, like, ride on a horse and everything and go around, and I'm going to help people and all that, right? Like, random dumb fantasy sort of stuff I'd have as a kid. of just like, oh, I'm gonna be this hero riding on a horse, right? And that sort of thing. I mean, fuck, maybe that's why, you know, Rao was such a special character to me. It's like, he's got a massive horse. It's the size of an elephant, right? But that thing's fucking awesome, right? It's like, it's this weird memories of the past coming flooding back in. And I'm just like, you know what? These things are cool. I'm glad that they get to run around like this and have fun and do weird and funny shit and all this sort of stuff, and are very social animals that really appreciate being around people or other horses and all that. Like, what beautiful animals, right? But the fact that this has helped me learn more about them is really damn fun. And I'm just now speaking about the horses, and I don't even actually get to speak about much on the game in terms of recent stuff and everything, because we have had several scenarios now to play through with the game, and I have enjoyed them a decent bit. I will say that Unity I had my problems with, and I am floored that people advocate for it so much, because wow, what an RNG filled mode. It is rougher to play than URA in terms of consistency, and I hate seeing 5 double circles when I'm playing Team Zenith and then losing. That shit sucks, right? But I mean, I guess Rico was cool as a character, a little cock and bitter glass, you know, they're all cool, right? I like them, by all means. I will say I definitely like Happy Meek more. Happy Meek's awesome. But yeah, Unity, I'm shocked for how much people like to advocate for it compared to the current scenario. But I mean, it was alright. I just don't think the RNG of it was that fun. But URA, yeah, I mean, good starting scenario, right? Nothing too extreme, but a good, you know, base for what was to come with the game, and also getting you familiarized with how the game works. I like it, right? And then the latest scenario, Track Blazer. I'm gonna be so honest. I fucking love Track Blazer. I'm being genuine, 100% serious. Track Blazer is like some of the most fun that I've had with this game. It is reminded me of when I started playing, you know, using Haru, using Ogre, using all these like characters for the very first time, where it felt so like wondrous, right? This feels like that again, where I get to have some really damn good runs, and it's like, shit, yeah, it takes a while. That's the big con of it, is that it takes a while, and it's not entirely consistent. There is some RNG to it, in a sense, but it's way more consistent than previous scenarios, and it's just generally fun to play as a result. You can get some cracked as fuck Umas as like after you're done, and even if they're not that insane and their stats aren't worth it to use, you can use them as sparks. They can be really good parent Umas. Like, the next time we get the best scenario to make a parent Uma is the island scenario. I forgot the name of it, but I think it drops either with or around the 4th anniversary or something like that. That's the next time we get one. We're at the 1st anniversary right now. I know the 2nd one is like end of the year, but still, like, we're at the 1st anniversary of the game, and this is like the 2nd best, you know, means of building a parent Uma. It's crazy. But like, in general, I have had a shit ton of fun with Track Blazer. There's a lot of shit I could talk about throughout this whole thing. I kind of wanted to keep the game section brief. I could actually mention some of the ones I've been saving up for and pulling through. You know, I will note, actually, I should say this because I'm sure people are interested. No, I actually didn't end up pulling Haru, like the New Year's one. I kind of wish I did. I really wanted to get her, but I had to pull for Christmas Ogre. I got Christmas Ogre, and I thankfully didn't go all the way to Pity. I know some people are going to point out, it's actually known as Spark. Listen, I call it Pity, you call it Spark, we have different names. I get that, you know, Granblue might also use Sparks and stuff like that, whatever it may be. Listen, I know there's different terms in there and everything, but we're all familiar with different terms, alright? So I'm going to use Pity, because that's what I'm familiar with. You can use Spark, but let's not interfere, right? Potato Jeremy's. But anyways, thankfully I didn't have to go to Pity on Ogre. I didn't even have to go to Pity on Tama. So, Ogre and Tama, got completely clean, perfect. But I knew I didn't have enough for Pity for either of the New Year units. And it was Opera and Haru, and I had to make the tough decision there. And I figured, you know what? I don't have Opera yet, and this Opera is pretty fucking good. Let me get the New Year Opera. And it was kind of unfortunate in that regard. I really wanted Haru. And you know, maybe I'll pull her at some point. Ideally, I'd love to, but for now, I just decided, you know what? I'll wait on that. Maybe there'll be an opportunity to do so again. Maybe I'll off-banner her, because thankfully, limited units don't really exist in this game. There are limited units, like Jungle Pocket is a limited unit, Gentle Donna is a limited unit, all these other ones, but at the same time, they're limited in the sense that you can't use a selector ticket on them, like a voucher. Outside of that, you can pull them anywhere, right? So, that's nice. But at some point, maybe I'll pull Haru. Maybe it'll work out like that. Who knows, right? But thankfully, I at least got to have Opera, at the very least. And hell, even more recently, Kida and Daya, yeah, obtained. Got both of them. I'm good. I got both of the other Umas that I wanted in that short span of time. And now, I save everything for Yaino Muteki, because it turns out I pulled Mejiro Arden also on a single summon on Daya's banner. So, now have to get Yaino to build the team trials team I want to build. That's a little unfortunate, but I mean, I did want Yaino anyways. Just unfortunate on timing. I can pity her, probably. I have enough that I should be fine. But, yeah, a little unfortunate on timing there. But hey, after that, it's just Aston Machan, and then a couple, like, others later down the line. But we'll get to those. We'll get to some of those. Anyways, regardless of that, I think that's enough talking for this game section, because there's a lot to talk about with this as a whole. So, let's just hold off on some of that for now, and let's talk about some extra Uma entries in here. Starting off with... Talked before about the live reading sessions of ReZero kind of draining my voice sometimes the day after. This fucking whole thing's probably going to do that a whole lot for me for tomorrow. But anyways, Season 1 of Umamusume, we get Special Week as our main character, who not only gets to be the central focus here, but generally in terms of the game itself, I mean, she is the central focus. She's the app icon. She's the literally front and center of the original poster. It only gets further and further back in that poster with each anniversary, which is kind of funny that they keep doing that. But still, Season 1 of Uma. This came out only a couple years after they had their original trailer, which did spark some problems for them. I can never actually find the source of what was the problem, right? Because I've seen some people say that it is the obvious, you know, oh, Oguri and Rudolph kissing sort of moment, right? Them skating and then kissing. But I can't find if that's like genuine or not in terms of like if that was the reasoning, right? I know that's in there. It's in the trailer. It's still available on YouTube. But I don't know if that's the reasoning or not, because I've also heard that supposedly they didn't have some of the rights to the horses that were in there. Like, they had King Kamehameha in there, right? Which, if you know, Japanese race horses and all this, that's a pretty prolific one. And apparently they didn't have the rights. So, that being in there kind of causes an issue. But I can't find whether or not that was why, or if it was because of the Oguri thing, or maybe something else entirely, right? There was some reason for the outrage that had happened, but I don't know what. The general thing I do know, though, is that people weren't huge on the idea of it at first, right? Take horses, turn them into horse girls. As much as that sounds like easy money in a sense, not entirely. People kind of just thought it was weird because this is such an important sort of thing to just general sports with Japan, I suppose, and not even just Japan, but around the world as well, right? Like literally America, France, wherever it may be, right? Pretty big sport in general. So having this sort of moment where it's like we took them and turned them into horse girls, and now it's a game, and it has like PSP sort of like a PSP sort of look to it and all that. It's kind of weird, right? And also they're singing songs. I can definitely see why it would be strange. But a couple of years later, we got this. We got Season 1 of the anime. And that's where it definitely took off a lot more, right? Like, definitely not to the same reach that the actual game's release had, but I think Season 1 did help it out a lot. And now, I get to share my thoughts on it, because I don't know shit about that whole background. I just watched it as is because I wanted to see if I'd get interested in these characters as I watched more, right? That was kind of my whole goal here when I went through everything, was that maybe I'll be interested in pulling for more than Haru after I'm done. And I was already interested in pulling more prior to this, but these entries definitely helped a whole lot. But now we get to talk about Season 1. And here's the thing. I see a lot of people kind of shit on this season in a sense. Or more so just say like, yeah, it's the starter season. It's not that good. You can just skip over it and everything. And technically speaking, yes, you can skip over it. None of these entries necessarily have to be watched in a certain order. I mean, you could, and for the sake of things, in terms of this original series, it makes more sense to just watch Season 1, Season 2, and then Season 3. But sure, yeah, you can start with whatever entry you feel like. You could go for the character that you like most, that has, you know, their own entry about them. That works. But I will point out that one, I think the timeline argument sort of thing is a little bit weird, because some people try to say that stuff's not interconnected, and it is true to a certain degree, but at the same time, the series does make you question that sometimes, and especially more recently, that's really destroyed that argument a whole lot, because prior to people making that argument, there was something that didn't exist yet, but now it does, and that actually doesn't really help what people were trying to argue. However, that's reserved for later talks and all that. For now, let's focus on a different thing here. The other thing being that how people feel about Season 1, that, oh yeah, it's not that good. I kind of agree, in a way. I agree that, yes, it is the weakest entry of Umamusume's anime, right? But I don't really think it is necessarily bad. Here's the thing. Season 1 is not necessarily all over the place, but it tries to focus on everybody there while also focusing on Special Week's story and Silent Suzuka's. Now, both incredible racehorses, both very important races to Yutaka Take's career, so it makes sense that, yeah, you would want to kind of cover them both here, have them be the central focus, while, yeah, we have some others that, you know, get to join in, have some fun antics, maybe not from the same era, maybe sometimes decades apart, but, you know, still fun to have that in there, right? I do think it is interesting to have it like that, but I think the season also does suffer as a result, right? A lot of the season focuses on Special Week's, you know, run to being the greatest in Japan, right? Being #1 in Japan and all that. And it's very fun. I think as a result of focusing on Team Speaker's dynamic, though, it kind of leads into a scenario where it's not really that deep with its characters. Like, it's fun to see the journey for them, right, in terms of Special Week and everything, but there's not a lot of depth to it, I feel like. Like, I feel like the big moment is with what happens with Suzuka, very unfortunately, right? And the episodes that follow after that. Those are really great, right? Even the stuff with El Condor after losing to Broye, and then, you know, kind of having that call with Special Week leading into the Japan Cup race. That stuff is great, but there's so little of it, I feel like, right? It's so much focusing on character interactions and stuff like that. And by all means, this is a praise I have for Season 1, and this is why I actually still think it's pretty decent. The season's very good at having some funny moments with the characters, right? Some more sincere moments, whatever it may be, right? Stuff that really either pulls at your heartstrings or gets you to laugh. I like that a lot, right? And it's good enough that it's like I could give it, and I'm just going to say the rating right now, I could give it a 7, right? I think the interactions is what really holds up this season, while also having a fairly inoffensive, you know, plot line. I know technically speaking this is based on an actual horse, but how you convey the story is important, right? That leads into plot lines and stuff like that. So, having a generally inoffensive way that the plot was handled, yeah, I mean, it was good. I don't think it was anything insane, but it was decent. But again, like I mentioned, my issues with it generally stem from there's not a lot of depth. It's not super streamlined as a result, right? You don't get full central focus on Special Week, so kind of becomes rough there. And I'm going to be honest, the rest of the team, I didn't feel like I gave too much of a shit about by the end of Season 1, right? Like, Daiwa and Vodka. Their dynamic is fun. I like their dynamic in game even. They're pretty fun, right? But I felt like they just had so little throughout this season and even the following seasons that it's like, I can't say I generally really like them, right? After this. Like, Special Week improved for me a lot, right? I didn't know much about Special Week outside of her being a little doofy, right? And that was about it. So learning that, like, nope, it's exactly like that, right? She's a tiny bit airheaded, but very energetic, maybe a little bit too much at times, and kind of just this fun sort of scenario with her where also, you know, she eats a lot, she does all this, you know, whatever it may be. Just generally a very funny sort of character that I can enjoy afterwards, right? Silent Suzuka, very sincere character, very kind, all this. It's like, you know, it gets me to appreciate her a lot more. But then, again, with the rest, I don't know how to feel, right? Like, Gold Chip's the one everybody talks about, the funny one and all that. But it's like, the thing is, people post about Gold Chip so much that it's this weird thing where I'm like, I don't know, I see so much chatter about her that I don't know how to feel, right? And then it's like, well, the anime improves on that, and it at least makes me think, no, I like Gold Chip, but not nearly as much as a lot of other people do, right? And then going back to it, Daiwa and Vodka are the same. Also doesn't help that people really like to spread random rumors about Daiwa's chest size out of nowhere. Even though I think the owner of Curran, I think it was, wasn't really happy about people doing that because Daiwa's owner has like passed, and you know, that's never been the case. And on top of that, I don't know why we thought that was the case, because chest sizes in game are determined by horse chest sizes. Like, you know, I'm not trying to focus on that aspect, but like Gentle Donna, for example, has a rather large chest because literally the actual Gentle Donna, who has sadly also passed recently, had a massive chest. That horse was built well, right? That's the whole reason that they had that sort of thing. The only time they account for extra shit is, to my knowledge, and this is not a confirmed thing, I'm just pretty sure this might be the case, Vodka being 3 centimeters taller than Daiwa, because Vodka literally won a race against Daiwa by only 3 centimeters. The chest size, though? No, that is just a shitty rumor that people have been throwing around. That ain't legit. Sorry to tell you. But, regardless, not focusing on that anymore, because, I mean, that just adds to just, like, I don't like how people interact in regards to the character as a result of that. But, outside of that, I like their dynamic, right? And I like how much people really enjoy shipping them as a result, because, yeah, wow, even in-game, they have some interactions that is like, okay, they clearly wanted the community to do something here. It's very evident, and some people are going to say that that's only like a Western thing only, you know, oh, people in the West would only do that. I have several pictures of proof that people were shipping these two horses prior to this. Like, prior to the game even being announced. Like, prior to anything about Umamusume being announced. People were shipping them. People turned them into real people and shipped them. I have several photos of proof. I got them. Just saying. We're going to start that argument. I have it ready. But regardless, it is, you know, it feels a bit obvious that it's like, yeah, they kind of want people to do that, and it's a little fun. But still, I wish I felt stronger about their characters as a result, right? I wish I felt like I could enjoy them a lot more if they had a lot more depth to them in terms of the anime. But they don't really get a season, and they are just side characters within this season and throughout every season after, right? But in general, they get like comedic scenes. That's about it. That's all that matters for them at this point. Then we have Teo and McQueen, and I will admit, Teo's introduction scene had one of the biggest laughs from me that I could have, like, you know, essentially gone through. Not really the introduction scene, but more so the introduction to the team, like her joining the team. That got a real heavy laugh out of me. Only other time that happened was with the first episode when they're doing the whole thing with Special Week with the debut race. And she's like, and like it switches to the debut race itself and everything. Just the constant noise over and over again. It's so good. Again, one thing I have to praise season 1 for a whole ton is its comedy. I laughed a lot with this whole season, and I'm glad I did, because I feel like that's rare sometimes, even with comedy series, whether it be, even regardless of the anime and manga sphere, literally anything, right? Takes a little bit of work to get a laugh out of me. So the fact that there was at least something here, right, that really got me to have like an actual like belly laugh is pretty fucking good. And in general, obviously, Teo and McQueen, I have a lot to say when we get to season 2, right? I have a lot to say. You thought I was talking a lot about the Daiwa and vodka stuff. Holy shit. Episode, what is it, like 11 of season 2? I got a lot to say about that. Listen. I'm going to say it again after the Tomodachi Life section, alright? Straight white man. However, but Teo and McQueen are introduced, I don't want to say halfway through this because that's a little bit too late, but like at least a couple episodes in, they're introduced actually in the team. And again, much like the others for season 1, they don't do a lot, right? They're there to help out, all that, but outside of that, they get funny interactions, that's about it. And again, that's the issue here, is if you're not Special Week and you're not Silent Suzuka, you're not getting a lot outside of comedic moments. And you could make this argument for the rest of the seasons, but here's where my issue comes in, right? Because some people might point that out, and here's where my issue comes in. I think it's the problem of season 1, and I brought this up earlier a little bit, is it's not streamlined, right? You can introduce others and have them be in there and have them be a central focus, and it can work, right? I'm not going to go into like depth with it for later, but Rice in season 2 and Bourbon in season 2, additionally Cheval Grand in season 3, right? There are different Umas that have been in these other seasons that aren't the main characters and got focus like that, right? They got a moment to shine. Hitting my mic all over the place, but regardless of me smacking the boom, here's the thing, right? You can have that there and also still focus on your main characters and give them depth, right? That's the big thing that season 2 improves on a shit ton, right? But I feel like with season 1, it tries to have that sort of balance. That's actually the best way to word it. It tries to have that balance that the later seasons do, but it fails miserably in that regard because it's either too focused on showing everybody or too focused on just showing the 2 and not really giving others a moment to have, right? And it's like, here's the thing, it's the establishing season. It's the season to get you introduced to the characters. I don't think it is bad for that at all. Hell, this is pre-game. This is pre them presumably having even a higher budget and higher time on it, because it definitely looks the roughest out of all the entries. Not saying that in a necessarily bad way. I'm just pointing it out that it obviously is the earliest series in there based on how it looks. Still, I get that it's the introductory sort of season, but I feel like it could have been a bit stronger if it was as streamlined as the others. Like, people talk about how season 1 should be remade because, yeah, no, these characters are great, but it would be perfect to potentially have more focus on Special Week and Suzuka for a lot of the episodes, and then if you want to show Vodka or Daiwa or Goldship or any of them, give them their episode. Fuck, I'm not going to talk about it too much because, again, I don't want to do the whole spoiler thing, but Goldship gets stuff later after season 1, right? Again, not going to go in depth on it, but it's like, there you go, right? If Vodka, Daiwa, all them, if they had something like that this early on, where there's maybe just an episode or 2 that focuses on that, there you go, right? That's all you need. That gets people invested in those characters, and you still have your focus on your main characters. It's perfect. They don't get cut out of the story entirely. It's not like they're not there for the rest of the episodes that they were in there originally, but, you know, it's just more streamlined with it. That's what I mean, right? Season 1 is still good. It is still pretty damn enjoyable. I do think the last episode is weird. The Dream Trophy episode is this weird filler sort of episode where everybody races in their whole concert outfits and then they have the concert after. And it also is just kind of strange as an episode, like, you know, in total, because like it doesn't make sense where it gets placed. And obviously it's not really real. Like, it's outright called the extra race, when it shows the title card, right? In general, it's just kind of something they had to say, here's everybody, here's your wrap-up thing. Evidently, the time and budget that went into it was probably lesser, I'm going to guess, just personally guessing, because it's where the infamous Opera O, eye scene comes from, which apparently, I guess was fixed with a Blu-ray release or something, because my brother had been watching the season, and that wasn't there. Like, it was still fucked up slightly, but, like, it was not nearly as fucked up as when I saw it. So I was like, that's weird. I guess there was a Blu-ray release, and that fixed it, and just what I watched was the original release of it. I don't know, right? Something happened, but very clearly, episode prior with Broye and, Special Week running, that had, more animation and all this sort of stuff really put into it, right? A much higher focus on making it look better versus this extra race where it's a lot more simple, a lot more of the CGI was used, which I don't mind the CGI with Uma, although I have some comments to say about Season 2's use of it, but we'll get there. Still, I didn't really have a problem with CGI in Season 1, but I do think it was used a lot more evidently with this extra race. It's not bad, it's just kind of weird. Also, it recaps everything so much, like in terms of what happens with all these other Umas, that then they inadvertently talk about Teo and McQueen, and reveal plot points you're not supposed to know yet. Like, they outright spoil Season 2, and you don't notice it when you're watching because, that might just slip past you. But if you actually remember those details, you already know what's going to happen with Season 2. It's kind of unfortunate. Still, weird extra thing. Cool for a wrap-up, I guess. They also introduce a random Uma at the end that's unknown. It feels like a teaser for Kita-san, right? I know some people are going to make the argument of like, well, Kita-san, does show up later and everything. It's like, yeah, but I think that was just them teasing it as, maybe we'll have Kita-san as like a character at some point or something, right? Without actually having the rights to the horse, right? And just kind of having it there as, look, potentially Kita-san, potentially another horse, who knows, right? I've seen some people hint like, oh, it could be Deep Impact or something. I like to believe Kita-san just because of the shape of the white going down, right? Looks kind of similar. Like, I know some people are going to point out like Calstone is the more similar one in that regard, but that's a lot larger as like a streak down, whereas Kita-san, a lot more thin, a lot more, shorter, sure, but that thinness to it kind of almost makes it look like that, plus the shorter black hair. It's like, I don't know, there's details about it that make it seem like that could have been, pre having the rights Kita-san, or just a random Uma in general. Who knows? Still, interesting sort of episode. Not that insane. Honestly, not even that great. I'm not gonna lie. It's good, but it's not anything too special, like the record. But regardless of that, Season 1, pretty damn enjoyable. I just think definitely maybe could use a touch-up if they ever felt like doing so. It'd be kind of neat. I know the manga version of what is essentially like, covered in Season 1 is different. I would love to see that potentially if we ever could, right? That'd be kind of fun. I know it's generally the same story, but that'd be kind of fun to maybe see that. I mean, I guess we're also getting that with the game. Like, we're going to have the finale to part 1 sort of story and all that, and that will actually have the real Broye, horse, because that was a copyright-free name and design, and then they got the actual thing for the game when first anniversary happened. So I know we're going to get that. But still, Season 1, good starting entry, definitely could use some work, but it does lead into Season 2, and
Hachimi, Hachimi, Hachimi.
wow, okay, oof. I don't know how to start off this section. Originally I was gonna, start off with the whole joke about talking about episode 11 being like, that's an interesting episode, right? Like, people always talk about like, haha, shipping them and everything, but like, bro, they lean in at the end and everything. Like, they wanted to do something here, right? I was gonna point that out at the start, but at the same time, I almost debated maybe I should just actually outright praise it off the bat. I don't know. I don't know how to start this section. You know what? I'll save the comments about that episode for after. Okay. Season 2 of this series. I'm gonna be blunt, like I've been a couple times in this video, and like I am sometimes. There is a reason people praise this as the best season of the original series. It's the best. It is the best of the original series. It is absurdly good. This came out presumably not long after the game had dropped, or at least maybe the later half of the episodes did. I don't fully know the schedule. I just know that's why we have the anime tie-in for Teo and McQueen. Still, this came out around the time of the game's release. And that long year, or I'm saying year like it was only one, that long few years of a gap is made very evident as soon as it starts. Because as soon as you see Rudolph, it looks really damn good. And just in general, this season looks really fucking nice. I love a lot of the animation in here. And yeah, I know I mentioned the whole CGI thing earlier and how I'm fine with CGI, but I have a problem with Season 2. My main problem with Season 2 is that they do close-up shots a lot with that CGI. I don't think that's the greatest choice half the time. It worked in Season 1 because a lot of the time it was a distance shot, so you could get away with it, right? It was whatever. Of course you don't want to animate that. That's fucked up, right? But alternatively with Season 2, it's sometimes a CGI shot when they're right in your face. Sometimes there are Umas running that are like 2D animated, and then there's some that are CGI, and it throws you off a bit. That's where I'm like, okay, I have a little bit of a problem with the usage, and it's only because you're showing it that close to me, or you're doing it in a weird way, right? Only times for that. But outside of that, it looks good. It is a season that looks really damn good, and it's exactly what I wanted in terms of what I mentioned for characters and their stories, their arcs, everything. Fuck yes, dude. I didn't know how to feel about Teo when I had originally started. The big thing I knew is, oh, I recognize this voice. This is the person that sung the, like Konosuba openings and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, wow, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize they had her on. Wow, that's crazy. I was like, I didn't realize she voice acted. That's neat. But still, it was interesting. However, Teo, I wasn't sure how to feel on. This was like, oh yeah, almost like kid sort of character based on how she sounds. And just very, sporadic, very, affiliated with Rudolph because father and son, of course, and all that, right? But going through the anime was a very fun time to learn more about Teo, right? And now McQueen, I mentioned, I started the game with McQueen, right? Or like roughly one of the earliest pulls was McQueen. So, I was happy to learn more about her. And yeah, both of them get some fantastic story moments in this whole thing. Obviously, the big thing that people point out with Teo is the, triple fractures, right? And that's like, man, they do that so well throughout it because you feel horrible every single time, right? You get the first one where Teo doesn't get to race and she imagines what it would be like if she was racing, right? And it's like, man, like that moment hurts to watch because it's just like she's cheering them on. I'm fucking tearing up thinking about it. She's cheering them on, and they're trying to, not imagine what it would be like if Teo was in that race and everything. And it's like, whoo, that one hurts. And she doesn't even get to fill, her role of like being a triple crown Umamusume, right? Like she wanted to be like Rudolph. Doesn't get to happen. Because actually, interesting thing to know with that, and many people have pointed out, literally when she's doing the concert after the derby, she bounces around, while she's doing it, and every time she steps on her left leg, she either winces in pain, or moves her face or something like that, or she like stumbles a little bit. And I love that attention to detail. The fact that they accounted for, every time she uses her left leg, there's a very visible reaction. That's awesome, right? That's really damn good. But still, after that whole thing of can't be a triple crown, eventually gets to have her match with McQueen, right? They're rivals after all, and McQueen wants to, help her out, all that sort of shit. They get to have their race together, and she can't accelerate forward. It's not working. And then finds out her right leg has been injured. So now not undefeated, now not a Triple Crown. Another devastating blow for Teo. She just has to recover and get better, presumably, right? And that's that. And then after that, we get, of course, the Rice Shower episodes, which is great, right? Great way of covering what was considered a heel in horse racing and kind of almost putting it forward to people of like, and I mean, by now people have known, right? It's been decades, but almost putting it forward for people of like, hey, we can understand being frustrated with, these races and everything, but at the end of the day, this is just a horse, right? You're wishing death upon a horse, or maybe not death, but like just, you're getting upset about a horse trying to win. That horse has no knowledge of this shit, right? Also, it's like getting that serious about something like this. Come on, man, right? That's almost what it feels like it's trying to tell you. Is like, listen, we get it. We understand where the frustration is from. At the same time, come on, right? But then also showing just that beautiful story for Rice, having the insert song in there, which was then, of course, added to the game, with, funny enough, literally the same exact thing. Rice's, like, story being, there. You get to play it, all that, and it's, different from the anime, but you still get the song at the end. So, that being in there, really damn good to have a side plot like that, and kind of deliver on something that focuses on what Teo struggled with, not getting the Triple Crown. Here's Bourbon who couldn't, right? Here's McQueen who couldn't, but this still being a character that they support, right? Regardless of that. Love that a lot, right? Also, the opening change with that, awesome. Like, I didn't talk about the ending change when Teo and McQueen, hang out, and there's now, like, that change in the last visual on the ending. That's a really good one, but I also like that the opening changes for Rice, where she looks a lot more serious on episode 8. That's really good. Anyways, then we get to episode 9 and 10. I think 9, if I recall correctly, 9 was a little bit more, calm with the sort of thing, kind of focusing more on, getting back into the swing of things, Teo and McQueen potentially going to race against each other, all that, right? All this sort of stuff going on, as well as, I forgot to properly mention them, but, as season 1 establishes, we have multiple teams here. Team Spica and then Team Rigo. And this new season, right, season 2, introduces Team Canopus, which is essentially, as I worded it to a friend of mine, we have Spica, who is like our main character team, Regal, who is like the final bosses, like all these legends of racing, right? Minus Ogre, because I don't think Ogre is even in that team. And then we have Canopus, which is not saying this in an offensive way towards them, but essentially the loser team in terms of their record. But getting back on track with that whole sort of thing, right? Episode 9, I just wanted to establish that team just to get that understanding in there. Episode 9 comes along, and you're like, you know what? This is going to be great. Teo's going to do well. It's awesome. My friend Dosh had one of the funniest reactions ever while we were going through this episode of outright saying, they always focus so much on them training. I'm ready for one of them to just like trip and fall and die or some shit, right? He said that literally seconds before the scene of Teo tripping forward because of the fracture and then just like, kind of in anguish on the ground. That was a really funny moment for him. And I went, yeah, you were saying? That moment, though, in general, absurdly rough, right? Seeing that happen, you're like, oh, fuck, right? Like, of all times, right? Right when she was gonna get ready to race against McQueen again, potentially, whatever it may have been, there it goes. There goes any chance of that, right? And that whole episode kind of establishes this sort of thing for Teo of like, she tries to get better, it's just not working, right? And you get to the end of the episode and she has, I can already feel it. She has one of the worst moments of her, feeling like I'm never going to be able to run like that again. Her saying that is like, oh, it hurts a lot, right? Then you get episode 10, another rough episode, because it is Teo kind of just not really ignoring people, but just telling them, like, don't expect anything from me, right? She goes around, spends the day how she wants, realizes that her days have felt longer as a result, because, like, she's not racing, she's not actively training, she's not doing what usually feels good to her, right? She's just doing all this stuff that seems fun. People are cheering for her in a sense. She's like, right? Or, like, you know, whatever it may be. Just this sort of idea of, like, oh, you know, we were always rooting for you and all that. And it's, that hurts. We get Turbo, who is one of the best additions to the anime. And I mean, obviously, like, you know, actual, like, in the series and everything, but still, with this season in particular, one of the best additions. She's really great prior to this and has some funny comments throughout every race that happens, and even some, like, little silly things that she does. But this episode is really where she gets to shine, because she tries to challenge Teo, and Teo's like, nah, it's not happening. Well, or at least prior to that, you know, she has that whole letter for, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna challenge her and all this. You have the moment with Kida-san, that hurt a lot, right? I didn't even get to talk about them originally. Kida-san and Daia get to be here as little kids that look up to Teo and McQueen, much like Teo did with Rudolph, which is really cool, right? The fact that they get to look up to these two as idols, and then essentially, you know, eventually they're going to reach that stage as well. That's a lot of fun, right? But seeing this moment with Kida-san is brutal, because I think this episode outright starts with Kida-san making a charm for Teo, and she waits the whole time until evening for Teo to show up so she can give it to her, and then it doesn't work out. She doesn't actually end up giving it to her because Teo just walks away and goes, you shouldn't look up to me, right? Then we get the moment with Turbo where Turbo actually gets to challenge Teo, and she gets all upset and starts crying and everything and runs away because Teo, you know, essentially lashes out at her. You know, she starts yelling at her like, you don't know me, right? And that's also a rough moment. But then we get to the end of the episode, and I'll be brutally honest. This episode got me to cry pretty bad. It got my pal Dosh to cry pretty bad when I showed him it. My brother and his friends are almost there, and I can't wait, because it's going to be a brutal watch probably for them as well. This episode is rough solely for this next part. Ironically, it is not even Turbo that got me to, like, break down originally. It is Kida-san. Honestly, even on my rewatch with my pal Dosh, Kida-san is what breaks me at this part, right? The fact that Teo's just kind of letting everybody know, yeah, I'm going to do this concert and everything, but thank you for always rooting for me and all that. And no one really speaks up until Kida-san says all that. It hurts. It really hurts because, again, this is a character that really looks up to Teo. So the fact that she's seeing this, it doesn't feel proper in a sense, right? To Kida-san, that is not a proper, you know, end for Teo. This seems like something she can recover from, and she wants to believe she can, right? It's literally her hero. I'm struggling to find words here just because of what I'm going through. But regardless of that, then we get the moment with Turbo, literally, like, the nail in the coffin for just making this episode brutal. It is a beautiful moment. I am so glad that my friend was so big on Turbo way early on. He outright said Canopus is probably, like, you know, my favorite team here. I fucking love Turbo, right? So I am so glad I got to hear that early on because I knew it was going to happen with this episode. That whole thing, that into Teo and McQueen talking in that episode, and then Teo telling everybody she's going to give it one more shot. Ooh. It is probably the best episode out of the original series, right? It is like a top 3 in general, right? If we're not, like, counting a weird sort of thing where it's like we can't count Beginning of a New Era as a whole because that's, like, weird. It's a fucking full movie, right? Unless we want to count it by scenes, which is kind of strange, but I guess we could, right? I don't know. Regardless, it is like a top 3 episode for me. It's absurdly good. I love that episode so much. That episode is so damn good. And it just I don't know, it hits a special place in my heart for me. I love that moment with Turbo. Love that moment with Kida-san. I love how we get there and this very emotional roller coaster that Teo kind of brings us on. It's a lot. It's a lot to go through with one episode alone, but it's like I can really appreciate it for that. And it's in a sense it shows what I was talking about with season 1, right? It shows that I almost pulled some like Twin Turbo sort of quote here of like, this is what happens when you don't give up. But like, this is what happens when you have this proper focus on just let's have an episode in there that maybe just shows you a character and what they're going through, right? And just keeping it firmly on that. Never taking the hand away from that, never moving it to something else, never having a gag to distract from that, whatever it may be. Just keeping it firmly on that and really hitting home. That is what I like most about it, right? That the fact that it is just so focused on giving you that gut punch for Teo, I like that a lot. Of course, we have episode 11 after that. Seriously, what the fuck? Like, hold on, right? Now that we're past that whole thing, and I can be done feeling my nose, almost welling up in my eyes. Oh, they're gonna produce tears, all that, whatever it may be. Now that we're past that, come on, man. Like, listen, I like episode 11 a lot. I like what they did here with Teo and McQueen. I think it's very fun, right? Really nice to have this sort of dynamic with them. I like it a whole lot. It's just really funny how much they have to dance around it, because it's like, holy shit, right? They go on a whole Halloween outing, and there's so much shit they do. They order food together, they share a drink together, they do all this sort of stuff, and then by the end, they are sitting on a bench complimenting the fuck out of each other. And then they lean in and laugh. Like, I am convinced, right? I should note saying this in a joking manner. I want to clarify that right now. But I am convinced that there was someone on the team just getting to draw that scene, and they had to draw the laugh, and it was like, their hand was resisting them. There was like something that was like possessing them, and they were just like, I can't, I'm sorry, I have to make it a laugh. Like, it's such an interesting case for an episode, right? I know I'm really hammering that home, but it's like, dude, it's so fucking obvious, right? Out of all episodes and all media in this series, in terms of like this, watchable or readable sort of thing, this is the most evident with that sort of shit. This episode is fucking insane for that. Anyways, I hope you weren't having too much fun with that episode, because then we're delivered to episode 12, and wow, I might as well include 13 in that regard. Yeah, what a way to then put you back on the emotional roller coaster, right? For just a moment, they're like, okay, we're gonna get you off. Here, look at this fun for this episode. Yeah, cool. All right, get the fuck back on the roller coaster. Wow. This episode for 12, I know I said I didn't want to do the recap stuff for season 1, but I feel like I have to go in depth for season 2, because holy shit, right? But episode 12 with McQueen is so damn rough, right? If we had that one moment with Teo, this is McQueen's moment, and I felt so heartbroken watching this. I was just like, oh, McQueen, no. Like, she's even trying to run so that, she can still, race with Teo and everything. She's literally trying to push herself to that point. She, like, ran out of the house to go to the, racetrack to practice, and it's like, McQueen, no. Like, I felt horrible for her. But just that moment they have together at the end, you know, the creating a miracle sort of thing. And then they hit you with the ending. You know, I was talking about my pal Dosh when we were watching it. This season had some of the funniest reactions from outside of Cinderella Grey, but we'll get to that. But this episode was fun to watch with him as well, solely because, you know, like I mentioned, episode 10, that hit hard, right? Turbo moment happened. That was it. I even asked him, I'm like, how'd you think of the episode? Right? Like, what'd you think of it? And it was silent, and I heard the slightest sound of an unmute, and he was like, yeah, it was pretty good. And I'm like, I know damn well he muted because he was crying. But, I mean, it was essentially admitted shortly after, like, I fucking love Twin Turbo. But this episode, with episode 12, was particularly funny as well with that, because, you know, for the most part, I did warn him ahead of time. I'm like, get ready, right? When we were going to watch these next 2 episodes, I told him, get ready. Actually, we were only going to watch this one, and then episode 13 was going to be saved for, like, a later date. But regardless, told him to prep for it, right? It was fine for him until we got to my favorite part of the episode. This might be weird for some people. My favorite part of the episode. I explicitly chose to show him the endings prior, right? Like, outright letting them play so that he could see this ending now for this episode. See that it starts with McQueen and McQueen singing, and I was just like, there we go, right? And as soon as we got to that, he's like, I was fine until this, right? He outright brought up, he was like, I was fine until this part of the episode happened with the fucking ending showing McQueen, right? And that's what hit home for him. And then also the final shot being replaced from what was originally, you know, Teo and Rudolph into Teo and McQueen, you know, doing the pinky promise sort of shit. Or actually, no, it was them grabbing hands. I thought it was a pinky promise for some reason. I recently rewatched that episode because my brother and his friends, and yet I forgot. But still, them doing like the, you know, firm handshake on that. And then into this with Teo speaking to McQueen, right? And literally opposite shot of that, you know, handshake essentially they have of like McQueen being the focus and then Teo being this like background character because McQueen's the one making this promise to Teo. Now you get the reverse. Teo is the one that's in focus because Teo's the one making the promise, right? So damn good. Final episode. I'm sure enough people have already spoken about it if they've spoken about season 2. It's great. It is a really good episode that focuses on Teo, focuses on that, you know, miraculous victory. It's beautiful. I love seeing the people like cheering for her to run, all that. I love it a lot. And then, you know, you get that Kira-san teaser at the end. It's really damn good. And I love that build-up also for Biwa, right? Having that build-up into, like, you're going to go up against Biwa. Biwa's a very notable, you know, like, Uma and everything. And I will say, I think that's something that Season 2 struggles with a little bit. If you haven't seen the BNW OVA, like I haven't, for instance, right? Still haven't. I need to get to it at some point. If you haven't seen that, Biwa's kind of this unknown, you know, like, racehorse of, like, yeah, you might not actually know what Biwa's capable of, because it's like, no, this is a very, very notable one, right? And it's like, you don't know that if you don't have any background information prior to this, right? So it's like, oh yeah, here's this, like, new competitor you're seeing over the course of the last few episodes of Biwa Hayahide, and then you get to this episode where you're like, oh, she is a monster, wow. Okay. I mean, yeah, I know her sister is referred to as the monster, but that is also a monster right there, right? It's like, whew. Okay. Alright. But, like, that race as a whole, how it's handled, really damn good. Overall, I know I'm going, like, to the overall thoughts already, but still, Season 2 is done really fucking well, right? There's a lot to enjoy here, and I can easily say, out of the original series, for me, it's the strongest, right? Really well in terms of how it handles its main characters, how it handles those deeper moments with them. Comedy's still fantastic. I think Turbo adds a lot to the comedy. And ironically, Turbo still has one of the most emotional moments in there, right? there's just a lot of good here. Rice's, small story arc handled perfectly, right? I personally feel like, yeah, I mean, some people are going to point out they didn't do all the races for Rice or even the last one, unlike, Suzuka and everything. I think that's fine. I think covering it for those 2 races was important because, again, you compare it to Teo and McQueen's arc, right? It's relevant for what you're seeing as well. That's another important point, is that those 2 having that moment in there is, like, relevant, right? The fact that they get to both be involved with the whole thing involving Rice of, like, yeah, triple crown between Teo and Bourbon, and then also McQueen wanting to race Rice in a sense, but it's like, I'm not going to force her. It's like, it's just a disappointment because of how, good Rice is, right? I like that. I like that they tie in to both of the characters still, but also it's still a smaller sub-arc. That's really fucking cool. Again, this season, really damn good, and yet, shockingly, I'd actually only give it an 8.5. I wanted to almost give it a 9. I almost felt like it was missing something, right? Something to really, have it hit home for me. And I think I realized with later entries that some of those definitely got that 9 for me. This, I think, is firm in terms of 8.5. 8.5 is still really fucking good. Let's clarify that right now. That is still a very high rating. I feel like sometimes, ratings of anything at this point, when they have something like that, some people would deem it as a little bit low because for some reason 5 is considered like the worst thing you can have, and it's like, 5's still decent, it's passable, right? It's like, it was an okay watch, it was an okay read, whatever it may be, right? But I feel like we've reached this point now where, as a result, everything that's higher has become worse as well, and it's like, I don't know, to me, 8.5, still really fucking good, right? Still really had a great time with Season 2. It's made me like Teo a lot. It's made me like McQueen even more. Teo's now my, like, I think 4th or 5th? No, 5th. Because, yeah, I know who's 4th. And that would be Meisho Dodo. But 5th favorite, like, character in there, right? And McQueen, somewhere behind that. Like, a few entries behind that. But still, easily in top 10 in terms of where she's placed. I just don't remember where exactly. Me editing this video, feel free to put that tier list up. I know it might spoil some things for later, but that's okay. Put that tier list up. Alright, cool. With that said though, love Season 2 a lot. I love rewatching this season a lot. It's definitely one of the most fun to rewatch. But, now we get to talk about the last of the original series, and that would be... I have had to refill on drinks several times now because of the Uma section. Whew. Alright, well, anyways, Season 3. I'm going to keep this section way briefer than Season 2, not out of, like, for the sake of the video, but just, in general, I don't have as much to say about Season 3 that I did Season 2. However, I do want to make something abundantly clear, because I feel like Season 3 is also another season that people go, yeah, I mean, it's not that insane. It's just more the same of Season 2. And, Kida-san's not that interesting of a main character or whatever it might be. All this sort of stuff. And I think that's a bit disingenuous. Like, first of all, yeah, it's a bit similar to Season 2. But, like, that's something they actually kind of address with Kida-san's character. Is the fact that, yeah, she's trying to be like Teo. But that's not working out, right? So then... Nice Nature, who gets to really shine in this season. I will point that out. Nice Nature became pretty high up for me on my ranking solely off this season, right? She was pretty damn good with Season 2, but this season, having her be Nature Sensei, I love it. I really love it. I love the joke that they have in there, actually, about that, where Kida-san calls out to her with that, and everybody's like, holy shit, like, oh, she trained Kida-san? That's interesting. Maybe we gotta learn from her. And then Turbo's asking, like, hey, why is she calling you Sensei? And Nature's like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. She keeps doing that. I don't know why she's doing that, right? Kind of that just low self-esteem that Nature has. It's nice to see that almost play into her character as a result. but also, you know, in that sense, she's also just bewildered because it's like, I don't know why she's calling me that. I just give her a few useful tips, right? Still, nature shows Kida-san how to be less like Teo and more like herself, right? More of just, well, you know, you're a strong horse. You fell from a building, landed, you were completely fine. Your tail, your hair, and your ears made an imprint in the ground. Maybe use your power to your advantage, right? Go for some serious training. Here, you know, here's bourbon and rice. You're gonna go to this camp and climb up the whole ass mountain and, you know, train from there. And then you're gonna eat bread, right? So I love that being in there, the plot point. But I feel like that's also what leads it into this space of, no, it's not really like season 2. I mean, it's there evidently, but like not entirely. Like I can see where we're coming from, but I don't think it's one-to-one in that regard. Still, I get it in a sense. I just don't think it's correct to view it as that. It's definitely a little bit lesser in terms of, I suppose, quality, but that's only how I feel myself, right? However, actual quality for how it looks, great, right? In terms of how it looks, it's great. I just think story-wise, yeah, okay, it's a bit lesser, right? It's not as emotionally hitting, I feel personally, as something like season 2, but still good, right? Still actively the same humor, still has its big moments, right? Still a very enjoyable season. In general, that's something I actually want to discuss with this, because despite almost making it seem like, yeah, it's lesser than season 2, could potentially be closer to season 1, not really. Like, no, it still seems as streamlined as season 2 was, right? It's not as hard-hitting, maybe, but it's still pretty fucking good. Kida and Daya are very interesting characters. They'd have all the moments that you would expect, but they still have their own journeys to go through. Daya having this whole jinx, right? The Sato no jinx that's kind of looming over her and her trying to break those jinxes, right? So she goes through different sorts of jinxes and curses to try and, you know, see if she can overcome them. And then Kida just trying to be the best she can, right? Trying to beat someone like Duramente, who doesn't even realize she exists, which is like one of the funniest moments, is her being like, next race, I'm gonna win, right? And Duramente is like, who are you again? And, you know, they have to have that moment of just, oh, I see. Okay. That's who you are. Neat. Understood, right? But then having that recognition after the race, because they're both trying to pass each other. And then, not saying this in an actual sense, because I know it's just they don't have the rights to the horse, right? And wherever it may be. But having what is essentially almost seemed like a random, you know, other horse like pass by. Kida literally saying, who are you? Right? Literally one of the funniest moments, but also a great way of just, you know, surprising both of them. And having Duramente after the race be like, okay, Kida-san Black, got it. Next time, me and you are going to race, I'm going to win. I'm going to remember you. Right? And then she calls her Dura, and it's like, yeah, it's, you know, it's my nickname for you now that we're rivals and pals. And Duramente's like, yeah, okay, Dura. Yeah, I fuck with that. You know what? Yeah, dap me up. And then, of course, our side plot for this whole thing is Cheval Grand. Constantly seeing her throughout the whole thing, having this sort of moment where, like, she wants to do better and all that, and she wants to kind of be better than Kida-san, or at least win, right? But at the same time, she really respects Kida, right? How energetic she is, how outgoing, how just confident she is, and how much she can talk to people. Whereas Cheval is a lot more shy and, you know, introverted and all that. And I really like that. And even seeing that with Cheval's sisters. Like, hell, this is something I technically can bring up with this. The fact that, I think Verxina is how you say her name. I want to say. The fact that she has this whole moment where, you know, Cheval Grand talks about when they essentially reveal that Kida-san is going to retire. Having her mention the fact that of like, oh yeah, I know what that feels like. Having a rival who you're trying to surpass, and they're just always escaping you, and at some point, you know, that's it, right? You can't surpass them anymore. You can't become better or whatever it may be, because at some point they're just going to go away, right? Having that sort of moment in there is really interesting, because of course this also relates to the, you know, side episode with Goldchip. I was talking about Goldchip earlier. Goldchip gets to have a big moment with these seasons. Goldchip is not who I'm referring to though, because Goldship gets out of a race with Kitasan, isn't doing well because it just, this is an important plot point as well, bringing up, hitting your peak, right? And then loses that race to Kitasan, and Goldship afterwards is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna enter the Dream Trophy, and Orfevre and Gentle Donna, I'm coming after you, right? And Gentle Donna being the relevant thing there for both of them, right? For Rexina, in terms of this rival that you can't catch up to. For Goldship, for, yeah, I'm gonna beat you, right? Like that sort of thing. But in regards to that whole Goldship stuff, right? And again, I like that that's in there for Rexina and everything relating to Shovel. But now that I've brought that up, this is relevant to bring up because of the whole retirement thing I mentioned. I love that this season covers something completely brand new for what we've known so far in terms of, horses getting worse, right? The thing we were familiar with for a lot of the time was some type of leg injury. It could be a symptom they develop, right? Like McQueen, or there's something like Suzuka, for example, where it's like, right, that's a pretty bad, just injury, that's that. But in Uma's case, it's like, well, no, you can recover from that, right? Whereas actual horse, that was sadly it. But still, having that sort of thing, having the fractures with Teo, whatever it may be, all this sort of stuff that's like, yeah, here's the simple leg sort of thing that you'd expect. But what you might not expect is hitting your peak, because realistically, that can happen with any animal, right? Any animal, any mammal in general, whatever it may be, you will hit your peak. We as humans will have a moment where, people always talk about people being in their prime, right? That's the thing, right? Eventually you're going to hit a point where you're a lot older and you won't be able to do some of the stuff that you've been able to do as well anymore. Fuck. It's weird to say this in a sense because this doesn't really fit, but my own voice, right? This voice you're hearing right now, I physically can't do high voices anymore. I used to do them great as a kid. I fucking loved doing the Mickey Mouse sort of voice as a kid. Guess what? Can't do that anymore. Straight up, my balls dropped, that's it. Can't do that voice anymore. And that's just how it is, right? I've hit a point where it's like, nope, can't do that. Not saying that's my peak in in general, oh yeah, me when I was 5 or some shit, that was my peak. But it's just if we're gonna go off doing that sort of voice, yeah, no, that was a while ago for me, right? So that sort of thing is eventually you're gonna hit a point where that's that, right? Can't do much about it. You're gonna hit your peak. That's that. And that's how it is for horses as well. Goldship kind of has that arc early on, but it is great foreshadowing to have that arc for Goldship in this season, because then we establish that Kitasan is going through that, right? Kitasan is hitting her peak. Now, I know this is a point of contention as well for some people, because obviously the actual Kitasan, and as evident from the races in here, actual Kitasan was doing pretty well after that. But I'm just saying, if Kitasan retired after this, right, after these races, and presumably Psy Games contacted the actual owners to get the general full story, maybe they looked into it in terms of what was the news announcements and stuff like that, right, what was said on the news in regards to Kitasan, whatever it may be. I'm just making an assumption here mainly, but still, I am going to assume that based on how specific they are with everything else in Uma, I assume there is a basis for this. You can hit your peak and probably still do well. And I feel like that's the thing with Kitasan here, right? Is Kitasan can hit her peak, but she can still do well in these races, right? That's the important thing to note, right? Actual Kitasan retired after the Arima, and same thing happens here. Which, by the way, I didn't actually talk about much about the anime exclusive outfits with Season 2. I like them in Season 2. I think McQueen's is pretty damn cool. Unfortunate that the unit's not that great, but you can just set the original one to that outfit, which I like. Right? I might actually do more often with my McQueen runs. Teo, I like her, anime exclusive outfit, but I do prefer the original more. However, Kitasan's anime original outfit here for the Arima is good. Is really good. I much prefer her original outfit with the red, the black, and the yellow, and this very festival look, right? This very specific festival look, because she's the festival one, right? her owner is literally a singer. That's why, you know, she refers to her dad as a singer and all that, right? That's the whole thing. So it's like, you know, it's making a festival for her. I love it a lot. But I will say the anime outfit is pretty damn nice as well. Like it a lot. Love the red tones to it. Love that it's a combination of everybody's race outfits overall. It's really cool. I do like the joke with Special Week of having the whole, you know, like, oh, I wanted my carrot design on there and it's not anywhere to be seen. I actually did forget to mention that as well for season 2. I do think Special Week and Suzuka get a little gutted with these seasons, which it's to be expected. The focus isn't on them anymore. But Suzuka being the tablet character, outside of, you know, season 3, because in season 3 she actually gets to show up again, and then having Special Week just be the crybaby after season 1 is a little unfortunate, but it happens, I guess. You know, it's fine in a sense, just because they're trying to focus more on the, like, all the relevant characters that are having their arcs here and everything. Still, maybe could have been handled a bit better. But regardless of that, yeah, you know what, I like that whole moment for Kitasan. I like seeing that, you know, oh, parallel to what was happening with Gold Ship and seeing that peak, and then still having her thrive afterwards and doing well. And, you know, again, the Shovel Grand Race hitting hard, but then we get to the Arima, beautiful anime, like, you know, exclusive outfit, into that final run. And that final shot of her, like the face she makes as she passes the goal, beautiful. It really feels like someone who is just like finally fittingly hitting that final lap and just understanding, that's it, right? I did it. I went out with a bang. It's awesome. And of course, you know, they tease more to come, but there wasn't much for the original series after this point. Obviously, from here on, it went into like what is essentially all the spin-offs and stuff like that we'll, you know, talk about shortly. But that's it for the original series, and I do still like season 3. I'd actually give it an 8 out of 10, right? Literally close to season 2's rankings. Like, I would give it an 8 out of 10. I think it could have been stronger in some aspects, and I think it does lose a bit from what season 2 had, but it is still a really fucking good foundation for a season. I'm glad we got a show about Kitasan. It's cool to have a horse in there that isn't from like late 80s into the 90s, because I feel like that's what a lot of these shows are about, is horses from that era and just nowhere else, right? So it's cool to have one that's like, yeah, here's one that was racing like 2012 or some shit, right? Like, I'm gonna say recent in a sense, because I know that's already a decade ago, but still, like, fairly recently compared to the rest. It's cool. Still, I really enjoyed Kitasan. Her character is fantastic. I already enjoyed her just from season 2, but season 3 really improved on her. Dai is also awesome. Love both of them. Glad I pulled both of them. What else is there to say? The original series is pretty good. But now, we're going to talk about the spin-offs. And first off, we have... Okay, this one's going to actually be short because there's technically not a lot to speak on. But let's talk about Road to the Top. What almost feels like half promo for the anniversary that was going to happen in a few months for, you know, I guess the Japan side of things. And half promo for the movie that was on the way. And then also, even though this doesn't make a full, it actually makes a full and a half. Another half that's secretly slid in there. That's just outright trying to tell the story of all this, which I like. But still, Road to the Top goes over Narita Top Road, TM Opera, and Admire Vega. And I do really enjoy this 4-episode miniseries that is just available for free on the official YouTube for Uma. In case you're curious as to why, apparently, according to some info I had looked up not too long ago, there was this whole spiel with Crunchyroll and Cygames, where Cygames lended them the localization rights for one of their games. And when you do that sort of thing, you need to let the parent company know when you're going to change the prices of stuff, right? If you ever feel like it. And supposedly, Crunchyroll felt a little bit greedy and decided to change some of the prices to be a bit higher with that mobile game. And Cygames wasn't too happy and said, oh, we're not just getting rid of that game and shutting it down or whatever it may be on your end. We're also going to just say, fuck it, And after this, any of our stuff that we make, you ain't getting. It's ours. On our own platforms we choose. We could throw it on Amazon, we could throw it on Netflix, we could fucking throw it on our own YouTube channels. You're getting none of it though. You can keep that original series. That's fine. It's on your platform already. All good. But anything else that we make from here on, nah. And that's exactly why, supposedly. So, with it all available on YouTube, very easy to watch, which is very nice. But let's talk about the actual series itself, because it's a very short one. Only 4 episodes, barely anything to go through in that regard, but still enough to be a very fun show. I like Road to the Top a lot. My only gripe with it is the obvious thing. I wish it was a bit longer, just because I'd like more time with these characters. Top Road, easily a pretty big favorite for me, right? Like her a whole lot. Same with Admire Vega and Opera. Both of them are really great, but Top Road the most for me. I enjoy her a ton, right? She might even be in my top 10. You probably saw the tier list earlier. I didn't, so she's somewhere in there. But still, enjoy her a lot, and I think this OVA does a lot for her, right? Kind of showing this journey and her trying to be as good as she can be. Rare time where we actually get to see the father of an Uma, right? Like outright. It's not just, you know, Kida-san where it's this, like, you know, man with shaded in eyes and everything, so you can't distinguish any features. This is just outright, no, you actually get to see her father, and then here's her trainer, right? And the two of them speaking, leading into, you know, her growing up and having that trainer to help her out, right? Still, in general, Top Road's journey here and this intense optimism she has is really fun and is a great dynamic for Admire Vega, who has one of the roughest stories out there for Uma, but it is real and it is an actual problem for horses. If a horse has a twin, or I guess twins rather, inside them, it kind of creates the issue of, like, essentially calves are really big, right, when they come out. They're like definitely smaller than, you know, what a horse is going to be, but still big enough that it's like, yeah, you could probably see an issue with giving birth to one as is, right, if there's any complications. So having two kind of creates this problem of, like, yeah, you have to choose one to just abort, essentially, or this runs the risk of both of them end up dead, and so does the horse giving birth, right? It's a huge risk. And it maybe not just death, there could be, you know, maybe something lighter, but still it's going to be pretty fucking bad, even in the best case scenario of that, right? Maybe they come out fine, but you're taking a big gamble with that, right? So it is a real thing that Admire Vega, like the actual horse, essentially went through, and they kind of convey that with the story really damn well. I think it's a genuine, beautiful sort of moment, having these two here, Admire Vega and her sister, right? And just progressing through the story, reaching this point where Admire Vega feels guilty about even being born in that sense, right? And having to care, and having to carry all that weight, like literally survivor's guilt throughout that whole thing, just feeling worse and worse as it goes on. But then we get to the final race, and, you know, she feels satisfied. You know, her sister literally says, you know, that's fine. You know, if, like, you know, I don't get to race and everything, I just want you to have fun in my place. That's really special, right? And the fact that she feels more connected to Top Road and Opera as a result is really nice. It almost plays well into what we see with the game, with, like, Admire Vega and Top Road interacting a lot more. So it's really damn good. Opera O, I wish got to have a little bit more as a character here, because, like, she's kind of this third, you know, to the trio that doesn't get an insane amount. She gets to have a lot of great moments, but they don't put too much focus on her. And I know that, like, in terms of these races, this was the year prior to, you know, Opera O's reign, so of course they weren't gonna do too much there in that regard. It's like, yeah, I mean, we haven't reached that point yet, but still, I kind of wish we got to see more of her character. There is a moment where she loses a race there, and you see that confidence drop, and then it comes back up to, like, congratulate, I think, Admire Vega in that moment. And it's really neat to see, because it's like, there is something that can almost crack at her, but she still manages to, pull herself forward and go, no, you know what, good job, right? And I like that a lot. I wish we got a little bit more of it in that sense. It also feels interesting that later on she says, oh yeah, no, like I'm never, I never lose my confidence and all that, right? It's like I'm never not, boastful and everything. And it's like that moment feels like a, obvious contradiction, but it's only brief, right? It's to show that she's not technically lying. She doesn't really feel like that ever, but there are moments where it gets to her a little bit and it's immediately like, no, right? She resolves it herself and goes, no, I should congratulate the winner. So that's a lot of fun. But this OVA has a really big strong suit that I feel like some of the earlier series didn't. And that is the fact that these side characters here are really enjoyable. Having Haru and Rice and the trainer interact with Top Road and be these big confidence boosts she needs, and these people rooting for her, feels really nice. Having Admire Vega have Curran, who is this opposite in personality, but someone who deeply cares for Admire Vega, is really fun. And then, of course, one of my favorites, having Dodo there for Opera, someone who is not that confident in herself, feels like she's just a blunder and a burden to everybody she's around. And then having Opera O be like, no, one day you and I will race and we will be glorious and we will do extravagant things together, right? And giving Dodo that needed confidence. Just like the others. I like it a lot, right? I also like having Oguri in there. We see that Oguri is very important to Opera O's, whole career, and that is relevant to the real world. Again, several things here involving Oguri is relevant to what made Opera O and how, Opera O's trainer with Oguri's trainer, all this sort of stuff. Like, literally everything here is kind of connected between them as is. So having them interact with this, deep respect for Oguri from Opera makes sense, right? It makes sense for Oguri to be such a relevant character in that regard. So, this OVA does a lot for these characters. It makes them absurdly likable and kind of gives them some much needed depth in just a short span. In 4 episodes, you can really like all of them. But again, it is the one critique I have, and it's not that big of a deal, but it just makes me wish we could have had more, solely because it would be nice. But if it was more than 4 episodes, I feel like I could have really fucking loved all these characters. It's so damn well written, and just how it looks, literally beautiful, with 90% of it. Even the 10% is probably also just beautiful. It's just probably, more still sort of moments, right? Nothing too much going on. And even then, it probably still looks great. But a vast majority of it looks fantastic. And adding that onto just how well it's written, right? How interesting these dynamics are for these characters, how interesting Top Road's journey to the top is, Admire Vega going through the Survivor's Guild, TM Opera, just all of that combined together makes a really good series. And that's why I wish for more, because it's like, fuck, this could have been even better if we had more episodes and I was just sitting there drawn to my screen because this is going on forever and I get to just keep watching. But, everything has to have an end at some point. And I think the 4 episodes are fine as is. Just almost makes me wish for more. Much like Season 3, it is an 8 out of 10, though. I do like it a lot. I find it to be very, very good. But I do actually think the episode thing is what holds it back just a little bit to me, right? Otherwise, it'd compete with Season 2, or it would compete with... I think I have watched this movie about 4 times now. I watched it for the first time with my close pal Brandon. I watched it another time with my close friend Dosh. I watched it another time with my close friend Maybe. And then I went to see it in theaters more recently. So I've watched it quite a lot already, as is. Beginning of a New Era is easily one of my top 2 favorite Umamusume entries. This movie has every reason, like any reason that you've heard that it is good for. It's probably good for that reason. I'm thinking that there's some people that might have a slightly more weird answer, but in terms of genuine praise that could be there, yeah, Beginning of a New Era deserves it. From its soundtrack to the animation to the voice acting, writing, literally everything about Beginning of a New Era. This is like one of the best things that could come out of Uma. It is absurdly good. There is a reason it is so loved. Fucking even just the songs, the opening song, the ending song, everything is so damn good about this movie. I don't know what I could say about it that is that different from what a lot of people have mentioned. Like, a lot of people have always mentioned the imposter syndrome in it, and just Pocket's whole, dilemma being similar to Tachyon's, and both of them having this struggle in this regard of Pocket trying to be, one of the best there is, the strongest, but then struggling with the fact that, well, you never beat Tachyon, you only won because Tachyon wasn't there, right? That's that mindset she has. And then Tachyon kind of seeing that, oh yeah, like, good, they're gonna do more in my place, and then her realizing, wait a minute, in my place, I'm not gonna be there. They're gonna be doing it for me, right? And then just her office getting more and more messy as it goes on, and just constantly, focusing on her computer and everything, not giving a shit about anything around her. It's so fucking good in that regard. Also, if anybody's ever told you that Opera was the villain of this movie, hell, if you're watching this and you haven't seen it yet, but you're hearing me say that, and people have told you Opera is the villain of this movie, or like, I guess the antagonist, right? Rather, not really villain, but you know what I mean, antagonist of this movie. I'm sorry they lied to you. No, she is not. Opera has a collective 10 minutes in this movie, yet for some reason a lot of people act like she is the main antagonist, and it's like, no, she's like the final thing there, but we're not treating this as a shonen series where it's like, well, just because she's the last thing shown automatically means she's the antagonist. No, she's just relevant for what happens with Pocket towards the end, right? As well as the fact that this is literally towards the end of Opera's reign by the end of the movie, right? The Arima she watches on the TV is actually like the same exact year that Opera was doing well, right? After that, like 2001, I think it was, that was it. Opera O was losing G1s constantly. But in that regard, right, in terms of antagonist and everything, Tachyon is obviously the one that fills that role here, and I love that dynamic between Pocket and Tachyon. They waste no time about like getting that in, by the way. They fucking just right off the bat, first thing you see after the whole introduction with Fuji, which is like so damn good, it just lets the soundtrack and voice acting speak for itself, right? The commentating and the soundtrack is all you have for that moment, and it's really fucking good. And then you get the lights of vaudeville. Oh, right? So damn good for an intro. But, and also, of course, the like actual proper intro to the movie being really energetic, fun, having that silly moment with Pocket like shaking Fuji's hand constantly that everybody loves to show. But after all that, first G1 race Pocket has, her proper racewear and everything, and having that be immediately against Tachyon, right? Going right into it. Here's Tachyon, here's Pocket, let's go, right? Establishing that off the bat. It makes it a lot stronger for the whole thing, right? Because now there is no filler or anything like that between that. It's just that, right? And let me talk about more Pocket in general, right? Because I like Tachyon a lot. I think she's handled really well in this movie. But I want to talk about Pocket, because Pocket is one of my favorite characters, and I love her whole arc with this movie. The fact that she talks to her trainer, right, Nabe, and how he mentions that, we never got to bring Fuji to the Derby and all this, and I never got to have her be this Triple Crown, and I was hoping for it, and I almost feel bad in a sense, but you're her successor, right? You're this Uma that can make those dreams come true, and then also having Fuji relay that in the second half of the movie, literally what feels like the same point of the movie just later on, right? It's it's so good, right? Having Fuji, show Pocket, hey, I'm not as good as I was, right? I am a far cry from what I was, but I want to keep racing. I want to keep showing that I can do as well as I can, right? And maybe at some point, I'll pick up my racewear again, and I'll get back in, the turf. But for now, I'm going to show to you that this isn't why you give up. You do not give up because, oh yeah, you think, well, what if, Tachyon was in that race? That's not what you should start thinking, right? Also, in regards to that roar during the Derby, ooh. But in general, I love that whole dynamic with Pocket. Funny part is, I had Fuji before even, watching this movie. I already liked Fuji, and I was like, cool, I have Fuji on my game, that's fun. She's really good, right? She works great for mile, works great for medium, works great for sprint, right? She's just, really good for all this. I watched this movie, and immediately after, I'm like, I am building Fuji way more. I love this Uma. She's awesome. She is doing so well on my champions meetings. I've gone into several Group A finales thanks to Fuji. It is absurd. But still, just that dynamic, honestly, between the two of them, and also Nabe in there, it's so fucking good. And of course, I'm forgetting about some of the others in here because we have Dansu and Cafe, and I do wish the two of them had a little bit more. I do like their arcs in here, right? Cafe trying to catch up to her friend, Sunday Silence, but her friend, right, and kind of going over that and showing how that relates to the whole plotline with Tachyon of being you pretty much caught up to my friend, and Tachyon's really? Oh, well, that's neat, right, but that doesn't really matter too much to me. And Cafe's cool. Well, anyways, I'm gonna keep going, because unlike you, I'm not a quitter, and I'm gonna focus on catching up to my friend. I don't give a shit if you're gonna retire or not, but I'm focusing on that, and I think that's a little weak of you, but whatever. I'm gonna keep going, right? And Dansu's, which, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, until I saw it in theaters, which obviously had the more localized subtitles, but I did actually appreciate them. I did like what they did for the Dansu scene talking about Tachyon, because that really put into perspective what Dansu's whole thing here was. Dansu is not an exceptional racehorse. She can't necessarily do well as some of her peers might be able to, but I mean, she can do decently, right? And besides, she likes to run. However, a big thing throughout this movie is that she's not, going to be as good as someone like Pocket or Tachyon or anything like that. But when she's having that moment with Tachyon, right, where Tachyon announces she's going to retire because of the whole, injury and everything, kind of has to make it clear to Tachyon that essentially, you're born with all these gifts, right? You are born with the ability to run like this and everything. You can walk around perfectly fine after this injury, meaning you can recover. So you have this gift. You like running, evidently. You like studying all this, but you're giving up after that, right? What the hell, right? I don't have as exceptional stuff as all of you. I can't run as well as all of you, but I like running and I like being able to. And even if this sort of thing comes up for me, that's not going to put me down. I'm going to keep going. But you're giving up like that? You seemed so into this. You seemed so perfect for it. Why? Right? And it's a rough moment where it's what Dansu's saying isn't necessarily right? It doesn't feel like something you should say to someone in that sort of scenario. But it is a very interesting, point for her to make of I literally am not as good as some of you guys, but I just want to race because I like the idea of being able to race. I like the idea of being able to win. But why, right? It's why would you give up that early, right? It's just a small injury, but you're retiring from that, right? And it's so interesting to have that perspective in there, right? And then also having that race with Pocket after with the Derby. It's really emphasizing, no, these two are going to race because they want to win. They want to prove they're the strongest, right? It's so good. This movie is so fucking good. It is an emotional roller coaster. I fucking love this movie a lot. I had already prior to this convinced my close pal Dosh to, start playing Uma. Mainly because I was jokingly like harassing him like, you would love Manhattan Cafe. Which he does actually really love Cafe. Cafe is his favorite. But I was jokingly convincing him about that, and especially with the movie. Which I realized when he actually wanted to do it, I was like, hey, just as a warning, Cafe's not going to actually have a lot here. She doesn't have a lot of scenes. She has some. She gets to be involved, but not that much, right? But this movie really hit home for him, and it hits home for a lot of people, right? This movie has some fantastic quality to it. It's unbelievable just how many scenes in here I truly, genuinely love. There is so much good in this movie. And it makes me excited for the idea of, the prospect of future Uma projects that aren't inherently based on, a manga or anything like that. Just brand new, maybe another film, some shit that's like this, right? That has that same weight as this does. For me, this, much like something else I'm about to get to soon, is like a 9 out of 10. I think Beginning of a New Era is worthy of how much people praise it. Honestly, if I had watched this back when I saw those clips about the Kagurabachi stuff and everything, if I watched this prior to all that, I think I would have installed JP. I think I would have installed JP right then and there and been like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna start playing. No, I'll start playing, let me see if I can maybe get Pocket or something like that, and I'd go from there. And I'd be a JP player. I mean, it would probably take a bit to learn, but it's I'd get the VPN, I'd get the translator, I'd go from there. I would just play that shit. Wouldn't care. I would just go for it. Because this movie is so fucking good that I don't think I would have needed some introduction to the series to just have that weight behind it, right? It's it's just so well done, right? I love Pocket's dynamic with everybody in here. I love all the characters in general that get to have their moment in the spotlight in here. Even Opera O, who admittedly, again, only has 10 minutes, still gets to be pretty fucking cool in the movie, right? I will admit that. She gets to be pretty fucking cool. There is a lot of good in this movie, and I can really appreciate it a ton. I am glad it is doing so well. At least, over here in terms of North America and everything, it did great for its release, and now it's going to be, I think, in Australia and New Zealand and all that. I hope it does great there, right? I hope this really shows to side games that this is good. This is very good. Keep up the good work with this sort of thing. But without further ado, if you saw that tier list back there, you know what comes next. Let's get it over with. Let's talk about... I'm only realizing now I probably could have slid this a little bit closer, but that's okay. Anyways, Cinderella Grey, the series that at this point has won several awards and shit like that. It deserves them. This is the best. In my personal opinion, this is the best the series has to offer. Wow. The soundtrack being done by someone who has composed for several Gundam series, and I'm not that familiar with Gundam, although at this point I guess I am getting a little bit more familiar, but still, it sounds great, very jazzy, very fucking nice, right? Got those motifs in there that are important to always hear with every track, right? That, it gives you that goosebump sort of feeling, because it's I recognize those notes, right? Animation of it, beautiful, right? The fact that there's also references in there to previous entries, because some of the horses in here are fathers of those horses, right? Literally Tony Bin having the rainbow in the eyes, much like, Jungle Pocket, or literally Dicta Striker having outright the same animation, but it's just in reverse, that Narita Top Road had in her final race. That's good. That's really good. Still, all that's great. But how Cinderella Grey is done is so fucking good. And I'm not just talking solely anime. I'm talking manga here, right? I'm going to try and put a timestamp in a bit for, if you want to skip this for the sake of manga spoilers, right? I think that makes it easier. But for now, let's talk about the anime, and then we'll get to that, right? I love this anime a shit ton, right? I don't know if I ever felt like, reading through some of the Uma series in a sense, but Cinderella Grey really made me feel like that with how much of it I had watched in such a short amount of time. This captures Oguri's story so damn well, showing, Oguri and her mom, and how her mom helps her out or whatever it may be, having some of the jokes in there like, oh yeah, the school's tuition fee was nothing compared to the grocery, fee that we have to spend like every week, potentially even every day, right? That whole thing, which also it's weird. Some people try to villainize the actual like mother of Oguri just because, oh yeah, she didn't like, breastfeed him, so she hated him, and it's like, no, it's because Oguri couldn't stand, so it was kind of hard for Oguri's mom to kind of do so because horses inherently have to stand to be breastfed, right? That's kind of how it works. So no, it's not like a neglect for her kid. It's just doesn't know what to do in that scenario, right? It's as simple as that. But then, going to the school, we get to, see March, we get to see Belno, we get to see Norn, Minnie. I think one of them's Rudy. I think the last one's Rudy. I think I got all of them. I think I remembered all of them. Still, we get to meet all of them. Fantastic characters. I love that Norn gets to be this fangirl for Oguri after, constantly like being a jerk to her and everything, but then fangirl out of nowhere, and that almost feels like the representation of Oguri Cap the horse, because if you didn't know, horse racing in general, for Japan at least, prior to Oguri Cap, was mainly for adult men, right? Like women and children weren't really into it that much, right? It was mainly just adult men would watch that, have a great time with it. That's about it. So here comes this underdog, and also this is me, essentially also talking about Cinderella Grey the series. Here comes this underdog from just the countryside, nothing too notable, right? Comes from technically like some racehorse history, but again, nothing really insane, right? This isn't a Rudolph and Tateo sort of scenario. This is just, yeah, here's, Oguri Cap, whatever, random horse. And also just in general, struggled with learning how to walk. Like both of them, right? Both real and in Cinderella Grey. All this stuff combined. And then out of nowhere, yeah, this horse is so fucking good, we brought him to nationals. We brought him to like G3s, G2s, G1s, all that shit. Like that everybody's here for, we brought him to that. That immediately hooks people. On top of the fact of like how exceptional he was, right? That hooks people. And now they're interested. So Norn kind of feeling like that representation is really great. Also love how much of like a good rival March gets to be early on. It's so damn good. And even later, it's fun to see the, I guess, the escapades that she gets to, go through with her races. Funny enough, the specific one that, Core 2 starts with, that's a side story. And they decided to adapt that into a proper episode that focuses on her and then switches over to Oguri, right? Which is really cool. But March gets to be a great rival there. Love her a lot for that. I do remember, I get to talk about him a lot because it was just, it's mainly him that I was going through, like, rewatching the series with. For him, it was the first time, of course. But my good pal Dosh, when I brought up the fact that, oh yeah, this episode's going to be all about March, I totally forgot. It was just a loud, yeah, like, from him that I had never expected. But he was so happy about that. Belno, also really great, right? Belno and Kitahara I might as well talk about just right off the bat. Really, really great helpers to Oguri. They're very likable. They're very real, right? The fact that Kitahara struggles to send her to nationals because of what he wants for, Oguri to win right? Like the Tokai Derby, right? And all this. And, like, you know, Oguri bringing up the fact that, no, if going to nationals means I can't be trained by you, I'm not doing that, right? And then Kitahara making that selfish decision that's like, no, you have to go, right? But understanding the whole thing behind it after a while, and having one of my favorite episodes, the one where he tells her to run her heart out. Ooh. I love that episode a lot. That is like, I was talking about top 3 episodes earlier. That's up there. There's only one other one that's up there, and we'll get to that. But that whole thing really made me fucking love Kitahara a lot. In general, the whole series, as a literally as a whole, made me really enjoy Belno. Belno is the perfect, I almost want to say sidekick to Oguri. She's this very bubbly sort of character that gets to deal with Oguri's antics, but it's, you know, it's happy to at the end of the day, even if sometimes Oguri confuses her, right? Still, really great there. Musaka, in terms of like the nationals and everything, you know, after they switch over with him, also a really great character. He feels like a lot more grounded in a sense, I almost want to say, than Kitahara, in the sense that, like, he understands, you know, the depths of horse racing and understanding, you know, the boundaries, how far you can really go, whatever it may be, you know, right training, but he isn't entirely flawless, right? He makes mistakes sometimes, and even with that, he sometimes misjudges, you know, other opponents that Oguri's going up against. Obvious things being like Tama, for example. Tama also being another great example in here of racehorse from the countryside, you know, Ashen racehorse at that, which is like this big, you know, belief that they have of like Ashen racehorses aren't that good, and then these two disprove that. But from the countryside, relatively poor, all this, nearly a childhood friend of Oguri, which supposedly, I couldn't find exact one-to-one details on this, but supposedly that is supposed to be real. I don't know how true that is, right, so take it with a grain of salt, but apparently that is supposed to be a genuine thing of Oguri and Tama were originally almost going to be, like, you know, friends in their own, you know, home stable. So, interesting if real, otherwise, don't believe a word I say on that. But, still, very interesting sort of dynamic to have a character that's very similar to Oguri, and then having her in there. And of course, yeah, this is what actually happened, but just having this rivalry between the two and these like insane Ashen racehorses like that get to just, you know, wow all of Japan and everything, and it's like, whoo, that is this fun dynamic between them. And then we get into the second core, of course, with all like the national racehorses. I love the twist with Obey, right? It's something I hadn't fully anticipated. Was like, obviously something seemed off. It felt like she was probably going to win, right? That's the only issue, is that it feels predictable in a sense because they show Obey so much. But she's also, interesting detail I will say actually, she's also this background detail on like the eye catch and on the poster, right? Obey doesn't actually get that much focus on either of them because she's meant to look like just another, you know, extra to the race, right? She's just another random national horse that doesn't matter. And then you get into the actual race and it's like, no, Obey is actually the biggest threat here. No one in the race expected it because no one did enough research on her. No, she is a massive threat, right? And kind of showing that with her backstory, and it's like, whoo, okay. But Obey is really cool in that regard, and I'm glad we get to see that aspect of her. Tony Bin's actually the one they obviously focus on most, which kind of makes sense, both in terms of, yeah, Tony Bin as a racehorse was very good, and then also in regards to that, very important for the actual Umas in Umamusume. That had several kids, all of which are from just long lines of, again, characters that are in the game that had a huge history of races, right? Literally, I mean, biggest examples we could bring up, I brought up Jungle Pocket earlier, but there's also Air Groove, right? There's Admire Vega, there's Duramente, there's Admire Groove, which, I mean, makes sense. I brought up Air Groove, so of course Admire Groove, but still, right? All this sort of shit of just several racehorses that did super well, and they all originate from Tony Bin. So of course Tony Bin's one of the biggest focuses there. Makes sense. And then also the other national racehorses get to be really cool as well. Obviously, Michelle My Baby is like a big one that people love to bring up. As like this one that pushes into Oguri and tries to shove her out of the way and everything. And then Oguri slides by and she's like, that's a zombie, right? It's like this horrifying realization of that thing's not real. It is so fucking great for that moment. I remember as soon as Oguri zoomed by, he's talking about, all these reactions I was getting from these episodes. As soon as Oguri had that moment, there was yet another loud yeah, and just clapping as soon as she ran. I was so happy to hear that. Still, this, like, the whole Japan Cup is a really fun arc for the second core, and that also leads into the finale, right? With, the Arima Kinen, right? With Dicta Striker, who gets to be absurdly cool in those last few episodes. Like, you get to see her be fun prior to that, but those last few episodes, right? That's where the money is. And then Super Creek, also, prior to this, gets built up as a fun sort of character, but the Arima is where she gets to shine a little bit more, which, funny enough, the result of this was referenced in Season 1. Season 1, having, Super Creek essentially cheat, is a reference to the Arima, because Super Creek got disqualified for, blocking another racehorse's path. So they referenced that all the way back then. And the funny part is, the whole race in Season 1, the fact that Oguri and Tama were neck and neck, and, Oguri essentially won between them, that's a reference to the Arima too, which leads me to my favorite episode here. That whole final, like, that whole final race, I guess, right? What is essentially episode, I think it's like, is it episode 9? I don't remember if Core 2 was 10 episodes and the other one was like 13, or if it was the reverse. Regardless, the second to last episode, that moment as a whole, right, it was showing the start at, like, Oguri talking to her mom, right, and asking if she can run like that, and then into the moment later with her reaching the zone, right, which I feel like that's a cool thing to have in there, right? I forgot to kind of discuss that, but the zone as a whole is an interesting sort of thing to have, of just like, no, it's this flow state, you get into the flow, you start feeling it, right, and you go forward. It's not some random manga power up, it's just like, no, you're just tapping into your best performance, essentially, right? You're feeling like you're in the zone. That's why it's called the zone, right? Although they imply almost that people can see or feel this, because Tama does her shit the episode prior and they feel that, and it's like, okay, what the fuck, right? It's funny, right? I'm noting that right now. I'm not upset about that. That's a really funny moment in that regard, but still. So the zone being this very interesting thing for this series, and it makes sense because the author of Cinderella Grey was inspired by, I forgot what the other series was. Someone's free to, point it out in the comments, but I know one of them was Baki, right? And it's like he wanted to do something more extreme with Cinderella Grey rather than what was originally going to be, just similar to every other series. And kind of, I think, if I recall correctly, it was like, kind of contacting Psy Games about that sort of thing, and they were like, that could be risky because, it's completely different than what we've done. But, I mean, you could try it, see if it works. If not, let's just swap back to usual. And then, it does absurdly well, and they go, never mind, keep going, right? Just keep going with that. But having that moment with Oguri entering the zone, and just probably, like, the most emotionally impactful one, right? Again, showing that flashback with Oguri and her mother, and then essentially explaining, like, oh, why are you running, right? What's the purpose of it? And her breaking forward, and finally, tapping into, the gray phantom. But having it just be this whole thing, I'm not gonna lie, every time I watch it, I tear up when Oguri has to mention, like, right after unlocking it, the whole, like, oh yeah, I was born to run, right? And it's like, ooh, that line hurts. I mean, like, in a good way, right? But that line hits me hard, and I'm like, yes, you were. Yes, you fucking were. The fact that it feels like a reference to how every series has started, mentioning they were all born to run, and just hitting you right where it hurts by having Ogre say that outright while she's smiling. It's like, ooh, I love that moment a lot. And then all of it going right into the scene with Tama and Ogre interacting when they're like kids. And prior to this episode, prior to this race, they had a parallel to the Kitahara scene where, Tama doesn't want to, fully talk about this topic to Ogre, right? So she's kind of, rambling about different stuff, much like Kitahara did, right, when she was going to go to nationals. But having Tama do that earlier, and then pulling it all the way back to here, which feels like the run your heart out scene, where Tama has to be like, oh, the Tenno show is like this long and everything. Like, that's like interesting, isn't it? And then there's like the Japan Cup and the Arima and all that. And she's like, you know what the worst part is? I can't race you in any of those. It's like, ooh, I'm actually the closest to crying that I've been in this whole fucking video. That moment hurts a lot. That moment is like, oh, dude. But the fact that they're taking so much joy in running together at that exact point, right? And just like, even the OST's literally named Run With Me, right? And like, literally, like Musakai pointing out that it's like, oh, they're supposed to be taking this seriously. It's the G1, it's an Ari McKinnon. And they're both just smiling as they run. And then, that apology they have to each other after, followed by the hug, it's like, oh, fuck, dude. I'm probably crying on camera. You can probably see my tears right now. I just felt one go by. I love this episode so fucking much. It's such a good episode. And it's followed by something real fun of, right after we tease what's to come, right? We tease Inari 1, and it's like, oh shit, next time we have an anime, it's gonna be all about Inari 1. It's so good, right? There is a reason it's won so many awards. There's a reason it's done so well. There's a reason it's an introduction to so many people for Uma. It's just like, it's the best there is, to me. Right? It's the best you can get out of this series. And that doesn't even finish what I'm speaking about, because here, hold on, I'm putting a timestamp on screen. If you do not want to be spoiled on the rest of Cinderella Grey, skip to this, right? Skip to the next section. We're done after that, right? Just go. Alright? Cool. Okay, let's talk about the manga. Hope if you didn't want to be spoiled, you already skipped, because if not, I'm immediately hitting you with something huge. 1 million people, not even 1 million, everyone on the planet versus the Run Free Ogre Cap page. Holy shit, that is like my favorite page in the whole thing. Even including the stuff that, the anime covered and all that, right? Even including the pages of those, that's my favorite. That right there is my favorite. Okay, the manga of Cinderella Grey. I already knew I loved this series as is from the anime. The manga makes it even better. Creek's arc, right after the anime is done, is so fucking good. The Super Creek arc, like shortly after the stuff that the anime covers, and going over the backstory of how her and her trainer met, it's genuinely beautiful. Then we get to meet Bamboo and her trainer and why that's relevant to Creek's trainer as well, all this. That's great, right? The stuff that Inari 1 gets with Mr. CB, really fucking good. The second Japan Cup, potentially better than the first. I'm gonna be real, right? In my opinion, that was even better than the first, right? Folks Queen, the others I forgot the name of, but one of them has like the ripped jeans and everything. That one's awesome, right? The other one that's like super like front runner focused, almost like a Bakushin sort of mindset. Another great one. Obey gets to show up and decides to be like literally is so obscured to these people that aren't familiar to her, right? And Ogre even pointing out, because Obey has her old look that she did when she was racing against Ogre and Tama and all them. Ogre literally pointing out, who are you pretending to be? And Obey just stares at her like this. And it's like, holy shit. I got fucking chills when I saw that panel, because it's like dude, she's just giving a stare like, yeah, I know you see through me. You're gonna understand when we get on the racetrack. You're gonna understand, right? And just all this shit of just still, not building a presence for herself. And then as soon as I get on the racetrack, no more games for Obey. No, frilly sort of hair all over the place, and the ear piercings and all this, whatever it may be. No, she comes out in her old, racewear, not even old racewear, because we don't get to see it prior, to what the anime, covered and everything. But the presumable G1 level, racewear, the signature racewear that she had, right? And just hair all the way down, bangs in her face and everything, and just walking in strutting her shit like, yeah, I won last time. Me. Right? And it's like, oh, it's so cool. And then, she gets up to, Ogre and goes, yeah, sorry. I'm the real me now. Let's go. Let's do this. For real. Apologies for that whole act earlier. Let's do this for real. Right? And just also the cover of the next chapter after with the both of them, staring at each other. Bay like this. And it's like, oh, you can see her full outfit and it's so cool. Right? Easily the best moment for her, but also, of course, everyone would point out Folks Queen. Folks Queen gets to be fantastic throughout this whole thing. Really gets to prove herself as, Folks Queen and not just, the sister, right, of, New Zealand's greatest or whatever it may be, right? All that sort of shit. It's so damn good. I also love that sort of thing builds this, presence for Folks Queen where, mirror, mirror on the wall type shit. But, she has this breakdown with, her whole mental stability because it's, that's all she's viewed as, right? It's, oh, your sister's, oh, you're this other prodigy that's there because your sister did so well and whatever it may be, all this. And then Ogre just sees her as Folks Queen, right? And having that be a big moment for the end and having her, kind of talk to Ogre about, I appreciated that. And I already knew you ahead of time. I lied. I knew you ahead of time. I looked into you ahead of time. But, you're nice. Maybe we'll meet again sometime. And sadly, they don't. And it's crazy because I'm sure if you know Folks Queen, you might probably know that Folks Queen, the actual horse, which I don't remember the full name of, but the actual real world Folks Queen equivalent, was the only racehorse to ever get Ogre Cap to stop eating. He just stared at her the whole time when she was around. And sadly, they couldn't breed or anything like that. Nothing could happen between them in terms of that sort of thing. Because, horses are social animals. That sort of thing is, a lot to them. But nothing could happen between them, mainly because differences of, Folks Queen's got to get back to New Zealand after the race. And then on top of that, Ogre's, progeny weren't very great, right? Nothing very notable, so it was kind of this unfortunate thing of, well, it might not mean much either, so that was kind of the issue, right? Because that matters a lot to people, right? It matters on how good the progeny is going to be in that sort of scenario. So that's kind of what happened. Still, after that second Japan Cup, we get the stuff with Inari, we get all the, it's so damn good, and then we get the entirety essentially of the retirement arc for Ogre. And this is one of the roughest things to read because you get to watch the downfall of Ogre. It is just a moment where she is doing worse and worse over time, and they foreshadow it really early on when Ogre does the whole mile championship with Bamboo. Musaka makes it clear that, okay, here's the problem. This is going to create an issue. We might be able to work around this, but going into these races back to back could create an issue, right? That this could, not even just now, later down the line. And you see the results of that with this arc. Ogre is doing worse and worse. Another Japan Cup, comes and goes, and Ogre is not placing well in that. The race against Inari and Creek, yeah, Inari wins, cool, but Ogre did pretty bad, right? That's the really unfortunate thing. And then we get to one of my favorite, probably my favorite side arc for this actual whole thing, Yaino's side arc, right? Yaino Muteki and her whole the moment of her being told by her trainer that she was born in the wrong era, and just that face she makes afterwards, it hits so hard. Like, it is something you should never say to your trainee, but at the same time, it sounds bad, but his logic is sound, right? They actually bring this up with an arc that I didn't even remember to cover here, but they bring up this like generation that no one ever talked about of, you know, horses and stuff like that, and why that's so significant. And one of them gets mad at Ogre because Ogre is always still in the spotlight, and then Ogre wasn't at her best in the race that one, you know, had won. And she's like, what the fuck, right? What was that about, right? You were supposed to be this beast. You were supposed to be doing so well. What the fuck was that, right? So, interestingly, you know, similar to that, Yaino is brought to that reality of, listen, you were born in the era of Ogre, Tama, Creek, and Inari. There was no shot, right? And it's just like the unfortunate thing. But as it resolves and as an apology is shared between them, Yaino and her trainer realize, you know what? That might be an issue. But we build around that. We make a strategy around that. We win, right? Like, that's the big thing is, I don't care if, you know, I'm born in the same era as these other horses. I'm gonna win, right? And then they point out something that I hadn't even realized early on, but on rewatch, yeah, I noticed it. Yaino gave the wrong hand when she shook Ogre's hand originally. Like, way back when Ogre came over for nationals, she gave the wrong hand. She presented the wrong hand, which felt like it was spitting in Ogre's face. So she's like, this time, I'm giving the right one, right? And it's just like, oh, that hit so hard, especially followed up with when she finally catches up to Ogre in that race, and it shows, you know, this page of her like latching onto Ogre, saying like, finally, you don't have to be alone anymore, right? And like that despair that Ogre is in all this, it's like, oh, that's so fucking good. And then I'm gonna say silent in a sense, because I know it's not actually silent, but just there's no speech bubble. That silent roar that Yaino gives after winning the race, and it's like, oh, it's so fucking good. And yet, it's also heartbreaking, because it is followed by one of the worst placements Ogre could have. It is rough, right? And it only gets worse from there. And this is the point where we reach Ogre's mental breakdown. Because I brought up with Season 3 that they brought up the whole topic of, you know, Uma's reaching their peak. Ogre is the best example of that. Ogre has hit her peak. She is only going down in performance from here, and she has athlete's heart, meaning it's just gonna get worse for her, right? That's that. That's about it, right? It's as simple as that. Murasaka decides, nope, you're retiring. And Ogre breaks down, runs away. She even has this devastating panel with Belno, where Belno tries to catch up because, you know, Ogre's missing her shoe as well and all this, and is about to give it back. And Ogre is just, you know, a decent distance away from her. And Ogre points out, we were both running. I was missing my shoe, and I was still faster than you. And Belno's just staring, and then you get this horrifying panel of Ogre, and she's just like, why are you not saying anything? Right? It's like, oh, Ogre, I'm so sorry. The fact that it feels like she inherently understands that that's it, right? And it's just like, they are some real rough pages to read. She runs away again. Belno doesn't know what to do. You know, she's crying to Kitahara because she's like, I don't know, like, what am I supposed to do here? You know, like that sort of breakdown for her. And then Kitahara going to speak with Ogre and telling her, do you want to run, right? Like, I'm not asking you if you're good, if your athlete's heart might affect this race, anything like that. I don't care. Do you, Ogre Cap, want to run? And her crying, holding the shoe, saying she wants to run, and the panel being so much brighter than everything else we had seen, right? The super well detailed panel between the two of them, but it's nighttime normally, right? Prior to this, like to these pages, it's nighttime, it's dark, even Ogre's face is covered in shadow, right? She looks creepy as fuck. But like, this being the moment that brightens it all up is so fucking good, right? Again, I've brought it up before. I don't like using, certain terms that have just kind of lost their meaning in a sense. However, I'm gonna borrow it just this once. It's pretty fucking peak. It is pretty fucking peak with that page. I love that page a lot. That whole thing just going into, let's give her one final race, the Arima. Musaka's like, no, we're not doing it. And then Belno and Kitahara being like, nope, we'll take the risk. We'll train her right. All this. And Musaka essentially handing over the reins to Kitahara. The doctor for Oguri being like, this is a stupid idea, Musaka. And he's like, I don't care. They're doing it. It's them, right? It's them, not me, right? And yet, all along, he made a race outfit for her, right? He secretly made one for her final race because he wanted her to just have something. He hoped she didn't have to suffer through this athlete's heart, that somehow it would go away, right? And that she could do one last race. It's so good. And we get through that whole last race, we get through the Arima, or rather, we're getting introduced to all the runners here. We get introduced to Ryan, who I do think is a flaw of this sort of thing. This sounds like I'm, shitting on Ryan, but no. I think Ryan doesn't actually get enough to feel like a solid character here, which is unfortunate. She's Ogre's final opponent, and yet we don't get too much with her outside of a few chapters, and that's it, right? So I do wish she had more. But just going into the Arima, having all these great moments prior to it, having all these people cheering for Oguri, and then also, opponents smiling for her. Like, I think they have Yaeno and all that in the match, and Yaeno's like smiling that Oguri is running by. It's so fucking good. And then the previous one that I talked about, that I was upset that Oguri didn't show her all, right? Didn't show the beast that they were all losing to. She's like, finally, there it is. That's the beast I was looking for. Like, show me that face. Show me the face of a monster. And Oguri's just smiling. So I know that that side story could have been made, prior to this, but like fairly recently, of course. There is a chance of that, right? However, I want to point out, I love the parallel, the literal direct parallel of March and her race back in Kasamatsu. And, the person she was racing against being like, yeah, show me that face. And March is smiling. And the complete parallel to Oguri smiling on this final race. It is so beautiful. And again, going through everybody, smiling back to Oguri, all this. Having the run free panel, or not panel, but I guess page, right? Because panel would imply only the one, but still, having that whole page and having her say thank you, everyone, at the end. The only thing this whole thing is missing is one of the most important parts, actually, about literally this race, the actual Arima Kinen that Oguri retired on. And that's the fact that Oguri's name was chanted at the end of that race. He did a victory lap, much like they usually do with the horse that wins, and with the exception of Haru. Haru got to do a victory lap regardless of that. But they did a victory lap with Oguri, and as that was happening, usually what is cheered is the jockey's name, right? The person that rode that horse to victory. Oguri is the first time ever that instead of cheering the jockey's name, they cheered on the horse. Like, they went, Oguri, Oguri, right? And it was just like constant for like several minutes, right? If you can see the footage of it on like YouTube or anywhere else, it's really fucking awesome. That's missing from this, and I really hope the anime fixes that when they get there, because it's a very impactful sort of moment, right? It's the moment where that happens. Ironically, it happens in season 2 with Teo, and it doesn't happen here. So it's kind of interesting that, like, weird. But I assume it was just kind of, wanting to get to the end, and maybe, again, they will add that with the anime. I hope so, at least. But still. And then we go through the final bits of it, right? Showing where everybody's at, all this sort of stuff, right? Oguri officially retiring, that's it. Musaka not necessarily able to actually like move away because now there's a huge, you know, amount of, or because, you know, now there's a huge amount of trainees that want to like come in, so they're like, well, we kind of still need you because we need more trainers, right? I didn't actually mention it earlier, but they had like a massive like paparazzi, you know, around the school because of, you know, Oguri and how popular Oguri was. So now this is like kind of playing into that after they have their own weird military that just exists. But this is playing into that in the sense that, yeah, no, there's now several trainees here. Hell, even prior to this, McQueen actually tried to join Musaka's team, but just because of what was going on with Oguri, he didn't allow it, right? He was nervous that something bad was going to happen to McQueen, and there's stuff that's bad that's happened to him with training Umas in the past, right? He's always felt, you know, worried about that sort of thing. So after seeing what was happening with Oguri, he didn't even take on McQueen, which also, in case you're curious, Teo's also in here, if you haven't actually already seen it. But I love Teo's introduction, just being this silly little goober that's with Rudolph, clinging onto her head, and then jumps out a window and lands perfectly fine. It's pretty great, but still, you know, having that whole moment with him leading into this where it's like, well, no, now we need trainers and stuff like that. And then also bringing Belno and Kitahara back, who are, you know, ready to train a whole bunch of Umas, and some of them are like Believe and Daiwa Scarlet and I'm forgetting her name, Buena Vista. There it is. I remembered. So like all of them showing up, which, fun fact, that is in reference to Oguri's actual trainer. I think it was the trainer, unless it was the jockey. One of the two. I totally forgot, but it's one of the two. And how he actually couldn't move over from Kasamatsu over to the Nationals. But afterwards, right, after getting the proper like license to do so and everything, he ended up, again, I don't remember if it was the jockey or the trainer, but ended up working with Daiwa, Believe, and Buena Vista, and several others. But those are the three notable ones that are there, which is really fucking cool. I don't think I mentioned it yet. I might have, and I might be repeating myself, but Belno apparently went to America and then came back. So, you know, now she's like this international sort of trainer that gets to be there and, you know, help out a little bit. So that's fun. We also get to see other moments with like some of the other characters. March has apparently met Haru, right? She talks about this, you know, bubbly sort of pink-haired Uma, and it's very clearly Haru because she also mentions it's back in Kochi. Speaking of Haru, I actually didn't bring up the fact that, you know, essentially what is her dad is in Cinderella Grey, and we will sadly never get that design in the game, which is really unfortunate because damn, it is a cool design, but that's how it is. It's the copyright-free name Uma sort of scenario because they don't have the rights. So probably not going to see that if it ever gets added. Much like, you know, Dicta Striker and Soccer Boy. But still, I don't know how I fucking forgot this. I forgot one of the most important things about that whole, you know, Arima race. This is also a reference to the real race. Yutaka Take was the one who rode Oguri on his final race, right, on the Arima race. And one of the things that he said to Oguri when Oguri was in the stable, you know, essentially getting ready to go, was, do you know who you are? You're Oguri Cap. And, you know, Oguri supposedly, like, you know, nodded in response. Just as, like, oh, you know, it's like, it's whoa, it's like, almost like he understood it. Even though probably didn't, but who knows, right? It's a horse, we can't really tell. However, interesting thing to note with that is they do reference it with the chapters. Tama all of a sudden comes back, and Tama, Inari, and Creek, after, you know, Oguri says, like, I'm sorry, I couldn't, you know, live up to everybody's expectations. I let all of you down. We're supposed to be the Heisei Big Three, and there's Tama, who I'm supposed to be the rival of, and I let all of you down. And all of them are like, you're a little bit stupid for thinking that, you know, just because you lost some of these races, that's it. But you're mainly stupid for thinking that, because do you know who you are? And then, you know, they kind of build it up, even having Kitahara kind of say it, of just your Oguri Cap, right? And it's like, ooh, it's so damn good. But after all these, you know, fun references and everything, we finally get to the final sort of scene of Special Week and Suzuka walking by, and, you know, Special Week having a lot of food on her plate, and Oguri asks for her name, and she's like, oh, Special Week. And then you see Oguri walk by, like, that's a good name. And that's it. That's how the series ends. That is a beautiful way to end it, by the way. The fact that it goes all the way back to the original series, right? The starting gate / season 1 stuff. That's awesome. Right? I love that a lot. Cinderella Grey, again, probably my favorite entry. Not even probably, is my favorite entry for Uma. It really made me enjoy Oguri a lot. Really made me enjoy Tama a lot. Creek, Inari, Yaino. If someone showed up in this, I probably enjoyed them a shit ton, right? Because they were just handled super well. I didn't even talk about Arden's side arc. I forgot to mention that. Arden had a side arc in there, which was really interesting to watch because it talked about her glass legs, and it was pretty fucking big for her character, right? Even involving Chiono O a bit, right? Which made Chiono O even better. I forgot to talk about the derby thing with Chiono O and how relevant that is because of Marzensky not being able to get into the derby, right? Both real and in Uma. And then, you know, Chiono O doing that. The derby being relevant for opera, right? And why Oguri couldn't enter, all this sort of stuff leading into the whole rules being changed in regards to opera. And that's relevant because that's real, right? Oguri couldn't be in there, but people wanted Oguri to get in there. So actual opera got to be in because they changed the rules. So it's like you pay a small fee and we can let you into the classics. And that's what happened with opera, right? That whole spiel, the fact that opera actually does show up, like straight up, there is like a little kid that is dressed up like Oguri that is in there, that Oguri is like taking a photo with. And it's just very evident based on the hair. Like my close pal, yeah. Like my close pal Brandon kind of mentioned it because he's drawn opera a little bit. He brought up the fact that, you know, her hair literally matches with opera's hair. It's just opera. It's just little kid opera sitting beside, you know, Oguri for a photo. It's kind of fun. Still, there's a lot of shit I didn't even cover here, right? A lot of this honestly probably has to do with, I might even forgotten a day. A lot of this probably has to do with I forgot even like a detail or 2 or 3 of however fucking many, right? And therefore, I can't really speak on everything here. This is just absurdly good. It is like the best entry in the series, and I'm glad it was handled the way it was because it doesn't hold back on anything. It takes a shit ton of creative risks in terms of how it wants to capture this story, and I think it delivers on everything. And I've seen a lot of people point this out. I think it's a little weird to point out considering the difference in genre, but fuck it, let's point it out. This is one of the best manga endings we've had of recent years. It ends super well. Again, I wish we had the crowd cheering in the final race, but that's okay. Regardless of that, this is a fantastic manga. It has a stellar ending, and I was happy to read and watch all the way through with it. Absurdly good. There's a reason for Oguri to be my favorite, and it's not surprising at all. You go through this series, you get the understanding almost immediately. But, with that said, I suppose I've taken long enough with the Uma section. That's it. We're all done. There's no reason to continue after this. Talked about Cinderella Grey. That's the latest entry we need to talk about. That's about it. So, let's just do our outro here and wrap up. I believe I had something very specific to say at the start of this. I said everything. I said every little thing. That includes Star Blossom. I also meant to talk about the gag series, like, you know, Umayan and Umayuru. All I'll say for those is that Umayan, pretty good, but definitely feels like it could be better. I feel like the jokes were better for Umayuru. But, like, alright, you know, some of the jokes landed, some of them didn't. Umayuru, yeah, 100% very good, right? Very good for that. That one was awesome, right? It was a very funny series. Regardless of those, though. Yeah, you might not have expected this one in here because it's fairly recent and not a lot of people talk about it, right? The manga that people talk about usually is Cinderella Grey, maybe Starting Gate, something like that. Not Star Blossom. We're talking about Star Blossom. Let's fucking do it. So, this one, I only actually got into fairly recently, and I'm going to reveal now, Star Blossom and Cinderella Grey technically are cheating. They're on here because they're Uma, but I finished Cinderella Grey this year, like this year, the same year that this is coming out, 2026, very start, right, in January, and Star Blossom only recently got fully caught up on it, right? For a while I had only seen maybe a chapter or two of it. Only recently went all the way to like, chapter 40 something, right? So, that happened recently, therefore this is cheating. But it's part of Uma. I felt like including it because there's no point in just adding it to next year. So let's talk about it right now. So, Star Blossom is a very, very good series as well, just like Cinderella Grey in the previous entries, though still too early for me to feel too strongly about it. However, I do like it a lot. Sakura Laurel is an insanely good character, and you could probably tell from my tier list that I probably had read Star Blossom because she's so high up. I like her a lot. I like her whole dynamic here. I like that she's this very optimistic Uma, similar to previous examples we've seen, but, it always shines past everything else of her, no matter what happens, no matter if she loses a race or whatever it may be, she always stays, super optimistic. Except for when, she's told at a certain point that she can't exactly, enter one of the races that are in there, and that kind of cracks at her a bit, but she has to talk to her trainer Tsubaki later and be like, hey, I didn't mean what I said, that was really mean, all this, and they have their own heart-to-heart sort of moment, and it feels great to see. But it's like, I like that Laurel is this very different Uma from the rest, in the sense that, yeah, similar to someone like maybe Arden, glass legs, but at the same time, super optimistic. Doesn't matter what happens, she's always like, no, I can do it, I can win another race, all this, right? Which almost feels different to her character in game. Her character in game feels weirdly like, I don't know what to call it. She seems like she just has power over other characters. This character feels like someone who has like command over people in game while still being super nice, versus, Star Blossom Laurel, who just seems like this very, very happy character. That's about it, right? As simple as that. I'm glad Chiona O gets to be in here. I'm actually a little disappointed Chiona O has, like, so far from what I've seen, the weakest sort of character here, right? She's still really good. I still like her a lot. But Chiona O, out of, like, the three of them originally, was the one I liked the most prior to this, right? She was the one I enjoyed the most, so it was kind of unfortunate to see, yeah, she doesn't get a lot here, probably because Cinderella Grey was happening, and that is Chiona O's era, right? So they were probably like, let's minimize that to, like, her having some funny moments, her having some moments where she gives, her own heart-to-heart with Laurel, all that sort of shit, right? Just that general sort of thing of, her being this character to help out the others, but nothing too much in terms of, like, races or whatever maybe, or her own struggle, right? So far, note that I'm saying so far. And the one I didn't expect to enjoy as much as I did, kinda, Bakushin. Bakushin, I expected the same general thing I've seen from the anime or the game, and I'm like, that's gonna be, a little humorous, that'll be great for reading through, but Bakushin is shockingly similar to Laurel in the sense that she's very optimistic, tries to cheer everybody up, tries to be this leader, right, and go out of her way to help people, all this, right, while still being her same, Bakushin, explosive sort of self, right? She's still very, very bombastic, but at the same time, she still tries to be there to lend a shoulder to either, like Laurel or just, the trainer, or whatever it might be. Everybody she's there for, and I love it. And I know she gets some big races later. I'm very excited to see those. I actually know one of the racehorses in there, not like, by person, like, not like I've gone to the racehorse and shook their hand, but more so have a friend whose grandpa owned one of them, so that's going to be interesting to see. But still, Bakushin gets to be a very interesting character right off of what I've read so far, right, from chapter 1 to like 40 something. So knowing that there's more for her later, I'm excited to see what it is, right? And now that leads me to the really only other character to talk about. I guess I could talk about the trainer, Tsubaki. I mean, she's great, right? Love her character, love that she has this dynamic with Laurel, where she's like the more cautious sort of one, right? Worried about things, but at the same time, there's Laurel to help boost that attitude, right? I could talk about Snow and Hazard, or the little bit that I've seen of, Marvelous and Mayano and all that. Technically, I could speak about all of them, but I feel like I would potentially want to see more, though I do love the arc that Snow and Hazard has, about, like, trying to actually get serious and then having that moment where she smiles and everything and she's happy. You know, she had a lot of fun. I like that a lot. But of course, the obvious character to talk about is Brian and her dynamic with Biwa. And, I mean, obvious recent spoilers with some of that. This is a rough arc to read, because apparently this also came out near the same time that the Ogre stuff happened. But this is a moment with Brian where it's like, you know, you see her trying to compete with her sister, always trying to chase her. Like this game of tag they always have, or like, you know, always racing to decide what they do. And I love how they interact in that regard, right? Brian always proving herself and showing how strong she is, feeling like this is never enough, right? But then getting the unfortunate news later that Biwa's leg has given out, right? And it's just like, that's it. Biwa can't race anymore. It's not happening. And that destroys Brian. She has this huge fucking breakdown. She has this huge breakdown, like even on the racetrack, and it's like, ooh, didn't like reading that. Did not like reading that. That was a real rough read to see. But yeah, it really elevates Brian's character a lot. I'm curious to see where it goes from here. I also didn't realize, you know, because I was reading this and kind of getting more familiarized with Brian's design here. I didn't realize how much thinner she is in game. In like the manga, she is decently wide, right? This looks like a buff fucking horse. In game, she's a lot thinner, and it like kind of shocked me seeing it like the model again, because I'm like, that's what she looks like? Like I swear I've seen her before and I felt like she was wide, but I guess not. But again, you know, you see her cover on the Star Blossom like manga, and it's like, yeah, no, she's just boom, right? It's like, it almost feels a bit jarring. Still, Brian's a great character so far. I'm curious to see more about her. I'm probably going to try and pull for her a little bit, right, with her alt that's coming out. But, you know, we'll see on if I actually end up doing that, or if I do end up getting her. Who knows? But I think also, as more chapters come out, that'll determine how important that is for me. Laurel already is going to be a problem, because that's near Chris S, and I need to pull both of them. But if I pull Brian as well, that's going to be pretty difficult. But with that said, we are actually done now. Like, genuine no surprise entry. I handled the gag series in a very, you know, short manner at the start of this. Yeah. That's it. Alright, but yeah, that'll be all for this video. Thank you all for watching this far. I know this was long because of the Uma section, so I apologize for that. My throat feeling a little bit rough, even though I've been constantly, you know, keeping it nice and smooth with some drinks. You know, it's a lot. It was a lot of Uma to talk about, and just in general, a lot of stuff to talk about. But yeah, hope you all enjoyed. Apologies for the delay on this universe video, like I said at the start. I mean, I would have loved to really have it out at the date I had planned, but you know, things got more busy than I expected. There was a lot of hectic shit going on. So I think from now on, with this sort of stuff where I have to like be like, hey, it'll be within this time frame, I'm probably just gonna remember to just be like, you know what, let me add like a month or two to that. So like the frame that we had now of like January to March, I'll probably widen that to like March to May, for example, similar to what I'm doing with this, right? So that's gonna be a lot more wide in that regard, like from here on, I guess. For the Xenoverse video, try and have it out within the next month. If not, May, right? Either one. I'm gonna try my best for April, but if it doesn't, then May, right? That is where my full focus is going. More ADT stuff soon, more reading session stuff soon. You know, all the stuff soon. By the point that you're seeing this, there's a chance that I have to watch the fucking ReZero Anime Japan stuff. I'd say there's a pretty decent chance that happens. Regardless though, I don't want to take up too much more of your time. We are actually going to keep this outro short for once. So, with that said, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a great night, and I will see you all with the next video. Stay safe, take care. Farewell, peeps.